Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. We'll start today's meeting with a pule being offered by Commissioner Zachary Helm.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming, and we look forward for this very important meeting today. First of all, I'd like to ask my sister Stacy to do the pule.
Okay. E pulika ko. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, we give you praise, we give you glory, and we give you thanksgiving for this day that you have allowed us to have this breath of life. We thank you for our yesterdays, and we thank you for providing us the many opportunities you have set before us this day. We humbly ask for your holy presence to be among us, especially among our decision makers for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We ask you to bless and keep all of our travelers in safekeeping, and we ask of you to allow your presence to direct us with your path of light. We ask of you to make us mindful of the kuleana that you have placed upon us to malama our homestead lands that have been gifted to us. Make us mindful of our kuleana of the stewards that we need to be to care for one another as we care for all of our gifts that are set before us. We ask for your holy presence in our discussion, that only goodness and kindness come from our hearts filled with aloha. And we ask of you to shower your gift of love and fellowship as we conduct this meeting according to your will. All this we live unto you, through Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at the Kulana Oiwi Halau, 600 Mauna Loa Highway, Kalamaula, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Kali Watson, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, April 22nd, 2024. The time is 9:38. Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Awo.
Here.
Commissioner Freitas by Zoom.
Here.
I see you. Commissioner Helm. Here. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil. Commissioner Namu'o by Zoom. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to amend the executive session item to review the application of section 92-3.1 Hawaii revised statutes related to limited meetings. And the explanation is that what is currently listed is a section of law related to the PIGs, which was done last month. This month, the Deputy AG has a presentation to review the Commission's duties as it relates to limited meetings ahead of the Kalaupapa and Hawaii Island limited meetings. Is there a motion?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. With respect to the approval of agenda, item G1 will be taken before item F5. They are both related to the Veterans Center. And then tonight's DHHL community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. at the Kulana Oiwi Halau. Okay, is there a motion to approve the amended agenda? Oh, wait, hang on. First of all, with respect to the minutes, are there any edits or amendments to the March 18, 19, 2024 Commission meeting minutes?
No, because it's a Zoom.
Oh, okay. So they are.
Yeah, but
Okay, 1 second.
No?
sure.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Just 2 minor edits with respect to item E1. It first shows up on page 6 of 36. The Stanford Car Development Project Manager's name is
Which page is that?
6 of 36.
Okay, thank you.
So the project manager for Stanford Car, his name is Kaloa Robinson.
Okay.
And it shows up a few other places, but that's where it starts. My second edit is referenced in page 33 of 36. If you look at the paragraph, the last paragraph just before public testimony, it's Commissioner Kanya Akua's comment or input. But ahead of that, I provided some input to this, to the motion and action, and I did not see it in writing, but I'd like to ask that it be included in the minutes. It starts at 3:01:13 and ends at 3:05:35 on the video.
What were the comments?
My comments was in regards to the Mo'ili'ili asset being there neglected for many years and in support of the developer investing and us not paying any money. That was the general gist.
I'll verbatim that whole section that you said.
Thank you.
Any other edits? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as edited. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried.
But we're on public testimony.
Yeah.
It'll collect soon. So that's the first one.
Okay, we're gonna start the meeting off by accepting public testimony on the agendized items. I'd like to kind of stress that, I mean, that we welcome, but I'd also like to suggest, because we've got a really long and involved agenda as well as commission meetings, so that if you're going to testify on the agenda items now, then I'd ask that you not testify at when we actually have the item for action and receiving testimony. So you make the choice, either testify in the beginning or at the time of the action item. And so I'd also ask, in order to be respectful and allowing everybody to testify, as well as respectful to everybody here, including the commissioners and staff, that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes. So that's going to be a requirement that I'm going to, kind of enforce. With that, let's have the first person, Irene Kahanui and Judy Cap. Regarding the agenda item G. Would you like to testify now or later? Later. Okay. Thank you. The next one for, again, item Gay Kaupuiki, now or later? Okay, now? Okay, please come up. Thank you. Okay, so you can come later.
Okay, can you speak in the mic? Can I hear you?
Yeah, we gotta
Real
get it.
close.
Yeah, we want to record you. Hello. Okay,
Wait, closer.
can I hear?
my agenda today is on the G3. You know, I live Po'olihoa, lot 143B3. I've been there for 18 years. And the problem I have is I don't have any street sign on my dirt road. So it's hard to apply for services because they cannot find me on the Google map. So, you know, I know I'm not only speaking for myself, I know there's a lot of other homesteaders that don't have a physical address. So my concern is, will there be a street name for my dirt road where I can be, where I will have a physical address? Because I use like the highway and my lot number for now. But, you know, when I gonna have to do my license, it requires a physical address on there. So I'm just concerned my concern is there gonna come a time where the streets that don't have names, that we live on a dirt road, will we ever get a regular name where we can be identified? Because, you know, I have other address that you give me, but it's like a secondary to my post office. So it's on Pu'upe'elua Road, but physically I do not live on Pu'upe'elua Road. I live like on the main highway, Monoloa Highway.
Yeah, you see Juan over here behind you? You can give him the information and he can kind of take a look at it and see if you can find an answer for you.
Okay. So that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see. Okay, the next testifier, Blossom Patera. You gonna testify now or later when the action items come up?
Okay. Oh, there.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Samuel Wampler. Would you like to testify now or when the item comes up? Okay, thank you. And next testifier, Princess Maka'ahoa.
Aloha, I'm Princess Maka'ahoa. Thank you guys all for coming here and hearing our testimony. I'm a citizen of Hawaii residing on the island of Molokai as an infant or minor. I have assumed my age of majority in the Kingdom of Hawaii as owner Ku'i Aupuni. Mahalo for your patience, ahui ho and malama pono for your services. Thank you. Trustees of all State of Hawaii programs. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you.
If you need genealogies, I have it right here. Thank you.
Okay, next testifier, Patty Kankayo. We're in a agenda item, okay. And let's see, agenda items F5 and G1, Timmy Myers. Would you like to testify now or at the time of the action item? Same, Lani Sahagan. Would you like? Okay. Okay. James Jario.
Later, okay. Let me just call. Walter Rollins? Later. Crystal Nakihe? Crystal Nakihe, item G1, later. Let's see. Cora Snackenberg, later. Walter Reedy, you like testify now or later? Okay, we have a winner.
All right, well,
Aloha, everyone.
hello.
Three items I'd like to touch on. The first one is just some information about our water situation on Molokai. The MIS was built for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and then got turned over by the state to DLNR, and then got turned over to the Department of Ag. And Hawaiian Homes just sat there and allowed this politics to happen. But I'm urging the department to take another serious look at it. Clayton He put some money in to fix it up, and right now they're in the mountains doing more work on it. And it's a critical item for the homesteaders on Molokai. In 1920, they had to go carry water and pray for rain. So this federal funds came down to help homesteaders. And it's a shame that this department is not trying to get back this very important source, which is the MIS. The other issue that's going to have a tremendous impact on our community topside is the national park. The national park now is going to be beholden to just the federal government because some of the patients are not going to be there anymore. So this is a critical time for the department to figure out how more benefits can be for the homesteaders topside. And one of the most serious things that we're nervous about is what's going to happen to tourism, because there's like 2 saints down there already, and there's going to be a 3rd saint, and we have no voice topside as to how all of that traffic is going to impact us topside. So we need to have a stronger voice in the lands that belong to the department down at Kalaupapa. The final issue that I'd like to talk about is this issue that our senator left at you guys' doorstep, a couple $1 million to build a structure. And there was no community participation, no nothing. But now you guys are here trying to make a decision on something that she created. They built a building in a park that everybody's been using, the school, the community, everybody's been using. And now it's causing a lot of beefs going on right now in the community. So I'm here to urge all of you to vote on the side of the homesteaders, to realize that no matter what the senator did, it still should be in the hands of the homesteaders about what's going to happen in this building, or what's going to be the future of this building. Not what the senator wanted, which is to build a second building for other people. So I'm urging you guys to side with the homesteaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. Next testifier, Wilma Noelani Joy. You'd like to testify now or later? Everyone.
Aloha, welcome to Molokai. I'm woman Noelani Joy, BC of Lot 70, lease number 171. The original lease was signed by my grandparents. I am the successor to this point. It was signed in December 1925. It's a 99-year lease, therefore, it ends December 2024. I would like to know, I've applied for an extension. I'd like to know what the status of my application is. And you're gonna get it done before my lease run out, okay? And if you're gonna do an extension, another year extension, I would like written notice that this is going to be done as soon as possible so that I am not worrying about it forever. Mahalo.
Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner Helm?
No, I thank you for bringing that up. I think it's really important that we realize that not only you is in that situation, there's others that their lease will be expiring this year. So I just wanted to know from the staff point of view, what's the status on it? If we make sure that they can extend the lease. One.
We're working it, we're staggering it, they come up every year. Juan, can you go on speaker, please? Thank you, Commissioner Helm. Yeah, that project to extend the term started a few years ago. Commission approved the extension on Maui, the meeting in Kula. So the first homestead here that was awarded in 1923. So every year, as Anthony has indicated, we're working as those leases are due to expire. So we've already extended a number, and those that are expiring this year, we're working with those individuals on a monthly basis. I believe we will get your lease, if not next month, the following month.
In 2 months. Can I have a letter to that? Thank you. I'm sorry, I am a paper person.
I will personally send you a letter to confirm.
Okay, I would appreciate it. It's just that it's getting there. This is 2024. Sorry, I am concerned. And I thank you very much for your time. Any
Chair.
other questions for me?
Chair. Yes, can we have the department, I mean, we have, a lot of these folks are kapunas that are on these apartments. The anxiety is, I understand Auntie's anxiety. Can we get a letter out to all of them saying that we're working on it and we understand where your lease is at and when it's gonna be renewed? Just some kind of assurance that it's in the process. Pala Pala goes along. We'll definitely do that, Commissioner. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Next person, Charles Kahanui III. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Makaila Purdy, item D12. Later, okay, pretty soon though. Let me see, what else? Dickinson Stone on item G4. Dicky. Later, okay. Glenn Tevis on item C1.
Aloha mai kākou.
Hello.
This relates to C1. I think maybe some people would think it's a stretch, but I came here to address some of the problems with Laopua 4. The area in question is Hawaiian homelands in the Aupua of Kealakea and Kona. My daughter Hannah received a DHHL award for rental with option to buy over 2 years ago. My mom passed away 6 years ago at the age of 89 and was on the wait list for 35 years, and she assigned my daughter to take her place on the list. In order to qualify for a rental award, you need to earn 60% or less of the area median income for Hawaii County.
The agreement is to rent for 15 years with the option to buy at market rates. None of the rent payment goes toward the purchase. In other words, if your monthly rent is $1,500, for 15 years you would have spent $270,000, and none of this would go towards the purchase of this house. With a major shortage of housing, some Hawaiian families have quit their jobs just to qualify for a home. The rental's financial statements are requested annually. It is unclear what happens if you earn over 60% of the AMI, and this is a cause for concern. My daughter's response to this question is, no one really knows. Although financials are requested annually, in some years this has turned into twice a year because the company has not processed papers in a timely manner and the information is out of date, so they request a second set of financials. This model doesn't allow for upward mobility, earning as much as you can and saving for year 15 when these families are offered to purchase their rental and receive a lease for the land under their home. I strongly feel this is an experiment that has not been well thought out and that these Hawaiian families or renters are the guinea pigs for this experiment. It is my understanding that a feasibility study has not been completed on whether these families would be better off in 15 years to purchase the home and receive HHL lease for the land under their home. The median house price in Kona is $892,000. What will it be in 15 years from now? It will not go down, it will only go up. I realize this model came about from the last administration under the designation commercial properties that is supposed to be used for income generation. But somebody is earning income and it's not Hawaiian families and it's not Hawaiian owners. The development is owned by a mainland company while the land under the rental units is Hawaiian homes land leased to them. The developers in question are part of 3 nonprofit corporations, and each of these corporations have the same leadership, 3 brothers. One company, 1350, is the property management company. Another, Ikaiko Ohana, provides community services and support, and the third is Liu Companies. Okay. Another party to this agreement is the Hawaii Housing and Finance and Development Corporation, who actually signs the agreement with this mainland corporation and gives tax credits to the developer. I don't know if the commissioners have seen the contract since they're not party to this contract. It's interesting to note that at our last Molokai Commission meeting, Land Division Administrator Stuart Matsunaga asked me if I had a copy of the renter's contract. They didn't even have it. Also at the last commission meeting, I brought up concerns about this model to you, Connie. The relationship between the developer and the renter seems to be strained with a large turnover in personnel that further complicates the relationship. What is being told to one renter can change with a new worker. Checks for rent are not cashed in a timely manner, and since many are living hand to mouth, this has affected how they manage their money.
Glenn, excuse me.
Okay,
You and I
let's go
can-
to the questions.
No, let me, I'll sit and talk with you,
Okay.
rather than taking up the time, but I do want to limit you to three minutes
Okay.
like everybody else.
I just have 5 questions I want to ask you folks. and I'll
Well,
be
I can
done.
answer those questions, okay?
I want everybody to know these questions. What is DHH's role in the agreement on their land? What is DHHL's kuleana ensuring that a good model for Hawaiian families, this is a good model for, and that they will be able to afford their rental in 15 years? Have feasibility studies been completed to assure the homesteaders have the financial means to purchase under these conditions of occupancy? What are the Hawaiian families' relationship to the department? They're not lessees since the land under the house is not leased to them. So what are they? As a renter, are they beneficiaries? What is Hawaiian Homes' legal obligation to these Hawaiian families? Are these homesteads? Thank you.
Let me respond to some of your questions. With respect, we had a workshop recently where HHFTC, David Oy came over and explained that one of the things that was clarified was that as a tenant, when your income goes up, it doesn't disqualify you. So there's no displacement with your income. Should you get a better job, get more income. I also wanted to report that the legislature recently passed a bill in which we're going to separate the land from the financing package that's used with the LIHTC rent to own. in which the homesteader or a homestead lease will be issued upfront rather than waiting for the 15 years, which has been a real problem in the sense that should the person that's participating die within the 15-year period, there's no heir. You know, it's just kind of the way that the funding is set up. That has also changed. So now there will be a homestead lease issued upfront for the land, and the financing, which will stay in place, which still has to be complied with in order to access these subsidies, as well as you know, an opportunity for those that are otherwise would have been bypassed because of their income. They would probably not qualify for a mortgage because they just don't make enough income. So we've made changes to the program, but I think what you're raising is a very valid point regarding the lack of a full explanation to the participants and not a clear understanding of when they participate in certain things that you know, need to be considered and decided on before you participate in the program, which is a voluntary choice. But you and I can kind of sit and we'll talk more, and I'll have some staff help you to get specific answers to your situation, Glenn.
Well, what is happening now is they signed a lease agreement. Now, in May, they're gonna approve an agreement that they don't even have to sign. What
I'm
is
not
that?
sure. I gotta go take a look at
Well,
all
here it
that
is,
stuff.
here it is.
Okay, you can keep it.
So, you know, get all this kind of shenanigans going on that is really not clear. And the other thing they're doing now is they're telling the renters, okay, because they're not lessees, they're not, I don't know if even beneficiaries, they're telling them, do not have secret meetings without them. What is that?
Yeah, that type of issues you need to address.
Plenty issues, and nobody's on top of it. Okay, they have meetings with you folks, and there's no resolution whatsoever.
Okay, let me hear all the stuff you got to say. Glenn. We'll take a look at it. Thank you.
Mahalo, Glenn. Chair, you mentioned that the legislature has passed a bill to issue leases to these
the land,
tenants.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that. So, yeah, we'd like to see.
I understand it's passed.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. I'd like to see the details
Sure.
of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Glenn.
And Glenn, mahalo for your testimony. I agree with many of the concerns you continue to bring up. Hopefully this is a work in progress, and we can begin to address all of the concerns that are in front of us.
I spend a lot of time in the community. I'm going to be there in next week, okay? And there's a lot of uncertainty. The people don't know if they're coming or going, you know, and got problems. And somebody got to step in there and help them. I mean, even with this, we're going to provide legal counsel for them if they should automatically approve this lease. Okay.
We'll take a look at it. Thanks, Glenn.
Chair, could I just add one thing? I mean, I've requested before, but for the record, I'd like to request that the developer agreements and the management agreements be provided to the commission. We're sort of working in the fog. We don't know what the agreements say. And if there are problems with the agreements and there's misunderstanding, then the commission needs to look at it and see if we can get some corrections and move forward.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Kini?
Chair, I want to add, our enforcement team has been really doing a bang-up job in reaching out to associations for situations that, you know, that they can report. Can the folks at Laopua also use our enforcement team?
Okay.
So I just asked the enforcement team to send out that monthly email and include those folks there.
Any other comment? Okay, our next testifier, Patty Teruya. Patty, would you like to testify now or when the action item that you're interested in comes up for action? Your choice.
I did want to do now, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Proceed.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I can't get in. 1 second, I apologize. The whole video has stopped. Stop my video. Okay, all right, thank you so much. I apologize for the delay. Thank you. Aloha, aloha Maui, aloha commissioners and Molokai, excuse me. Um, My name is Patty Kahanamoku Teruya, lessee of Nanakuli, also one of the formal DHHL commissioner. I did want to open up and congratulate Sanoa and Walt on their appointment to the commission for DHHL. My testimony is on F1, and it will come up on your agenda is the approval of revocable permits program. I did want to bring up some concerns on this proposal, and I know that you had a PIG in discussing this and it will be presented. But part of this was on number 4 of your submittal, it's approving continue to concurrent to improve current practice. I do have concerns with that, commissioners, and please take a look at that. Right now we have ROEs, right of entries that are not in compliance. And if we're going to move to revocable permit, we need to take a look at now. We need to look at the right of entries that are not in compliance. I brought up in June 2023 the non-compliance of a right of entry in it's the Hawaii Paintball in Kalailoa. They have been there since 2018, and they have not been approved by the commission on their yearly authorization to be there, also in the DHHL annual report. So these are the concerns. We haven't heard anything about it on this particular right of entry candidates that are still there. The other is to improve our outreach to beneficiaries, organizations on properties that are available that they can apply. What is the application process? That has to also be really improved with the department. And also to have compliance is to do investigations on existing right of entries. There are a lot of concerns. And so, and I continue to bring this up, if we're going to move to another program, we need to make sure that the first existing program is working and is going to be working for beneficiaries. And lastly, with the revocable permits, is that are we going to allow the department are going to allow people to live on the revocable permit property? Currently, right now, right of entries all over in Kalailoa and the Waianae Coast, we have revocable, we have right of entry permits, and they have hold permits since 1989 or 2001, and people live on their ROE permits. And so, that has to be fixed. It's broken. It has to be fixed before we move on to a new program. And lastly, I just want to close. I don't want to hold so many of your time, but I just wanted to close that we need to remember that our first obligations is to provide, better life and future for all Hawaiians and our beneficiaries. So thank you for this opportunity. Have a blessed meeting. Aloha Molokai, and thank you, commissioners. Aloha.
Thank you, Patty. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Aloha, commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers, a Mananakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. Commissioners, I come to testify on Agenda C1 for the acceptance of the 2024-2025 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant, NHHBG Annual Housing Plan. I ask that you all vote no to the motion. At last month's Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting in Lahaina, Lehua submitted a draft of the NHHBG Annual Housing Plan 24-25 for commission review. I emailed Lehua on March 21 several questions and concerns about our presentation. Yesterday, April 21, a month later, at 6 p.m. in the evening, Lehua responded to my email and copied all of you. Lehua's email response provided details of NAHASDA transactions that came before the commission since Lehua assumed responsibility of NAHASDA on March 15, 2020, the start of the pandemic. Based on Lehua's email and the annual housing plan draft submitted last month and final plan for acceptance submitted this month as C1, which includes revisions, I will be submitting a request to the federal government via Claudine Allen that a full investigation be completed on the DHHL NAHASDA and NHHBG program from 2012 to present, most especially an investigation of NAHASA staff Lehua Kini Laukano and Cynthia Resentes, and DHHL chairmans Joby Masakatani, William Ayla, Ikaika Anderson, and Cully Watson. During the draft presentation last month in Lahaina of the NHHBG Annual Housing Plan 24-25, Lehua did not discuss or highlight for commissioners why the NHHBG budget was $50 million, but Chair Cully Watson was submitting only $21.3 million for the annual grant amount on page 4, the cover page. The fiscal year 24-25 grant is $28.7 million short of the budget. Where's the money coming from? Why didn't Lehua explain this shortfall to the commissioners and how the monies would be acquired? An investigation will reveal a pattern of past chairmen requesting for funds from the commissioners with a plan that was never implemented according to the goals and budget presented to the commissioners for approval. When I reviewed Lehua's oral presentation last month, she never brings to commissioners' attention 4 critical components for your consideration, especially to educate the new commissioners, Walter Kaneakua and Stanoi Marfel. These 4 critical components are Section 1, 5-year plan for 2023 to 2027, Section 2, housing needs, which includes the results of DHHL's 2020 beneficiary study, lessee report by SMS Research, which is used for justification of the goals and plan. Section 3, program descriptions and how 1.9 plan outputs for 12-month fiscal year shows 0 output for several goals. Section 5, budgets which include unspent monies from past approved goals and budgets. Section 5 budgets review that DHHL will have an estimated $49 million at the beginning of fiscal year 24-25. That's how the chairman is going to be able to redirect unspent funds from previous years to his new goals and priorities. Why were goals and budgets set in previous years but never fulfilled? Why is there a $49 million surplus that was
Jermaine.
never explained to commissioners by NAHASA staff, Lehua Kini
Thank
Laukano?
you.
I'm almost done.
Thank you,
I'll share with
Jermaine.
you one example of how monies didn't get spent after commission approval. In Lehua's email, she specified that at the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting in June of 2021, Lehua presented the commissioners a workshop on Hawaiian Homes Commission policy actions for the NAHASDA program. I reviewed the packet details of her presentation, and I also watched a video of the meeting. Commissioner Patty Kahanamoku-Teruya asked Lehua about the program policy
Thank
for
you, Jermaine.
potential
Thank you.
acquisition. This
Jermaine,
relates
thank you.
to acquisition,
Thank
Chair,
you.
and where
Thank you.
monies
Your
was.
time is up.
Okay,
Thank you.
mahalo.
Okay. Next testifier, Jojo Tanimoto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm not gonna turn on my camera because it kind of distracts what I'm thinking. So mahalo everybody, aloha. My name is Jojo Tanimoto and I live in Kauai Homestead. You know, I'm looking at everybody on the panel and I really appreciate looking at all the collaborative skills that this commission possesses. But mahalo for the opportunity to object to item F1. And that is the request to implement the new revocable permit program. And that is, I never got any communication to either clarify whether Kauai High is going to be a part of this or any address to any of what I testified last month. And so I feel like I have no choice but to come back. And I'd rather do it separately than my J agenda because I have other issues I want to do. And the last time I made a testimony on revenue, which is what these leases are supposed to make. It was an example. There was a lessee that wanted to open a strip bar that was located right across the street from the new Molokai subdivision that had children. And number 2 was this traffic and the parking situation. But There was no beneficiary consultation. There was no way that the community could say anything. And that's an example of what I see going on with this F item. And like Patty Teruya, we do have problems. No communication, compliance, and all of this stuff. So it seems to me that we need your attention to the problems in Kauai High. Number one, the general SC is a concrete company. When the wind blows like it was for the last 2 weeks, it fly across the highway. You cannot see the middle line. The other thing that you cannot see is the ROEs in our subdivision. I happen to have one behind my house. People use the road. It's a very steep incline. You lose your brakes, you end up in my backyard, right up against my kitchen window. And we had a meeting with Mr. DuPont from Waimea and Corley Kamara. We went up there, we spoke about the wildfire issues, but I brought that up and you can see, and they agreed. My house is right there. The boy with the skateboard went through my bushes that I had as my boundary line, but it was so steep. His board went up in the air, broke my kitchen window, and his okole went right through all my mock orange bushes. Yeah, right, laugh, funny, yeah, but you just see these people, you know, I mean, you lose your brakes, it's gonna be my insurance. You know, nobody comes to check on that kind of stuff. And like the matrix that was given with this presentation last month, there's nothing about the staff going up to inspect what's going on. There's nothing that says anything that they even address the issues. And that's the biggest problem we have is communication. So they just avoid it. And then the commission is allowed to make a decision decided by whoever's going to give these leases. And so the last time it was for nine leases. It did not include Kauai High, but I have a hunch it's going to continue into Kauai High without any beneficiary consultation. It does say it's going to have some. I forget which ones exactly, but there are a couple that does not include beneficiary consultation. Those are the ones that I have a problem with. And the right of entry being one of them, of course, because we have all the flooding, the erosion, the watershed. We even got involved with the community and we're trying to get the other organizations because they have the same problems. We've had meetings with the Water Commission and all of those guys. So we're trying to work from our end, but it's the department and the commissioners that are avoiding us. And I'd like your help by rescheduling this and providing the community to at least have a say in what is impacting
Hey,
us.
Jojo, can you wrap it up? Your time is up.
Thank you, I will. And well, in fact, that I'll just leave it at that. We'll wait for your consideration and somebody communicate with us, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jojo. Makai.
Okay, Auntie, thank you for your testimony. I know I was on the email thread with you and staff the last week or so, or 2 weeks. I know there's a lot of ongoing problems there. If I remember correctly, the email stated from staff that they're going to reach out to you or vice versa to try to take steps in the right direction to fix some of these problems. Did you get all those emails? Okay. You know what, I'll circle back with staff and get with Auntie Jojo when the meeting is done. But staff has emailed her and we are working together to fix the problems.
Okay, last call for public testimony on the agendized items. Let me also correct my prior statement regarding the land trust bill that separates tax credits from the land. That was passed out of the Senate Conference Committee and it was passed out. So we anticipate the full legislative body approving it and then going to the governor for signature. Okay, what's the next? Okay, consent agenda. Juan?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator. And consent agenda, Homestead Services has 8 items for your consideration. D2 is the approval of consent to mortgages. D3, ratification of loan approvals. D4, approval of homestead application transfers and cancellations. D5, approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of March 2024. D6 is the approval of commission designation of successors to application rights. D7, approval of assignment of leasehold interests. D8, approval of amendments of leasehold interests. And finally, D9, approval of issuance of non-exclusive license for rooftop PV systems.
Any questions on any of the items listed? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve. Second. Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Moving on to D10. D10 is a request for relocation, and Homestead Services Division is asking for your approval for the relocation of Jesse Leilani Wallace from Lot 25, Kapa'akea, Molokai, to any available residential lot here on Molokai for a period not to exceed April 30th, 2027, unless further extended with the approval of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. I believe Auntie Wallace is in the audience this morning. Well, she was scheduled to be.
Sure. One, so set up to 2027.
Yes, so as inventories come to the department, it'll be offered to those on the relocation list, including Auntie Wallace, and she'll have until 2027 to accept one of those available inventory.
So how soon will awards be, making lots be available for someone like Auntie Leilani?
We have a couple of vacant lot or homestead lots available. We will, again, I'm not sure whether or not there's a relocatee before her, and if there is, we'll offer that individual any available lots. When she's up for selection, we will offer whatever lots are available at that time, and she'll decide as we offer her lot, she'll need to make a decision whether she wants to relocate to that lot, and then we will amend her lease in accordance with the lot that she selected. So we'll have to re-describe her lot for her homestead lease.
So one, so that means that she has to give up her current lot in Kapa'akea?
That is correct. That's part of the relocation.
Here's your cup.
Good morning, Andy.
Oh, better late than never. Juan, I don't know if that mic is working. Oh, it is. Okay, great.
You gotta speak right up to the mic.
Okay.
So they hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Molokai. My name is Jesse Leilani Pe'elua Wallace. I'm here to testify to update on my request last year that I had submitted a letter to Juan to take back with him to Honolulu about the relocation from Kapa'akea to Kalamba'ula Mauka. I chose to go to Kalamba'ula Mauka. only because Kapake is gonna be, everybody in our community is gonna be relocated. What day, what year, what month, we don't know, but we were told that we're all gonna be relocated because our community is a flood zone. We didn't ask to go into Kapakia, we were put into Kapakia. So as the years went by, then they finally said that Kapakia is a flood zone. And when the king tide comes out, it goes into the yard, the backyard of the homesteaders on the ocean front. So I don't want to wait, like what would happen to Lahaina, got burned. What if this water come right over into Kapake and take us? What would happen? So I decided that I wanted to start now, chose to be, and to ask if I could be relocated. So, and I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I might be going to La La Land. So instead of wait to go La La Land, start planning now. So my successor will be fine and don't have to do any paperwork. So that's my plan and my choice. With your help, and Mr. Watson, please help us. Please help our community, Kapakea. We need help. And we're not getting any report about the waterfront from Nancy Pearson. We had asked her many times to come forward to talk to us and explain to us. We didn't get any answer from her. So with your blessings, I hope and pray that I can be relocated. And my choice was to go to Kalabaula, Molokai. I was born and raised in Kalabaula, and I want to come home back to Kalabaula. So I thank you all for listening to my request. So you're doing good with my paperwork? Yes. Okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much, you all, and have a happy, blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just so you know, we are taking action to grant your request. Just so you, sorry. Oh, or Zach, maybe you can let her know.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know that we are taking action to grant your request, okay, for your relocation approval.
Okay. Anybody else before I dismiss?
No, that's it.
Chair.
Oh, okay.
It's all okay.
Chair, Chair, I just have a question for the department. Once the lot is given up, once Auntie gets relocated, we're not reissuing those lots, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question, Commissioner.
Well, let me give you a suggestion. They're gonna be underwater. I don't think we should be reissuing those lots.
I agree with you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Auntie.
Thank you. Oh, we got to, okay. Okay, there's, Chair will entertain a motion to take action on this item. Zach? So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried.
Moving on to D11. D11 is the approval of a request by lessee Lucretia Lindsay to subdivide Department of Hawaiian Homelands pastoral lease number 2686, lot number 2 in Niue, Hawaii, consisting of 301.423 acres, further identified as TMK 46012-002 into 3 lots, proposed lot 2A, 2B, and 2C, subject to conditions that you have before you. I want to highlight condition number 7, which requires the lessee to comply with Chapter 343 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, which requires that an environmental assessment be done. Because this case involves the subdivision of a complex subdivision, which basically means that out of the one lot, the 301 acres, there'll be 3 lots, which again, she intends to transfer 2 lots to her sons, 2 sons, and a 3rd lot to her nephew. We've had, again, precedent setting several years ago where the commission did consider an exemption of this requirement.
I'm sorry, okay, you had a question or comment on the prior action item, or?
No, this current item D11, whenever time provides. Just real quick, I am in favor of what Juan is proposing here. A little bit of background on this particular ohana. Auntie Lucretia is getting older in age. The three other individuals that she's subdividing this lease to, they're all beneficiaries. They're all 50%. So this is also reducing the wait list, and it gives them the opportunity to raise their families on this piece of land, which is being, definitely being worked. They run cattle, they have chickens, they have all kinds of animals, fruit trees that they use this land for. So I would first like to thank the staff as well as Jim DuPont for going through this process and making this possible for our beneficiaries, especially Juan. Thank you, brother, for everything. And I'm in support of making this adjustment.
Any testimony from the witnesses?
I'm sorry?
Any testimony from witnesses?
No, I don't believe the lessee is online, but I was hoping Jim was available if there was any additional questions.
I don't think so.
Chair, I have a question. You referred to item 7, but in the final comments on page 3, it says due to financial burden, the homesteaders would not endure department staff recommendation number 7 of the above. What does that mean?
Well, we're basically suggesting or making the recommendation then that requires her to do the environmental assessment, that this commission consider exempting this lessee from going through the 343 process.
Oh, okay, thank you, because 7 doesn't say that, at least the way I read it. It says they must comply. So
They must comply currently, that is a requirement. But we're asked, HSD is making the recommendation, similar action by the commission several years ago, exempting this lessee as the commission exempted a previous action to exempt.
Yes, and I understand your explanation, but it's not in the document.
Yeah, why don't we amend it to?
Did I miss it?
Do the exemption.
Yes, we're making it as a motion because staff is obligated to.
But I don't see it in here that says you're exempting it. Can you point me to that?
You're correct. We're not.
So that's all I'm saying. If we're gonna exempt it, it should be in the document. I don't have
Why
a
don't
problem
we do that?
exempting it,
Amend the
but
motion, exempt that.
what do you do here?
Should I request the commission to make the amended motion?
Yeah, you can do that.
I mean, if the commission would like to amend the motion to delete.
Yes, please, because what you have it in, you have it under discussion. And it really
Yes.
should be under what the proposal is.
Yes.
Right.
So if you could amend that, please.
Okay. You want to make?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Evans, for bringing that up. That's a great point. I'd like to make a motion to amend this. Just a little bit of background too, and Juan, correct me if I'm wrong. When you subdivide a lease, when you subdivide a lot, if you go from 1 lot to 2 lots, you don't need any kind of environmental procedures, right? But because in this situation, you're going from 1 lot to 3 lots, from 1 lot to 3 lots, it kicks off that environmental, the EPAs and those kind of environmental impact statements, those kind of things, right?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yeah. So I think start having this precedence moving forward a lot of these bigger lots, especially, in that area we're talking about, as the older generation gets, gets older because of pass on, they're going to probably want to do similar things like this. And I think this is a good precedence moving forward for beneficiaries. So I would like to make a motion to remove, I don't the exact language, but to remove this particular component, number 7, and to amend it. I'm sorry.
Chair, so if I could amend the motion.
Well, I think he's making a motion. You want to second it?
Yes, well, no, I think the motion.
Or articulate the motion.
Yeah, the articulate motion, please. So the motion should be that we're exempting the requirement under number 7.
Right.
To have to do a 343 compliance with chapter 343.
Okay.
If we exempt, we're basically saying that we are exempting them from required to do chapter 343.
That's correct.
That's the new motion.
In essence, it's removing paragraph number 7 from the condition of this commission's approval.
Okay, so that would be a second. It's been moved and seconded to amend, so deleting the requirement for 343 because we're involving 3 parcels. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners. I apologize for the confusion. Again, mahalo.
Thank you. The chair.
Thanks, Juan.
Okay, and let's make take the action on the amended motion.
Yeah.
Is there a motion, assuming Mackay, and then with a second from Dennis? I'm assuming, but why don't you guys say that?
Yeah.
Mackay, you're making the motion. Move forward on the amended motion. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
So,
Comments?
Chair, I have 3 items I'd like to discuss with the department. Is this the appropriate time to do it, or you want to defer it to later?
Whatever you want to do, guys.
Okay, so one, I have a question about applications, successorship application. We've had this discussion. It seems like on a successorship application, if the applicant provides a successor, and provides a successor, there's no requirement, under the current rules, as to the amount of time they have to turn that information in. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner. And based on our previous discussions with regards to this matter, HSD will be coming before you, the commission, next month to provide a workshop on that specific item with regards to, again, successorship of applications.
Okay, because that's really important. So what we have is we currently have several successorships applications that are in limbo because we don't require them to turn in their genealogy, because under a lease agreement we give them X amount of days. So that needs to be cleared up. So my question is currently, if the proposed successor doesn't turn in their information, can another family member turn in the information to clarify whether they have quantum or not?
And it's our hope that through the discussion workshop next month, hopefully that'll lead into, again, recommendations by this body to proceed with necessary amendments of the administrative rules to address that issue.
Okay. The second thing I want to talk about is caretaker. There seems to be some question in my mind from our discussion on what a caretaker is and what the responsibilities are caretaking a property, and also the length of time a caretaker can be on a property. Can you clarify that for us?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think you're alluding to the administrative rules 10.2.16, I believe it's item number 7, that delegates to the chairman the approval of leave of absences. That topic of leave of absence, unfortunately, that's the only section in the administrative rules that mention leave of absence.
the rules does not contain any definition with regards to caretaker. However, as far as to my knowledge, when a leave of absence is approved by the chairman, the lessee remains to be obligated to the terms of conditions of the lease. The caretaker is basically the appointed individual appointed by the lessee to care for the property, upkeep and maintain. And if there's any emergency, that caretaker is the contact for the department to take care of whatever emergencies need to be addressed. But again, I just want to highlight that the lessee remains responsibility for all terms and conditions of the lease, including any financial obligations, any outstanding loans, real property taxes, any insurance that's necessary, the lease rent.
So my concern is that you have a caretaker that only responsibility is to take care of the property, whether it be farm lot, residential lot, or whatever, but there's no responsibility as to the lease conditions. So we could have, and we have an issue in Anahola we've discussed, where somebody's got a farm lot, you got everybody living on tents. They've invited everybody in. So it's an eyesore for the community. So I'm hoping that in this our next commission meeting that we have a discussion about the caretaker as well, and provide at least a list of requirements for that caretaker if they should take over the land for the incarceration period or whatever the thing is, because we understand that. Then there's a problem with the length of time. Somebody's incarcerated for years. How long do we have a caretaker on it?
Well, to my knowledge, Commissioner, there has not been any approval by this chairman or previous chairmans of the department where there was approval on the basis of incarceration. Typically, the approvals for leave of absence has been medical reasons, military deployment, employment, but none that I recall the department through the chairman approving any absence due to incarceration.
If we could have that on the docket for next month, I think it's important that we have that discussion.
We'll try to get that on the agenda for next month, Commissioner.
Sounds like the making of a PIG.
No, we don't need no more PIGs. I'm oinked out on PIGs already. Now, this should be something that we should discuss because it's really important.
No, I agree.
We have a caretaker that just is sitting on the land, no financial responsibility, invites anybody in, we're gonna have problems.
Well, again, the lessee remains, if there's any alleged illegal activities, we can pursue that. The lessee will still remain responsible.
Yeah, but that doesn't fix the problem, Lon. If the lessee is in India for 6 months and we have problems in Anahola, you gotta call a lessee in India and say, hey, you gotta get back here and fix the problems? I don't think that works. We need to have specific rules for the caretaker. If the caretaker aren't following those rules, then we take the property back. It's a problem, okay?
So, Juan, it appears to me that there's no need to create rules if, in fact, we've never approved the situation being described for people who are incarcerated, right? It feels like we're in a situation where we can take an action. And the reason I bring this up is because what Commissioner Neves is alluding to is an alleged caretaker occupying Hawaiian homelands, bringing in people that are alleged to be engaged in drug activity. I just think when we have enough evidence to move forward, we should use what we have and take an action.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree. If the individual is incarcerated, and again, I don't know how long this person is incarcerated, the lease conditions obligate him or her to occupy and or use the property as issued. whether it's residential, ag, or pastoral. It has to be used as it's intended. And if it's not done, then it's a lease violation. The department, through the commission, has the authority to move forward with due process. And that's the contested case hearing.
Okay, thank you.
I have just one more item.
Sure.
And my.
Is that the third one or the fourth one?
This would be a third. I could add more. We just don't have time. But this really pertains to all islands, okay? So the other question I have, or concern I have, is selling your property as is. I understand the department's position is you can't sell your property as is. Is that correct?
You can sell your property as is. If the home is in disrepair, it's up to the buyer to make that decision to purchase it as is. Again, there's an improvement on the property, regardless of the condition. Financials will depend on the appraised value of that improvement. Again, however, a vacant lot, a lessee is prohibited. Yeah, a lessee is prohibited per the rules from selling a vacant lot when there's no vertical improvement.
Well, there's no improvements, right? If it's fenced, then that's considered.
That's considered.
So I guess there may be some confusion because we have a person that has a home that's trying to sell it and has been told that they can't sell it because it needs improvements.
Yeah.
So I'd like to is there administrative rules to this? Do you have some policies to this that maybe all the districts are following?
As you recall, there was a PIG to address that issue of selling properties.
No, that had nothing to do with selling property as is. That had to do with multiple selling property for profit.
Right, but again, a lessee has the authority to transfer a lease. If there's an improvement on there, that individual can request for consideration, purchase price.
Because this has happened twice, and it's a problem, because people have told, no, you've got to put in an improvement before you sell it. And then when they finally say, fine, I'll give it back to Hawaiian Homes sells it without the improvement. That's a problem. Can we add that to the list, please? Because that needs to be straightened out.
I'll get specifics from you later, just exactly what you're looking for, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next item, D12.
Thank you, Commissioners.
D12. Yeah, one more ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, that very important one here. Oh, you got me all excited, I was ready to. Okay, D12. D12 is the consolidation and re-subdivision of TMKs 52007-031 and DHHL unencumbered lots 52007-079 and 52007-088. Homestead Services is requesting your approval to have the survey cost increase from what was initially authorized back in June of 2021 at $25,000. We're requesting an increase to $46,400. We're also asking to approve the reduction of proposed lot number 4 from 37 acres, approximately 37 acres to approximately 22. And then to approve the elimination of what was previously proposed as a 3-acre subsistence ag. With this approval, we're asking, again, I've spoken to Mr. Purdy, that proposed 3-acre parcel will not be available with the conditions that we've agreed upon. So back in 2021, if I may, Commission, or you guys need to make a motion before we go into discussion.
Yeah, is there a motion? Is there a second? Second. Okay, discussion.
Yeah, so back in 2021, this commission approved the consolidation of Mr. Purdy's 5-acre lot along with 2 parcels totaling 35 acres immediately behind Mr. Purdy's lot. This commission approved at that time a consolidation and re-subdivision of those parcels, which would have provided Mr. Purdy with 35 or 37 acres. And we would have, the department would have created or carved out a 3-acre parcel out of that 35 acres in the back. Because of the topography of the parcel, that 3-acre parcel that would have been at the very rear of the lot isn't accessible because of an existing gulch. I did have a discussion with Mr. Purdy and his daughter Kalia if they would be willing to carve out of that 17 acres that they currently have under a ROE, if they were willing to carve out that 3-acre parcel for that subsistence ag. It was my understanding that Mr. Purdy, and he can testify on his own, hopefully I'm articulating it accurately, that they've already put in X number of dollars that they've invested in that 17 acres, that it would not be fair for them to carve out that 3-acre parcel that was initially intended. Mr. Purdy is one of the successful farmers here on Molokai. He cultivates a bunch of different variety of crops. One of the things that he's known for is his macadamia nut production. Mr. Purdy and Kalia have indicated to me that, in addition to the farming operation, they've provided their manao, their knowledge, their expertise, not only with other homesteaders, but the youth of Molokai. And it is their hope to retain those young, enthusiastic children or keikis, rather than having them spread their wings away from Molokai. It is their hope that these individuals would remain here on Molokai and make their Ohana's homestead lot productive and grow crops for not only the island of Molokai, but hopefully for Hawaii.
Why don't we let them testify? Judy. Or whoever.
Well, we're here today, and I heard the department's last proposal was to subdivide at least 17 acres out of the 35. So instead of me acquiring the original land that was all intact, 17 acres was doable, at least something that I could utilize. I have been utilizing it since 1982. I am 100% Hawaiian homesteader, meaning I don't only live there, but I farm there, and that's my total income is coming from the land. And I only have 5 acres of land, and the original 40-acre tract is in the back of me, the same lot that I live on. That was the original 40-acre lot. Because there was I had a landlocked situation where nobody else could acquire the 35 acres. I was requesting additional land from the 5 acres to add more macadamia and quite a bit of other fruit trees. I requested this when I was 40 years old. Okay, 40 years old, I requested this additional land. Today, I'm 73 years old. So I hope that commissioners will see, will have in their heart to approve this agenda that we have right now, and I would be very, very appreciative for the timeline that it took. Today we're here, so I'm glad that we reached this point. I was naive when I was 40 years old to assume that requesting additional agricultural land would take me a long time. And I thought it would take 1 year or 2 years. It's been 33 years. So I really hope that this commissioners would see the picture that we've been trying to, we've been doing it, whether we had it under our name, we had a revocable lease on it, we still do. So we're still able to farm, but I needed to pass this homestead down to my daughter and then my granddaughter. So we have 5 generations from Ho'olihua, and we're still there and we're still farming. So I hope the commissioners will see necessary to vote positive and be able to acquire this in a timely manner. And hopefully it's not another 30 years.
Commissioner Hell?
33 years is a long time to the,
Long time.
so, you know, I hope this is going to be a historical day for you and your ohana, because you waited too long, and it should be the responsibility of the department to take care of this kuleana. So, you know, I appreciate that you are still fighting. Some people would give up, but knowing you, the ohana, you're out there to take care of your kuleana, which is your family, but most of all, your profession, which is farming. So I hope that the rest of the commissioners would go along with me and support this proposal. Mahalo.
Sure.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, Mr. Purdy, it's quite interesting that you can read a rule and it says, oh, if you want extra land, just apply. They didn't tell you it took 33 years.
I born and raised here, Ho'olihua, so I had no place. I was wanting to go. This is my home.
I understand.
I wouldn't die here, but I wanted to have land to pass down to my ohana,
Yeah.
because we created a very successful farm operation.
Totally
And
understand.
all we would need would be expansion.
Yeah.
And over all the years that we went to the department, it was always a cost for me to acquire macadamia nuts from the Big Island, because the way we do it is totally different from the industry.
Right.
So what I needed was more land to grow more macadamia nuts. I have total of 300 trees on about 7 acres of land. And so this would be appropriate to me to acquire this land so we can do even more.
You know, my first meeting here, when I first started the commission back in 2019, I was surprised that it wasn't done. I'm still surprised it isn't done, but hopefully today it will be done.
Hopefully today would be the day.
Today's the day. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Namuo, Commissioner Namuo.
Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr.
Yep.
Chair.
We can hear you. Go ahead, Commissioner Namuo.
Yes, Mr. Purdy, Celia, I am very so pleased that this will be resolved. You are a family that I just met your mom at a meeting on Maui recently. We had a wonderful meeting, and I know that you have been helping Maui families for so many years. And I remember when I first started as a commissioner, and this was a big, big issue. And I am very, very pleased that it has finally been resolved in favor of your family. Send my love to your mom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would you like to say anything?
I just wanted to add mahalo, special mahalo to Juan
and Uncle Zach for, you know, being there with us throughout all these years that we've been going through this. And basically when they stepped in, that is when we saw movement too and progress. You know, we were there on the Big Island together when I was just starting college, you know, for this same request. And here we are. My daughter's not 33, so she was born after the fact that this request was made. And I just smiled at Leah because Leah is my classmate, and I came back and I want to be home too. And I'm an educator, and this is one of the things that I promote to our kids, because in high school, the only pathway to success was go out to college and find a good paying job, which meant, for the most part, not coming back home to Molokai. And I almost did that. I almost got stuck on the Big Island. Reality is, we have a blessing that Prince Kuhio left us. And we need to instill this into our children, that the land itself and doing something on that land is exactly what Kuhio wanted. And we're doing it, but we're also wanting the next generation. This is the pathway. It doesn't have to be to get off this island. And a year ago, I started the Homestead Agriculture Youth Council. It was supposed to just go for a year, according to the grant that we got. But we're continuing that because our kids want to. They want to. I said, what you guys want to do? No more funds, but we can keep going if you guys want to. And they wanted to keep going. So we're doing it just because we don't have funds. We're just running it because the kids have the passion to do this. And we have about 25 plus kids in this youth council, all homesteaders. Majority Ho'olekua, but we have Kalamu'ula as well. And we're trying to make sure we reach every homestead area on this island. That makes up about 15 homestead ohana that we have that's part of this Homestead Agriculture Youth Council. Everybody contributing to their skill and trying to teach these kids as well. So this is what the legacy is that we're trying to promote and carry as well. And just wanted to mahalo Juan, Zach, and all of you, the commissioners, for every year having to listen to us. Mahalo nui. I do hope this is a successful day for us, that we, you know, again, just to reiterate and clarify, the last one in 2021, it was a 35 acres carving out 3. We're accepting a happy medium of 17 without carving out the 3. So that is the difference there. There is a difference. And it's not about not carving out the 3 because we don't want to. We're taking a huge cut too, because that is the land that we're already farming on. So I just wanted to also make that clarification in there. Mahalo.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Chair and commissioners, if you haven't visited the farm, it is definitely an educational place. It's characteristic of this island and the community. So I would encourage you to continue, Mr. Purdy, and your family to follow. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd have to echo all the comments made regarding how impressive, you know, what you folks have done over the years. And you know, for me personally, when I heard how you're working with the kids and trying to get them to stay on the island, that really made me feel that this is the appropriate thing to do. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. The next item on the agenda, C1.
Aloha Chair, members of the Commission, Le'ua Kinilau Kano, Naha's the Government Relations Program Manager. Before you today, the motion is for the Hawaiian Homes Commission to accept the 2024-2025 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant Annual Housing Plan.
Okay, we're gonna have testimony on this, but why don't we first make the motion, and then we'll have discussion as well as accept testimony. Is there a motion for it? So move. Is there a second? Second. Okay, we're gonna have discussion. Maybe we should start with commissioner comments. Any comments?
If it's okay, I just wanted to explain. So
Okay, go ahead.
the submittal last month was a draft. I had the form that HUD provided to me as of that date, March 18th. The submittal was due the week before. HUD has since updated the form. So the housing plan as you see it is the new updated form. I wanted to explain that first. Since the updated form and providing that information to HUD, there were a couple of things that was brought to my attention by Claudine. The new updated form just separates out low-income households, which is what NAHASDA serves, households whose income is at or below 80% area median income. There is an opportunity for us to assist families between 80 to 100% of area median income, as long as it doesn't exceed 10% of the total budget. So the total budget is $50 million. As long as we don't exceed $5 million, we should be able to assist families between 80 to 100%, as long as it's in our housing plan, and we've identified that in the housing plan. And so I was completing that, and then HUD informed me that I needed to separate out the amount of assistance and the type of assistance for the non-low-income families. So I did provide a supplemental submittal for your review. It supplements what was already in the original submittal. I know I gave copies to Leah for all of you. Essentially, there's 3 areas that we're proposing to assist families between 80 to 100% area median income. The first area was really in response to Commissioner Wool. I was asked to attend by the Shaw to attend their Maui Molokai Oahu meeting on Thursday evening, and Commissioner Wool asked, specifically in the discussion when we were talking about Pu'uhona, is there an opportunity to do interest rate buy down for families who are, first he was asking income eligible. I explained that for NAHASDA, because our financing is so advantageous, it's very unlikely someone's gonna finance outside of NAHASDA because our interest rates are 1%. But there are those between 80 to 100% who may need help with down payment or may need help with maybe buying down the interest rate to keep it affordable for families. And so one of the changes in the housing plan is to allow for NAHASDA to be used for that purpose between the 80 to 100%. And the budget we've allocated for that, again, we can estimate low, it can go higher, it's the floor, not the ceiling. So we estimated $200,000 for that. The next item that we're anticipating using for non-low-income families for presidentially declared disasters, for which the Maui wildfires is a presidentially declared disaster. We can assist families between 80 to 120% of AMI if it's for homeownership type activities that they were affected by the Maui wildfires. We already have a contract for CNHA, and that information is already in the contract. And so this housing plan just clarifies that, yes, we can use it for non-low income for anyone who was a homeowner that was affected by the Maui wildfire that is our beneficiary subject to the HUD requirements. The third area that we identified for non-low income housing, again, non-low income household use is for housing counseling. Again, those between 80 to 100% AMI, if they're gonna access NAHASDA funds, anyone who utilizes NAHASDA funds must complete housing counseling. So we wanna make sure that they can access those services, and also possibly even extend it to anyone who's between 80 to 100% AMI. If we go over 100% AMI, then we do have to get HUD approval. So for purposes of this housing plan, we just stuck to between the 80 to the 100% AMI for those 3 areas. So your supplemental handout lays out each of those 3 areas and then shows the budget. The budget went up by $305,000 in order to accommodate that additional assistance through Mahasta. So that was the main difference between what you had received originally and then the supplement that you folks received today.
Okay, thank you, Leo. We're gonna start with public testimony before we do the commissioner questions. The first person, Blossom Fatera.
I was reminded this morning to speak into the mic, so mahalo, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is Blossom Pitera. I'm here as the advocacy director for Pupono Kaleo Ka'aina. And I'm here to submit testimony in opposition to the current Nahasa plan before you. There's been a lot of action going on around Hawaii in terms of Hawaiian homestead homelands, but I wanted to give you guys a very brief background about Nahas and what we learned. So in 1996, when the discussion in Congress was surrounding the opportunity to include Hawaiian homes in the Nahasa legislation, the battle began. There was several agencies in Hawaii that were opposed to establishing a section of Nahasa for funding for Native Hawaiians. Robin Danner, who was then just coming into Hawaii, brought her skill sets to the table and began to negotiate with the various Indian tribes. And in 2000 was able to successfully amend the Nahasa to include Title VIII, with the support of the Indian tribes. In 2000, when it finally came to Hawaii, beneficiaries in Hawaii began the arduous task of learning about Nahasa and how we could serve our people in many different ways. And we worked very, very diligently with the department to create the Nahasa program that would allow for beneficiaries to become homeowners at a rate that they could afford, as well as providing with programmatic assistance and wraparound services. Today, I'm looking at a plan that, and in particular, items AHP 9, 3, and 8, that talks about property acquisition, developer financing, homeowner assistance, and mortgage assistance for Native Hawaiians. You have a total of about $31 million for property acquisition and developer financing, $2,300,000 for homeowner financing and homeownership assistance. That doesn't fly, I'm sorry. What we've got is a trust asset that is over 203,000 acres of land and a strategic plan with 21 projects on the books. Why are we spending $25 million of Nahasa money to acquire more property? That money can be better used by finding a lending assistance, as Lehua said earlier, in the homeownership opportunities and financing, okay? At $100,000 subsidy, that's 381 beneficiaries we get to get off the wait list. Versus acquiring property that may not be developed in our lifetime, given the current status of Hawaiian homes. And so I would ask the commission, if not to deny the action, is to amend this packet so that we can truly see benefits going directly to beneficiaries on the wait list. The other thing that I wanted to just put forth is, Lehua does a really good job in trying to figure out ways that we can help our people, both on and off the list. We have rental vouchers available, we have counseling services available, but without that proper backstory or the background of development, all of that may go to waste. And so I would ask all of you to consider, again, removing the property acquisition amount and invest in our beneficiaries. We currently have several projects. 2 of them are on Molokai, Naiva, and Ho'olehua. We have Anahola coming up. We have Hanapepe coming up. We have Honomu on Hawaii Island, as well as Panaewa, and Pu'uhana on Maui. All of them are beneficiary-based. These are all homeownership projects. Can we define for our different islands and the beneficiary base who can qualify for NAHASDA and get a subsidy to buy down those purchase prices. Thank you.
Chair, I have questions. Blossom, mahalo for your testimony today. Lehua, also mahalo for your consideration as a result of what we spoke about at Mokopuni. So just a clarifying questions. Can you tell me again which items are currently on this proposal that addresses the concerns brought up? Because when we talked about creating alternatives using NAHASDA, there were two items that came up. There was interest rate reduction and using the money to reduce the mortgage loan amount with down payment assistance. So which of these items are intended to address that?
So it's AHP 3 homeowner financing. And so how we use NAHASDA currently is that for families that are 80% and below, NAHASDA finances the home. So if it's a construction, if it's with Habitat, it's a 0% interest loan. If it's an outside contractor, then it's a 1% loan. There's no fees, as long as it's up to appraised value. That's how we're currently utilizing NAHASDA. We received guidance from HUD that if we use NAHASDA for down payment assistance, and at the time it was mostly vacant lot construction, it would trigger Davis-Bacon, which would then increase the cost of the build, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of using NAHASDA as down payment assistance. Now we're moving towards turnkey developments like Ku'uhona. And then you raised that issue that given the dynamic is changing, can we make adjustments? And so in that homeowner financing, what I did stipulate is for families between over 80, less than 100%, we can either do down payment and or interest rate buy down up to a certain amount. My intention is to bring an item to the commission next month to talk about those issues, but I need it in the housing plan in order to implement going forward. So that's why I'm hopeful that this commission will at minimum support that item, because I think it does give us some flexibility that we haven't done previously. So thank you for asking about it.
Yeah, thank you. Because, how I arrived at that, I was sitting with a lender a week and a half ago, running the numbers, the $100,000 as a proposed scenario. The monthly reduction was significant, I think around $600 on a $500,000 loan. I mean, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but just trying to pull it off the top of my head. But what I also learned was for far less, roughly $30,000, you pay down the interest rate and you come up with almost the same outcome. The reduction is not quite as big as a $100,000 down payment, but it's relatively close. And the advantage to that is you can make your dollars go much further to help beneficiaries, and that does address the 80% and below AMI. And what it does is it gets beneficiaries a lease like soon, much sooner than going with rent with option to purchase. So thank you for that consideration. And then Blossom, what your amendment, your request for us to consider an amendment, that's on item 11, just to reiterate, property acquisition. Okay, thank you.
So if I could, Mr. Chair, clarify a little bit. So when we talk about interest rate reduction, what we are talking about is not just lowering the monthly payment, but you have the opportunity to increase their buying power, right? And so for those that won't qualify for that house loan because they're income constricted, having the opportunity not just to do the down payment and the closing costs, but that interest rate reduction is key to preserving or increasing their buying power for the same amount of monthly payment. So there's it's not just about saving money, it's about giving them a better chance to achieve homeownership. with that. And it's a trick that the lenders have been using for years to be able to help people get into the homes that they need to at a rate that they can afford. So interest rate reduction is a key tool to help our families that are below the 80% AMI achieve homeownership.
Yeah, a good point. Also, one of our developers are applying for a grant to do just what we are talking about here today for Pu'uhona. So yeah, so I just totally support exploring these alternatives. So thank you.
Yeah, and that's why I'm thinking that, property acquisition versus immediate benefit to the beneficiaries in the homeownership process, it just makes sense. With all of the issues and challenges that our people have faced over the years in acquiring a homestead lease, $25 million can go to serve 250 beneficiaries right off the top, right? And so I'm asking for the commission to take that into consideration versus, long-term investment or immediate payout for the beneficiaries.
So Blossom, you're talking about reducing the wait list. So what kind of numbers are you looking at with that 25?
Well, at $100,000 subsidy grant, that's 250 people off the wait list. And like I said, you have projects that are in the works right now. You have Naiva, you have Ho'olehua, you've got Hanapepe, you have Anahola, you've got Panaeva, you have Honomo, right? And then you have Pu'uhana on Maui with projects that are coming in the future. But just those projects alone, if we could go in and do a financial assessment to determine who qualifies for NAHASTA, we can do the work, but if the funds are not available when they're available, they're not going to be able to receive it. And so what I'm saying is that rather than invest money into property when we already have 200,000 acres of land in our inventory, how about we utilize it to actually serve the beneficiaries in a more direct fashion?
So Blossom, because you've been in the finance world, you know this stuff better than I do. But when we talk about, you're talking about 310 families as a result, a hypothetical, as a result of having $31 million, $100,000 for down payment can serve 310 families. But when we take it to another model, using $30,000 to pay down interest rates, we triple the amount of beneficiaries we can touch, right? So, I mean, when you triple 310, that's significant.
Yeah.
So, no, I agree. So, the Kuhio legacy is about returning people to Aina. The 2020 survey is what they are asking us to do. And therefore, I do share your concerns. So, thank you.
Just have a question. Thanks so much for your help, Lehu. I know it's a thankless job. The NAHASDA funding, can you give us an idea? Is it perishable? Do we have a time limit to expend? What's our history? Just very, very, very broad. What's our history of acquiring that, and what is the look forward for NAHASDA?
So since NAHASDA was enacted, as Blossom explained in Title 8 in 2000, DHHL was receiving annually anywhere from about 9 million to 12 million. And then there was a large unexpended balance. And so the annual amount went down to 2 million. 1 year it actually zeroed out. Since then, I'm really grateful to our Hawaii congressional delegation for advocating so strongly for DHHL and NAHASDA, and so now we're at the highest level we've ever received funds. We're at the level of 22.3 million. What that means for us, though, is spending those monies. We, generally speaking, have about 10 years to spend it, but we don't want to take 10 years because there's a constant look at what is the amount of balance that NAHASDA has. And so we're at about $50 million. This budget does allow for $50 million. We're expecting another $22.3 million, again, thanks to our congressional delegation who fought for DHHL. We expect that to come once this plan, a plan has to be approved by HUD in order for us, even though Congress included in the appropriation. It's the actual plan that gets submitted to HUD, that when HUD approves it, that's when the allocation for the next grant comes in. So again, that's gonna be another 22.3 million, so it'll take our balance up to 70 million. So it is really incumbent upon us to spend the money. I completely understand where Blossom is coming from. I do think the upside of acquisition is the units are already built. People can start occupying and living in those units as soon as it comes into our inventory. If we have to build the units, which we have a number, and Blossom pointed out a number of units that still need to be built, that's the additional time it'll take to build those units. And then keep in mind, the cost is only going up. Cost of construction keeps increasing. So the quicker we can get units and get people in there in the units, the better. I feel like this tried to strike a balance of acquiring units, which this commission previously approved, and put it in the plan as follow-up from that commission action, as well as incorporating some of the recommendations by like Commissioner Wu and others. So how we can be more creative to help families, especially those who are in what I call the gap. I know Commissioner was focusing on the 80% and below. Again, most families who are 80% and below are gonna use Nahasda. There isn't a better financing tool out there. And we can subsidize too. They don't have to, they only pay on a portion if that's all they can afford. It's the 80 to 100% EMI who may need the buy down or the help with the down payment assistance. So again, we're trying to strike a balance with this plan. We're trying to tell HUD these are all the different activities that we want to do. And we want to show them where we can spend those funds, because the idea is that we want to go in and ask for more funding. We don't want the 22.3 million to be where we're at now. We want to keep increasing, and incumbent on doing that is spending the money that we currently have. So I hope that answers it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would add, when we talk about the 200,000 acres that we presently have, and the reality is a lot of that acreage are in very isolated areas, very difficult to develop, very costly to develop. Timing with the use of these funds. I mean, the only reason why we're starting to get more funds is because we're spending it at a significant rate. We're leveraging the Nahasa not only for site acquisitions, but tax credits, which in turn takes people off the wait list, and we'll do it in a more expeditious way with the change in the law. But I think, if you look at the strategic plan where we've actually used Nahasa, as well as the 600 million, the biggest ticket items are the site acquisitions of new lands and lands that we vetted, we've identified. For example, the Lehui, we're acquiring roughly 300 acres. I mean, that's going to result in 1,200 new homesteads. Now, is it costly? Yeah, it's costing us 22 million to acquire the land. But at the same time, we're basically looking at getting rid of the wait list. And and we're doing it in a way where we're expending large funds. In my dealings with this Congress, as well as Senator Schaaf, he wants us to spend the funds. So granted, we can do, and we are doing some subsidies and the buy downs and interest, as well as subsidies and going after other funding. But the large ticket items, I think site acquisition is going to be a real key one. And my whole objective in doing site acquisitions, as we're doing under the strategic plan, is to get better lands, flip our inventory. So granted, we may be looking at the future development that's not going to happen overnight, but at the same time, it's an opportunity to not only acquire lands that are going to be less costly to improve, thereby saving on infrastructure costs in areas that are going to be very, very attractive, because that's where the jobs are, that's where the infrastructure is. It's going to get the costs down. And we can also do it in large numbers. We're working with some developers using Nahasa money to be a part of a bigger development in areas that are very, very attractive. So I think the flexibility that we're looking, this is one way to use the money. It's not something in concrete. We can make adjustments. We can make changes on an annual basis. So however, but I think this is an initial budget that I think strikes a balance between the use of the funds. So I'd be very, very supportive of what Lehu is doing, and I think it will reflect and speak highly of the department in the use of funds in a timely fashion. Timing is very key on these funds, gang. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question of Legua?
Sure.
So in the AHP, the allocation of 25 mil for land acquisition is identified. So based on your comments, Mr. Chair, is there been a property that's already been identified for the acquisition? That's number one. And then number two is that because Nahasda is income restricted, history tells us that sinking Nahasda into the ground requires that income restriction to be in place. Is that still correct?
Yes.
So if you're gonna use $25 million of Nahasda funds to purchase land or do land acquisition, that means that that land or any work that the department does in the development is now restricted to the 80% AMI. The consideration for using it for individual benefit is more in line because you can continue to serve those that are outside of that income limitation versus, for example, that 200-acre parcel you want to buy on Kauai, that's a Grove Farms property, yeah?
Yeah, it's Gross Farm.
So if you're
We're
looking
paying
at
about
1,200
$70,000 per acre.
Right.
And so,
I mean,
per
and I'm not
acre.
saying it's a bad deal. I think it's a great deal.
Right.
The concern is that if you're going to use Nahasda in the purchase, in the acquisition, then those 1,200 units that you're proposing for that property will be restricted to those with 80% of the AMI and below.
Yeah, but it's just a percentage of the total cost. So it's not 100% restricted to 80% AMI. And as you know, what we're trying to do is create different categories where we address the 80% AMI, the 60% AMI, the turnkey, the habitat, the owner builder. So there's a variety of approaches we're using. But the key is getting lands that we can develop at a far more effective and a more affordable approach than trying to deal with the existing 200,000 acres that we have that, it's been a real challenge. It's eating up all our funds. And so when we went out on the 3 RFPs to identify lands, as well as developers that wanted to develop lands for us, we got a tremendous amount of response. I think that's why we amended our strategic plan in a good way. So we're excited about moving forward. Hopefully we'll get our federal funding. We're looking at 6,000 people that we will service across the board, not just the 80% AMI. So it's an exciting time for us, but again, we need to expend the funds. Nahasda, real key, and we anticipate we'll get a lot more. We can show our congressional delegation that we can use the funds. That's where key to it is our strategic plan, which includes acquisition of new lands. We want to continue on that vein.
So to answer your question directly, if that was your question, is the commission action that was already approved, which is the 25 million for the 82 units. Okay. That's what that element is for.
Yeah, because I saw on in your program plan, it says Oahu is a priority.
It
in that
is.
land acquisition.
It is a priority.
But the courtyards at Waipoli is on Kauai.
Yes.
So that 25 mil acquisition in the plan currently is for the courtyards at Waipoli. Is that correct?
No, that's.
Because again, that's the action the commission took and
Correct.
approved, and so I'm following through with the plan.
Okay, so I'm confused now. So in the plan, the commission decided to purchase courtyards at Waipoli using the Nahasda funds. That's number one. And then, but in your plan, that $25 million acquisition is identified as being used on Oahu. So what is it?
It is for Waipoli. What I did explain, and I'll look at it again, and I apologize, I got this HUD form kind of late, so I was trying to make sure. Our focus is on Oahu. I'm gonna tell you because we do have, our island plan does say that we have the most amount of land, but as I'm reading it now, I'm pretty sure I fixed it, and I don't see that there's any reference on here to Oahu. If you were talking in the very front where I explained housing need, I just did identify that for Oahu, our Oahu Island plan does identify that that's where the greatest demand is and the least amount of land, but it didn't mean to exclude that we wouldn't consider land in other areas. I think
Okay.
Chair specifically is looking at areas that are more centrally located, where more infrastructure is already in place, because so much of our land is in very rural, remote areas. So to get the infrastructure there is going to be costly. Are there better opportunities to look at areas that are more central, where everything is located?
Okay, that's Oahu.
That's the state.
It's everywhere.
Okay. All right, so yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, we got, thank you, Blossom. We have some other witnesses that I'd like to call.
Thank you, commissioners, for the time.
Okay, the next witness, Sam Wampler.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'll try to keep this very short. I know we all have a lot more to talk about. Aloha and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, the committee, and the attendees. My name is Samuel Wampler, and I'm a resident at the Waipoli at Courtyards. I'm sorry, at the Courtyards at Waipoli, which is an apartment complex in Kapa'a, Hawaii. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Courtyard residents that could not be here today. I come here today as an opposition for the Nahasda Annual Housing Plan. I heard through an outside source that you have plans to buy the complex in which I reside in. It is my right to have the knowledge and be informed of any plans that would result in my eviction. From what I understand, this is your responsibility under federal law is to share your relocation plan with us. I have two questions that I would like to know. First off, what is your plan for the relocation of the residents that reside within the Courtyards at Waipoli? I've heard there's about $25 million that has been set aside to put forth towards the purchase of the property. According to the Uniform Relocation Act, you are supposed to provide us with a relocation plan. Me, nor anybody else that resides at the Courtyards has seen or heard of such plan. Second, when do you plan to meet with us and talk about this plan? Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo for that. So one of the requirements in using Nahasda funds for this acquisition is we will have to provide for relocation, and we will need a plan, and that will all be part of the implementation. Again, this was an application that was submitted to HHFDC for low-income housing tax credit funding. So we'll see what the outcome is on that, but we'll be sure to incorporate that, because again, that's a requirement for use of federal funds.
Thank you.
When we will meet is as soon as we have, I do know that there is a plan in the works, and I do know when I get better timelines, we'll do our best to communicate so that everyone affected is aware of the plan and what's the, how we will implement going forward if the HHO is awarded low-income housing tax credits to acquire.
So Lehua, I know it feels like a thankless job, but I want you to know we do appreciate your work ethic, how you carry yourself in spite of the questions we continue to ask you. But learning about this relocation plan, as we are on the cusp of approving your plan, it seems like putting the cart before the horse when we don't know yet what a relocation plan will look like, especially if it's a federal requirement. You know, my expectation is that plan would be before us as we render decisions. So that's just my mana'o. Thank you.
So I think if you folks can recall, commissioners, when the item came before you back in January, about the acquisition of Waipoli, one of the costs that was budgeted for there was relocation, and that is gonna be one of the requirements. So it is part of the ongoing process, and we do have an entity that is currently preparing all of that information going forward.
Okay, thank you. Next witness, Cora Schnackenberg.
Aloha, Chair and
Hello.
Commissioners. I'm so happy to have this opportunity. I'm totally opposing for several reasons, and I actually want to speak on the funds that you folks allocate during your budget years. That Molokai always somehow get lost in the shuffle. And I want to thank our Commissioner Health for fighting on this last budget that was proposed. We have two award that was awarded in the accelerated program back in 1980 and 1990s. In your folks' report back later on, you guys are going to be talking about update projects. You'll be talking about the new ones and the old ones. I'm talking about the ones that were giving pala and never yet been able to be part of the money talk to put them on their land. So I'm so sorry, I went ahead, I just got so much, and I'll get 3 minutes. So my name is Cora Schnackenberg, and I have two hats. I'm a former president for Ahanui Homestead Association, the Uwalapue Project, and I'm also the director that represent the waitlisters on Molokai with the Association Hawaiian Homestead Lands. So my role is to put our people on their land. So I want to share with you that you guys had mentioned the 66 lots down at Kalamaula and also at Kalani'olaole areas for another awardees. So when are we supposed to get cut in this pie that's been allocated monies? Molokai is always left out. We got land. We don't need paid for land. Give Molokai families their share of their money so they can get on their land, commissioners. I talked to the commissioners because you're supposed to be getting our back as beneficiaries. Chair plays a role, but sometimes he goes against the recommendation of the commissioners. So I'm here in advocating for the waitlisters, especially those that haven't gotten they only got pala of award. What they gonna do without money and putting them on their land? I'm so happy that you folks have blessed Naiva with the money that they can now work towards. But we get so much in 1988 and 1990 that never gone on their land yet. 1980, excuse me. So that is my question, that in the future, Lehua, I'm asking that you consider Molokai Homestead first, beneficiaries that has been awarded, and those that are on the wait list. Mahalo.
Thank you.
So to answer specifically Molokai, in AHP3 homeowner financing, there are some vacant lot families that we are helping mainly in Kalamaula Mauka. For the home assistance programs, the Ho'olehua and Kalamaula, the oldest homesteads on this island, can have access for home repair. Rental vouchers for temporary relocation. If that family needs to demolish and build or their home repair is extensive, Nahasda can provide assistance for rental while the home is being repaired or rebuilt. The Kupuna Rental Subsidy Program is statewide, including Molokai. Housing counseling is available for anyone who utilizes Nahasda assistance. Homeowner assistance if families are behind in their mortgage or utilities. We can also provide assistance there and available for Molokai residents. The potable water infrastructure is the Ho'olehua water system. So those are all the activities that are assisting Molokai families along with other families. And then most of the program activities, so AHP1 CIP is usually for projects that are developing homestead lots. So those are primarily for applicants on the wait list. Developer financing is primarily for applicants on the wait list. Homeowner financing, again, is mainly for applicants on the wait list. Home assistance program, that is for lessees who, again, need home repair. Waimanalo Kupuna are kupuna who live at the Waimanalo Kupuna facility that we're subsidizing their rents. They're on the wait list. Vouchers for temporary relocation are for lessees when the home is being built. Emergency rental and utilities assistance, these are for applicants and lessees impacted by the Maui wildfires. The Kupuna rental subsidy is for applicants and undivided interest lessees statewide. Rental vouchers, again, is for applicants unless that change comes into effect where you receive a lease when you get a rent with option to purchase. Housing counseling is for applicants and lessees. Homeowner assistance is for lessees. Water improvements is for lessees. Housing conversion is for applicants on the wait list. Property acquisition is for applicants on the wait list. And then operation and maintenance is to maintain that facility for applicants on the wait list. So that is the intent.
Mahalo, but if I may indulge, just two concerns that I have. Those things, those items that you had expressed, those are people that already have their blessings. These are people that already are lessees to repairs, yada, yada, yada. If the people on the wait list on Molokai that already been awarded, if the problem is they cannot build because money is the problem, then I am strongly asking that this body please allocate money for the Molokai people that is not has been awarded but still waiting. The other thing is, Chair, you mentioned about how much we could purchase because in the long run we would benefit. The people on the wait list would benefit. You know what? We only got a few people on Molokai that can benefit immediately. And I would strongly ask that the commissioners, when considering a budget, that some pieces of the pie be considered for Molokai. That's all I am testifying on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next testifier, Kekoa Inamoto.
Aloha, Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank Auntie Bridget Mowat for picking me up at the airport at 11:15 this morning. The board of my nonprofit, Pa'opena Community Development Inc. met yesterday afternoon and approved me coming over to testify this morning before you. So I'm only going to be staying today. So what I'd like to do is under agendized item C1 is to present my J agenda testimony that is scheduled for tomorrow. And essentially what that J agenda testimony says is that I'm in favor of undivided interest lessee status to be conferred on all waitlisters. And that is for three reasons. Number one, I don't think there would be the controversy over rent to own. The 15-year rent to own period would become irrelevant because if you have undivided interest status, your successor beneficiary, regardless of whether you pass away while you're renting during that 15-year period, your successor beneficiary would succeed to your rent-to-own entitlement. The other reasons that I'm for undivided interest lesseeship are it's a matter of justice. There are 29,000 people on the wait list, and at least 100 of them die every year. I mean, that's approximately how many are on that list in November that's issued and asking for the successor beneficiaries to step forward. That means that 100 families are losing their entitlements, and the entitlements are for 199 years. That means that 29,000 people on the wait list are in jeopardy of losing their families, losing that 199-year federal trust entitlement, which means I mean, 99 years equals 6.6 generations. 199 years is 13 generations of a family losing its entitlement to a quarter of an acre, 1 acre, 40 acres, whatever. This is a 100-year-old federal trust, and our Kalama'ula lessees have been on there since the 1920s, and their families are still there. But think of all the people among those 29,000 who are going to lose those entitlements for their ohana. Is that my 3-minute signal?
If you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
No, you can wrap it up.
Okay, thank you so much. So, you know, I have been a beneficiary for 38 years, and I've seen many DHHL directors, and I feel that Cully Watson is trying his best to get our people onto the land. And it's currently in the guise of Waipouli and rent to own. And I am not against it, although many of my fellow Homelands leaders and beneficiaries, waitlisters, are against those rent to own proposals. All I'd like to see is undivided interest lessee status conferred upon all of our waitlisters, archipelago-wide, to ensure that during that 15-year rent-to-own period, they would not, if they die while they're in the rent-to-own program, that their successor beneficiaries would succeed to that entitlement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna, we got a bunch of more people who want to testify, so we're gonna take a lunch break and then come back and start up again on C1. Okay, so we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Some of the things you guys raised regarding. Okay, so I'd entertain a motion. Just declaration or motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, the commission will convene in an executive session pursuant to section 92-584 HRS to consult with its attorney on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities. So,
Yeah, we're recording. So now we're gonna recess.
Okay.
You gotta take a vote, right? Yeah.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session. We're still on agenda item C1. So the next testifier, Kikoa Inamoto.
Oh, Gracie Jones.
Oh, Gracie Gomes, excuse me, Gracie Gomes.
Aloha mai kako. I would like to yield my time to Misty Griffin on
Gracie
the C1,
Gomes.
please.
Oh, I see that she's talking. She's talking. Okay.
Aloha mai kako. Chair, Commissioners, Leah.
Hi.
I would like to yield my time to Misty Griffin on the C1 agenda, please.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Gracie is yielding to you.
Okay, Missy. She said, wait, who? Missy Griffith. Okay.
Okay, Missy Griffith.
Misty Griffith. Oh, there. Okay. There she is.
Okay.
Aloha kako. Can I share some screen slides for you? Just it's only 3 or 4 slides.
Okay.
Am I able to share screen?
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just want to share my manao. First of all, I am a successor at Waihuko 2 on Maui, and my expertise is actually I'm a mortgage lender for over 38 years now. And I wanted just to share my manao with regards to I'm in opposition of the 25 million for property acquisition. Um, I just want to kind of give you folks an idea of what we're as lenders. I've been doing a lot of pre-qualifications for Pu'uhona here on Maui, some in Anahola and in Paneava. And I just wanted to share, income needed, as you can see here, for just a $500,000 loan today, actual interest rates, these are live rates that I'm talking about, is 6.75%. Your payments are going to be about $32.42, insurance and taxes, about $34.12. I bring this to light because I'm not sure if you realize what some of our people are up against. Income needed, if they're going to do the HUD 184A, income needed on gross income is 11,000. Most of everyone is doing the FHA 247 loan program, which you're going to need about 8,000. A USDA, you can do 100% financing, but it's income restricted. And your debt to income ratio, you cannot use more than 29% of your gross income on the front end, meaning that you can only borrow up, you need income of 11,000. So here's a good example of a $500,000 loan at 6.75% interest rate. Your payment is 32. Over the term of the loan, you'll pay about 667,000 of interest. If we can do a buy down to 5 7/8, same loan amount, it drops it dramatically to $29.57 per month. Interest paid over the term of the loan, $564. So it's huge savings. So I'll break this out for you. Let's say, for example, DHHL utilizes maybe some of that money, maybe give it to the developer to reduce the cost of the build of the home, because we know how expensive it is right now. Let's say the home is 500,000. We utilize 30,000 to reduce the cost of the house, bringing in it at 470,000. Let's just use that as the loan amount. Your mortgage payment would reduce quite a bit to $3,048 versus the $500,000 loan. Course payment is $32.42. This is principal and interest only. That's a savings of $194 a month. Over 30 years, it's 70,000. Now, let's go back to the income qualifying with buying down the interest rate. Income needed to qualify, again, 8,000 at 500,000. Income needed to qualify, and I'm going to echo some comments that she made. It is less if you need income. It's only 7,000 if you got it at 5 7/8 interest rate. However, the savings is far greater. At the 500,000, it's $285 a month savings. At 102,000 over the course of the term of the loan. I would just put this out there and share some of my manao. Let's say if we took that 30,000, what I'm faced with a lot of our kapunas that come in to get pre-qualified, they don't have the down payment. I mean, with bread costing $8 a loaf here on Maui, people just don't have the money for down payment. Let's utilize maybe 18,000 of that down payment, 12,000 to go towards a principal buy down. You can get it down to 5 7/8. And I'm just showing you this example for Pu'uhona because that's the next one coming up. We could literally give 30,000 to 161 beneficiaries. That's 4,800,000. To me, the money would be better utilized at getting people off the list right away versus maybe doing the acquisition for the future. We have a lot of projects that are coming up. And yes, I'm not in opposition of future acquisition of properties, but for right now, I'm going to echo Blossom's comments with regards to let's get the ones that's here and now off the list. That was what I would like to share as my expertise in this industry. People don't have the down payment and they're having a difficult time in qualifying. And I'll give you an example. The kapuna comes in, she's 75 years, she's on Social Security, cannot qualify. I'm now asking her, can you go get your granddaughter, grandson, 4 people to help her co-sign just to buy the home that they can't qualify. It's difficult. It's difficult out here. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Evalani McBriar.
Aloha, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I don't know, you can't get my video up. I guess it's not going on, but mahalo, commissioners. My name is Evalani Lebon McBrayer. I am the president of Kaupea Homestead as well as the Shah Oahu Mokupuni. I am here today. First of all, I'd like to thank Lehua Kinilau, who presented to us beneficiaries on the Maui, Lanai, and Oahu Mokupuni last Thursday on the NHHBG housing plan that she shared. And I'm testifying in regards to C1 of the 2024 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant. And in regards to it, I'm in opposition of these items, specifically the developer financing of 8.5 million, as well as the property acquisitions of 25 million. And my opposition for is that I think that we can find better ways to directly have benefits, these funding going straight to beneficiaries. And when we had that meeting with Lehua, we were able to have some beneficiaries that could really benefit from more direct money coming to the beneficiaries instead of for the developer financing and the land acquisition. For instance, we had one of the pastors come about a 92-year-old kapuna in Nanakuli Homestead that their house is dilapidated, no insurance. I feel money can go to there. We also had another Cleaver family that is having a successorship that could possibly, as Lehua said, be part of the home assistance program. And I think these things was these families was never asked about being able to be part of using the HAZA funds in their situation. Also, the neighborhood security watch, I think monies for a neighborhood security watch on the Native Hawaiian Block Grant, that was some of the activities. And I just want to say to you, commissioners, the crime out here in Oahu, as you can see, the violent crimes, I think money appropriate in that way could be something that could benefit the families, because we do have 400 shortage of police officers. As you can see, the crimes coming on the west side of violent crimes within the homestead areas is quite a big concern. I know a few years ago, we asked Leo Kinilau for assistance on the neighborhood security watch to get some funding for Drug Coalition back in 2016. That was never given to that. And I think, you know, not only building homes is important, but also securing the homes from activities of criminal activities is a big concern. So I think, you know, my opposition for this C1 is because we need to get more of a grip of how we can utilize those funds of appropriating actually the $33.5 million of those funds of NAHAZA funds than what was proposed earlier. I think it needs to be looked more clearly and have more input from the beneficiaries itself. And so my testimony today is that I'm in opposition because I like to see more direct access to the beneficiaries. So thank you for this time. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, aloha, commissioners. For the record, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. As I stated last month, Lehua's presentation shows that the total budget is $50 million, yet 44 million are being allocated for rental projects, 44 million. Rentals keep waitlisters on the wait list. According to the low-income housing tax credit presentation, beneficiaries will have to commit to renting for 15 years before they can have the option to purchase. If a beneficiary doesn't pay their rent, the management company will serve them a 45-day eviction notice. They won't be coming to the Hawaiian Homes Commission for a contested case hearing, as beneficiaries do when they're delinquent on a home mortgage. Commissioners, there are several discrepancies in the annual housing plan that I didn't hear Lehua address in her oral presentation today. Goal number 1, 250,000 for 2024 capital improvement projects. The planned number of outputs to be completed in fiscal year under this program, 0 improved lots. Goal number 2, 8.5 million developer financing. Planned outputs to be completed, 0 units. Goal number 9, 250,000 for existing potable water infrastructure improvements. Planned outputs to be completed, 0 improved lots. These 3 goals total $9 million. Why 0 output? Goal number 3, $2 million home buyer financing for new construction or home purchase. Family counts are provided by Island for a total of 34 families statewide. Yet the planned output to be completed in fiscal year under the program is 5 homes. What happened to the other 29 families? Goal number 10, $7 million housing conversion for Kalailoa Transitional Shelter and Ulukekukui multifamily residential housing facility in Maili on Oahu. Plan outputs to be completed, 18 units. Past presentations and minutes showed to the commissioners showed more than 18 units were planned for these 2 facilities. All the goals for rental projects got output numbers. Speaking about NAHASDA policies, a policy states that the beneficiary requests for NHHBG grant programs are handled first come, first served. However, I cannot find any comprehensive marketing plan that reviews how all beneficiaries are informed about NHHBG grant programs. I expressed concerns about past chairmans William Ila, Ikaika Anderson, and current chair Cully Watson for the following reasons. In 2018, DHHL Deputy Director William Ila ran for OHA at large. According to campaign spending reports, HCDB Patty Tankayo hosted a fundraiser for William Ila's OHA campaign at then HCDB President Cully Watson's $6 million Waikiki condo. This is the same Waikiki condo that some commissioners attended a dinner hosted by Chair Cully in January 2024 with his partners. In 2022, then HCDB President Cully Watson hosted a fundraiser for Lieutenant Governor candidate Ikaika Anderson, also at his $6 million Waikiki condo as well.
Okay, Jermaine, thank you.
Another concern I have is regarding a real.
Thank you. Thank you.
We need transparency, Chair Cully.
Okay,
We need
thank you.
transparency.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
The next testifier, Dixon Stone. Okay, great.
Try again. Try again.
Just the outputs, I just wanted you to be aware that HUD doesn't count the output until the unit is entirely completed and a family is in the unit. That's part of the reason for the count. So I just wanted to explain that. So mahalo.
Okay. Dixon Stone.
I'll check with Claudine Allen.
Dixon Stone. Go ahead, come up. Yeah.
Yeah, come, Vicky.
Please. Thank you.
I'm going to yield my time to Jermaine.
Huh?
I'm going to yield my time to Jermaine.
Oh.
Okay, if you want to do that, that's fine. Okay.
Mahalo. Claudine Allen had answered these questions in the workshop that she's provided. Another concern I have is regarding a real developer, Non-Inc. DHHL disclosed that Non-Inc. donated their lands to DHHL. Is there a payback they'll expect from DHHL for their donated lands? These are the types of transparency, as well as commissioners need to have training from Claudine Allen, not from Lehua, regarding the NAHASDA program and these reports that they are being given in the packet, but no workshop, no training. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you.
Thank you. Next, Kalani Tassel. Kalani Tassel.
He is online.
It's online. Okay.
Kalamai. Hello, mai kako, Kalani Tassel, President Pau Kukala Hawaiian Homestead Community Association. Just wanted to address some concerns on the, in regards to the C1. Believe the NASDA funds can be put to better use to get our people, to give our people their birthright as to lease their homestead for 99 years. Does DHHL have an inventory of all the homes currently on Hawaiian homestead that lay dormant? If available to renovate, was those on the waiting list offered to remodel the homes to get families off the list? Some of those funds can be loaned out at small interest rates to remodel and rebuild the home. We currently, in Paukukalo Homestead, we currently have 2 in our community, the Kanoa Ohana, which theirs is about finished. And I think they were the second wave in Paukukalo Homestead. And that's on Kuhio Street, yeah? And the second one is Clarence Kamai Senior's home on Kawananakoa Street. That one looks like it's soon to be completed. That's right across the park. There must be a huge number in inventory on homes that can be restored and place awardees in them. I'm worried with the rent with option to buy at the end. My question is, why doesn't all their rent money go to the purchase? Why can't the successor continue? Why can't they have a successor to continue unless if unfortunately they pass away? Because the people that are on the list, on the top of the list, which you start from with these rentals, has been on the list probably 15, 20 years. So with that being said, why doesn't the money, and also why doesn't all the money go to the purchase? Why can't they have a successor? Sorry, I'm repeating myself. I lost my track here. Yeah, and question, will they qualify 15 years later at current market prices? Will they qualify to buy the home 15 years later where most will be retired by then? Thus qualifications goes lower of their chances with the option to buy at the end of the 15-year commitment in the renting of the unit. If they don't make it to the end of the 15-year program, does it go back to DHHL? Who gets the unit back to repeat the process? I know back in the days they used to have owner builders, and they used to have blocks where the whole family on that block builds all the houses, and then once it's all completed, they would all move in at the same time. Why not entertain that back, bring that back to the table? There's so much land that we have in inventory currently that we can make these programs work. I believe my father, Uncle Joe Tasso, was also a commissioner, and he was in the Waimanalo Kupuna housing program, which I believe went back to the HHL. I think that was just a rental for Kupunas to pretty much get them off the list. I just believe that there are many more ways to put our people on the land and award them their 99-year birthright lease that they can pass to their next generation. So I strongly oppose the C1 in the use of the NASDA funds to be used for rentals. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Janice Herrick.
Aloha mai kako. I am a lessee with the in Pakukalo Hawaiian Homes. Oops, sorry, my video. Let me try my video. I would like to yield my time to Kainoa McDonald.
Okay, sure.
Mahalo.
Kainoa McDonald.
Aloha mai kako. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Thank you. Aloha, my name is Kainoa McDonald. Kalamai, I'm in the middle of driving. Kainoa McDonald. I am on the executive board of the Homestead Beneficiary Association, HBA, the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands. I also serve on the statewide council of Shaw Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Association, representing the Maui Lanai Mokupuni region of Shaw. This testimony is specific to agenda item C1, acceptance of the 2024 Native Hawaiian Housing Block Grant NHH Annual Housing Plan. Mahalo to State DHHL official Lehua Kinilau Kano. I really appreciate your presentation to our Hawaiian Homes Commission beneficiaries last week at our Shaw Maui Lanai Mokupuni regional convening. It was very important, very intentional regarding the content of C1. Lehua took the time to answer questions and concerns, especially on rentals and rent with option to own, as well as updates to staffing and capacity on advancing this housing plan that benefit both lessees as well as beneficiaries on the wait list. Please accept my testimony in opposition of the following components of the NAHASDA plan. Number one, issuing our NAHASDA funds in the amount of 8.5 million in direct assistance to developer financing for 60 units of rental housing with an option to purchase, 30 units in La'iopua and 30 units in Hanapepe. In echoing what Uncle Glenn Tevis had shared, the model is just not working. Number two, issuing NAHASDA funds in the amount of 25 million to acquire land or existing structures to provide rental units. Simply, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that is over a century old, It's been adopted into the state of Hawaii Constitution as a condition of statehood, has one primary purpose: to issue homestead lots to us on the wait list for a home, a ranch, or farm, as well as for mercantile business purposes. I stand in the shadow of past leaders, echoing Auntie Blossom, Auntie Kekoa, our previous Shaw Chair, Robin Danner, for both the All and Shaw. It is a travesty on who these people advocated for decades to restore NAHASDA levels of funding $20 million annually from the $2 million levels caused by the last governor and the state DHHL director for improper management of NAHASDA. Just by not spending the funds down to see this administration direct our hard-fought resources to rental. A'ole. The promise is a homestead lot issued to us, not using our resources to subsidize certain developers or to purchase or build any rental housing. The very essence of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was to move our people onto the land, as Commissioner Alwell indicated, away from the tenement housing from the early 1900s. As we all know, this body, our Hawaiian Homes Commission beneficiary leaders et al., led a petition. That petition was against the use of NAHASDA funds to purchase 82 units of rental housing on Kauai. Over 300 stood in opposition, and we continue to stand in opposition. We call on this commission to stand on the promise of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which is to deliver homestead lot awards to us on the wait list. 29,664 of us are counting on this commission. We advise this commission to recognize its obligation under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Rental housing is not an obligation. We advise this commission instead use a total of 33.5 million, 8.5 million plus 25 to direct grants of $1,000 each to the wait list to purchase or build our homes. This will result in 385 homes owned by HHCA beneficiaries, 2.7 times more in housing units than the NAHASDA proposal of the rental housing plan today, all of which will be owned by beneficiaries, building equity for our families from day one, and in doing so, fulfilling the purposes of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Mahalo for this opportunity as a beneficiary waitlist leader to provide my mana'o. Every dollar available under NAHASDA should subsidize waitlist beneficiaries to receive a lot for a home. Not $1 should be allocated to place us in tenement housing. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was championed by my prince, Kuhio, to the end. Mahalo nui for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, now we'll open up to the commissioners. Any comments or questions about C1? Commissioner Owell.
Thank you, Chair. I feel compelled to say something in support of the testimony that continues to come forward. You know, on January 16th, the commission voted down using Nahasda funds for the purchase of Waipoli. On January 26th, a second meeting, emergency meeting was convened, and it was passed by one vote. It failed by one vote on the 16th. It passed by one vote on the 26th. And I want to say, Lehu, I do appreciate all the work you put into these submittals, but I continue to believe Waipoli moves the needle in the wrong direction. It goes against the 2020 survey, the survey that the Hawaii State Legislature mandated that we use for Act 279 funds. So this is Nahasda, but it is the standard by which we should be formulating how we serve our beneficiaries. And this certainly goes in a different direction. You know, for townhouse, duplex, or fourplex, only 0.6% of our beneficiaries wanted that as a first choice. Condo units with option to purchase, only 0.8% want that deal. You know, even affordable rentals, as they retain their place in line, only 2.1% want that. So this is what concerns me, is that when we talk about rentals that delay leases, we delay providing beneficiaries the opportunity to return to Aina. And that was one of the things Kuhio said before the Congress, return my people to the soil. And this is our mandate. And therefore, I continue to support what our beneficiaries are saying here today, as they did on January 26th, as they did on January 16th. So that's my mana'o. Thank you.
Commissioner Hell?
Lehua, once again, thank you for all your hard work. Probably people don't realize the work you put in for this presentation, but I really appreciate it. But you know, I must say there's so many unfinished business. Like for example, from Molokai, we have Nahiva, we have the ag lots here on Kalamula, that lots were awarded back in 1985, and it's still not developed. You know, we also have the scattered, polio scattered lots that will be also awarded one of these days. But for me, we need to prioritize that first, because these people have been waiting over 30+ years to even get on that property. But with Nahasda, that should be the focus, to somehow get these people prepared for loans that they can qualify with. And a lot of these people that are waiting, they're probably 70 years old and older, so they may not qualify for a regular mortgage. So, you know, to me, rentals does not belong on Hawaiian homelands. That's my own opinion. I'm not against rentals. We have 2 rental programs on Molokai. The county has one and the state has one up on Mauna Loa, and the county has one in Kaunakakai. But for me, I think our focus should be taking those people that's on the waiting list, 29,600 people on the waiting list. That should be a priority as far as I'm concerned. And speaking on my own opinion as a commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, so, yes, you know, my sentiments are the same. You know, our island, I'm from the island Kauai. We had strong opposition to rental. We had over 300 people testified against it. And this is the first time that I'm aware of on the commission where we didn't look to the island commissioner as to what his kuleana was. And this is the first time that Kauai, who's never been defeated, is defeated by Big Island and Oahu commissioner. That's Aole. Have Rentals don't get us on our INA. When I went to the Prince Kuhio Festival, when I did my hukai for my gift to the prince, I can't do that from the second floor of a condominium. I can't do it from somewhere where we have no space for our people to live. I went outside, I picked it from my INA. Totally opposed to this, all these rentals. This is another broken promise. This is putting us backwards. The princess was concerned about us being in tenanted housing. This is full circle back to tenanted housing. I'm sorry, but I oppose this completely. Malo.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Mahalo, Chair. First off, Lehua, absolutely fantastic work. I give you all the praise for all the stuff you go through this. And I want to say mahalo to our commissioners here to my right for their input and discussion and points. And I want to go on record on January 16th, I was the commissioner that was part of the votes that voted down the Waiwahuli. That was the partnership with Lunalilo Homes. It was not a project that would get people off the wait list, so I opposed it. On January 26th, with the follow-up meeting, one of the changes that I supported was that it is a rental, but we were going to look at, we committed to providing leases. And as Chair Watson mentioned earlier, that bill is progressing through. I have utmost respect and for everyone here. I don't see this as a island versus island situation. And that's I want to share with everyone my mana'o, the fact that we're going to get people off the wait list, beneficiaries off the wait list is why I changed my vote. 29,470 waitlisters. Mahalo.
Any other? Commissioner Kanekua.
Lehua, thank you so much for the work. And I think a lot of people don't realize how many hours and weeks and months you spend trying to develop plans. I too spoke against, since we're gonna out Oahu and Big Island, I also was one of the people who spoke in favor of the Kauai project. The second vote that came removed two of the biggest objections, and one was having Lunalilo Homes as the partner to administer. One of the reasons why I support a rental program is to give shelter to our people on the wait list, the opportunity for shelter, while we're using $600 million trying to get people onto properties. And the reason that I support those rentals is because some of our people are trying to build financial muscle in order to be qualified for the list. And so when I look at the budget that you set before us, I see $25 million set for acquisition and $25 million of NAHASDA funds separate from the $600 million that we're trying to assist those beneficiaries in property and trying to get on property. So I appreciate your work and I appreciate what you're doing. And I know how hard it is. So mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioner Sonoy.
Lehua, mahalo nui for all of your work, like was said earlier. I know that it's a lot of work and you come and you answer your questions so eloquently, answer the question that we have for you so eloquently, so mahalo for that. I think for me, what I like to do is I like to hear all of the beneficiaries and kind of the ways in which they see and they comprehend, and they're supporting and or opposing. And so as a commissioner, my kuleana is to the beneficiaries to listen to the words that they are saying. I think on Oahu, if I look at the Bola Drone property, I think that's a fabulous idea. On Oahu, we have a huge population. There's a huge need. And I think about my siblings who currently live in apartments, and they would love to live in an apartment that I think the department is able to kako and to support and to pay a lower cost. But when I think about the bigger picture, right, and the bigger purpose of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, I think that opportunity is different than something bigger and wider. And so when we want to look at the 20 some odd $1 million for NAHASDA funding, is this the best opportunity to use that money? Or is there another way to use it? And should we be cleaning house? My tutu used to say, clean your own house before you go somebody else's house, right? Should we be looking at all of the different opportunities that we have to help our beneficiaries with that NAHASDA funding? Mahalo.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's important that we address all the people on our waiting list. And I view this use of the funds for the Waipuli as really not a rental project. It's really a combo of a financing approach that addresses the people that would not otherwise even contemplate or be in a home ownership mode. By doing it this way, we are able to, I appreciate the example that was given for Pu'ohone regarding, well, if you put so much dollars over here, you get the savings more than what you would if you didn't do a subsidy. But the fact is, the people that we are addressing regarding providing them home ownership, they don't even get to that stage. They don't even get to, even with the subsidies, qualify for a mortgage because you just don't have the resources and income to qualify for a mortgage. So by doing it this way, we are able to not only put them immediately into a home environment for their entire family for the next 15 years, but more importantly, give them that hope and opportunity to become a homeowner. And the other thing is, I anticipate, as I mentioned in clarifying the bill that we have in at the legislature, that particular bill that creates this separation of the land, which allows us to issue a homestead lease from the vertical construction, which is financed through this process, has passed out of the combined Senate and House committees. So it's passed out. It's going to be voted on the full legislature sometime very soon, and anticipate and guarantee you that the governor will sign it into law. And with that law, will not only eliminate that 15-year inequitable result, where if somebody dies before the 15-year expiration, their family gets nothing. They're kicked out, basically. And that is something that's totally unacceptable. So we're changing that. We're fixing that defect in the approach. And so, I really, across the state, all these different projects we're looking at, we are looking to set aside a certain percentage of rent to own for those individuals that otherwise would not have ownership. I mean, clearly. And so this is the way I know some people treat them, oh, this is a rental. We're not getting them back to the INA. We are getting them back to the INA, whether it's a townhouse, a single family, or even a condo. It's a situation where people are looking for home ownership, a place to live, a place to protect and raise their families. Now, we're talking about a Hawaiian Homes Commission Act that was passed 4 generations ago. We're in a different environment today. We got people that are more interested in having a place to live rather than working the lo'i's. The reality is, as you go throughout the state, you see so many of the homeless, so many of the incarcerated, so many of those with health issues, because they don't have that opportunity to live in a safe and protected environment. I think we need to address those. If anyone needs rehabilitation and assistance, are those that are the lowest income on our list. And that's what this approach does. I'm very, very supportive, and I thank you, Lehua, for putting together a budget that addresses that. This is just one of many budgets, you know. These are, and we look to getting more funds. By doing this approach, we can spend the funds that Senator Schatz has made very clear. You either spend it or you lose it. And I don't want to go back to the times where we're only getting 2 million a year. The last 3 years, we've gotten 22.3 million. And that's because, and I thank Lehua for aggressive approach in using the funds. And we are using the funds. He's used a very balanced approach. And I think we should commend her for. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Leo. Pauline.
Auntie, you can go first, Auntie. Okay. I just want to thank Lehua too. And I want to say that I support this strategy because I think that we are now looking at different ways of tapping into different ways of helping beneficiaries. And we're not doing the same old things. We're doing different things. And that's what I really like about what the chair is doing. And I think the commissioners before maybe feel uncomfortable about what we're doing, but everything has changed. And when you move forward with all of these different strategies, I think that we take the chance of ensuring the success when we all move together. And I believe that we are going to be successful and help more beneficiaries this way. And I strongly support what we're doing. Thank you.
Commissioner Mackay.
First and foremost, Lehua, thank you very much for putting your time and effort into this. And I can just imagine it's not easy. For myself, personally speaking, this was not an easy choice in January, and it's not an easy choice right now. The reason I was for this in January is because there is a certain component, you know, in a spectrum of beneficiaries that could benefit from an acquisition like this. However, with that being said, it cannot be our core focus and our core values. We need to put all of our emphasis that we possibly can moving forward into returning our people to the INA. But when opportunities like this present itself, I think it's beneficial for that sliver of the percentage of the beneficiaries that can need it. So I am supportive of this, but it is a very hard choice. And I do understand where everybody's coming from. I understand the broken promises that our people have been through. I understand the trials and tribulations that they've been through as well too. So please do not feel that is falling on deaf ears. And please do not feel that our core focus and core values will ever change from getting our people back to the land. Thank you.
Okay, let's see, why don't we do, the motion was already made, so why don't we take a roll call?
Commissioner Wu.
Before I vote, I just want to say a few more things. I think part of why I still struggle with this is because our people have expressed and defined their dreams for themselves in the survey. And I don't feel we should be pouring water on their dreams. I think we should be here ensuring that we've done everything possible to help them realize their dreams. And I think some of these decisions fall short of meeting that effort. So, and I do appreciate everybody here at the table. I appreciate where the chair's coming from. He makes some very compelling arguments. I am not, as we vote, I'm not here to say to any commissioner that because of how they decide this matter, I don't have respect for their decision. We are who we are, and we're going to decide this based on what we feel is best for our people. So, Aole, thank you.
That was your vote?
Aole is my vote.
Okay, got it. Commissioner Freitas?
Yes.
Commissioner Helm?
Yeah, before I make my vote, I just want to say that back in January 16th and January 25th, when this proposal came up, there was a unanimous support for opposing this proposal, as we all know that. But I respect your work, Kali, I respect your point of view. But, you mentioned that today there's a lot of changes today compared from when this act, but the act never did change. It's the same. Until that act changes, I cannot support this type of proposal. So for me, no.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Yeah, I just want a brief thought. So 29,470 waitlisters, so 82 units, takes us down to 28,388. Still a super long way to go, but it's taking small steps. Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
I've said before, when conventional methods do not move us as quickly as we would like to move, we have to go to unconventional methods. So aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Aole.
Commissioner Namu'o.
Aye.
Commissioner Nevis.
I'd just like to correct the statement from Commissioner Kalakini. This does not remove people from the wait list. So it doesn't reduce the wait list. Aole.
Chair Watson.
Yes. Yes.
5 ayes, 4 noes, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, the next item.
C2.
F1.
Oh, yeah.
F1?
Yeah.
Okay, the next agenda item, F1. Approval to authorize implementation of the new revocable permit program. Kahana and Linda.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners. Kahana Albinio, Land Management Staff Person. Also with me, our Acting Administrator, Linda Chin. And Land Management has 6 agenda items. Agenda item number F1. We're seeking the Commission's approval to authorize implementation of our new revocable permit program.
Let's see, why don't we make a motion, then we can talk about it. Is there a motion to approve? So move. Second?
Second.
Okay. It's
Again,
been
the
moved and
recommended motion is to approve, is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission do the following as listed on page 1. There's 6 action items. Number 1 is to rescind the action taken by the Hawaiian Homes Commission on May 31st, 1985, authorizing the chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission to issue, amend, renew, and terminate revocable permits. Item number 2 is approve and adopt a new revocable permit program, substantially in the form set forth in Exhibit 1, here to provide LMD with guidance in the disposition of available lands for short-term use through the issuance of revocable permits for various purposes, such as general, agriculture, grazing of cattle, etc., community, public, private, or nonprofit, or business, commercial, or industrial activities. Number 3 is to approve the application and qualification form and the general guidelines and scoring criteria for each type of revocable permit included as part of the new revocable permit program. Number 4 is to approve continuing the current practice of submitting annual renewals of the revocable permits that are in full compliance to HHC for approval on an on-island district meeting basis with recommendations on permit fees. Number 5 is to approve the conversion of all existing right of entry permits that are in full compliance to revocable permits on an on-island district meetings basis over the 1-year period following HHC approval and adoption of the new revocable permit program. Finally, number 6, authorize DHL through its LMD to commence administrating using the new revocable permit program and employing the means of disposition of non-homestead trust lands when and where appropriate to reduce the number of non-productive commercial properties and maximize the income and public benefits realized for the trust and its beneficiary. I have Linda Chin here. We also have, I think, Russell Kaupu who was part of the PIG, I guess, staff with the committee, who's here also to answer questions if there are any questions.
Either Russell or Linda, you guys want to add anything?
Chair, it's Russell. I just want to repeat what Kana said. I'm here because I was part of the PIG that went through this proposal, made very good comments, and revisions were made responding to those comments. And the PIG was in favor of going forward with this new revocable permit program, as I reported last month. So that's all for me.
Okay. Maybe we'll take the motion and then we'll open it up for testimony from the audience. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Do we have any witnesses that want to testify as to this?
I don't know why it's not coming over, but
Okay. Demont Manaole?
Hello,
Hello.
you guys can see me.
not yet.
Hey, how's it going,
Moving
guys?
over, man. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, all right, how's it? Yeah, we
Yeah.
just I'll sell out our food vending operation. But anyway, I would like to first of all, make it clear I support F1, F2, and also that I appreciate the land management division. Now I know this is going back to the revocable permits, but what never have back then, and what the right of entry never have, was a fair system that is now being going to be implemented if it's accepted by the commission, of a point system. I mean, there's going to be full accountability. There's going to be the ability to be able to regulate immediately those who fail to perform according to what they agreed to. And so I really like this this proposal right here. You know, I just like say this, number one, we gotta get Hawaiians on the industrial lands, bro. Bottom line, bro. When you have the majority of people of non-native Hawaiians holding industrial lands, and native Hawaiians make up only a small percentage, that's something wrong with that picture. And number two, I would like to see a list, if you can amend this one, to just add a list like the weight list, agricultural list, the pastoral wait list. So, and let it be published so we know who's seeking lands, so that we all know what's happening in the you know what I mean? So anyway, I support this. Hey, Russell, great job, Kahana. And of course, brother Carla right there in the background. Bro, I love you guys. You guys doing a hell of a job, bro. Right on, bro. I believe in this revocable permit program, and I hope it passes overwhelmingly. Aloha, it's me, Demont. Right on.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Aloha, Commissioners. My name is Jermaine Myers. I'm my Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. I want to put on the record for these minutes that many of the revocable permit issues that were discussed, and Linda Chin knows it has never been resolved. Agriculture lands have been given to non-Hawaiians using the revocable permit program. They're still on the land. Yet you have Hawaiians on the wait list for agriculture land, not on the land. You also gave out pastoral using this revocable permit. How did people get bypassed, the Hawaiians on the wait list for pastoral and agriculture, but yet they go sidetracked with a revocable permit? Over 30 years. We called Lyman Ranch because that's a ranch. We call Nanakuli Ranch a ranch because it's a ranch. We call Richard Hicks Plumeria Farm agriculture. He only pays $20 a month for 6 acres of land through this management program. How is that? $20 a month. I'm sorry, $20 a month for 6 acres, bypass all the waitlisters that want to pay $1 a year for 99 years. But he gets 6 acres in Waianae. On and on. We got all these people. Extreme paintball. Why did not LMD address that? Commissioner Wool asks that that an investigation be done. I've never seen anything. Nothing has come before this commission, before this proposal that will be addressing those kinds of issues. I can go back into the minutes, and people were voted by the commission to be evicted. They still on the land. So I'm not going to be taken aback by a voting system, a grading system, because the issue still exists. This is a plan for new lands that you want to give out. But the other lands that is currently used as ROE and all the issues that was brought up by Ron Perez never get resolved. And so I just want to put it on the record for the minutes that this is an issue that Linda Chin know exists and Kahana know exists and Russell Kaupu know exists, but they're all looking the other way. Kia kuapu, God bless all of you.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up to the commissioners' comments. Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, I just like to address some of the comments and sort of I was on the PIG along with 2 other commissioners, and this is near and dear to my heart because we have quite a few right of entries, whatever you want to call them, in Kauai, and one of the things that's really important that we decided is on number 5. It says approve the conversion of right of entry permits in full compliance. And what that means is LMD is going to have their inspectors come out and do a full evaluation of who's there, these paintball guys or whatever, and they'll use that moving forward. If you're not in compliance, we have many people in Kauai that are not in compliance for many reasons, and we've already started the process. I met with land management several times. Our dilemma is when we remove somebody from a property, especially in Kauai, we need to have somebody ready to go. So that's why we set up an application process. So if you have a violation and you go to apply, you're obviously going to be on the bottom of that approval list when it comes around to approve. This also opens up this to a more open system so that anyone can apply. Any one of our beneficiaries can apply. It's not a perfect system. Our reservations among the PIG is how you're going to manage this. And I think, the department understands that. And that's going to be the most important part moving forward. But this is not a new program. All right of entries will be evaluated at this point. And if they're in violation, then we'll have to decide we're going to have to cancel it. But the thing is when you cancel, as you well know, Hawaiian Homes is easy picking. We better have somebody ready to go. We could do that on a short-term right of entry just to get somebody to steward it until we could go through the process and do an evaluation. And if you look through I implore all our commissioners to look through the process, because there is a application process. You sort of have to read through the whole thing to understand. We spent a lot of time doing this. I've been working on this for years before Linda came back. And it's not perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect. The ball's going to keep moving, but at least it's a process. So all of our Native Hawaiians, all of our beneficiaries can get in the process. Before it was like, hey, you got this property? Yeah, okay, I'll take it. Like nobody else knew. We got people sitting on Hawaiian homelands for 20, 30 years. We have a limit, 5 years. 5 years, we come back, we reevaluate, we put that out. Anybody else want it? Then it goes to a bid process. That makes it fair. What happens, we have people now that are sitting on Hawaiian homelands on ROEs, been there 20 years, and say, hey, can you turn this into a lease for me? No, that's not what was intended. I don't care if you've been there 20 years. We have beneficiaries. So a lot of these lands are lands that we had to have somebody on while we decided what we're going to develop. And a lot of it is stewardship, where you give them a minimum amount of money, it could be 20 acres. You gotta go out and make sure we don't have homeless and anybody else on there. But you have to follow the rules as well. So that's sort of my monologue, and if we have any more questions, I'll be willing to ask, or answer, sorry.
Commissioner Wall?
Yeah, I think Dennis pretty much covered it for me. I think the key though here, Kana, is the enforcement piece, because there's so many violations out there. And as testifier Teruya pointed out, just illustrating yet again the violation. So we did try to create a system that addresses that. I'm just not so sure how good of a job the department will do in meeting that mandate. But that is a condition of moving forward with the program. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Kalekini?
Yeah, I want to also echo what Commissioner Neves and Awo mentioned. They covered everything, and I totally agree that enforcement is a big thing. Now, one of the key elements that this new RP program addresses is the concerns that we've heard from testifiers, right? And so I think a good follow-up is that in this program, we have kept in the renewal of the RPs to be on island where the RPs are issued. So that way I feel like we'll have a better ability to monitor the progress and move forward.
Chair, can I just add one more thing? Sorry.
Go ahead,
Because
Commissioner
being on
Hill.
PIG, I just want to make sure that, it's obvious people have not read it completely, so it's really important you read it completely. The other part is people say, well, how do I know? Well, we've asked that all of the offers be placed in all of our district offices. And at the same time, it's going to be on our website. And if there's something that's not on the website and it's next door to you, you call the department and say, hey, you missed this one. We need to put this on because I like to apply for it. So it's not done behind closed curtains, okay? We're trying to put it out as much as possible, get it out there, and we'll be posting it at all of the district offices. So right up here, you could come up, check the poster board and see what's up, or if you want to go online, I think that's really important to make it more transparent. Thank you.
So there are two ways that people can find out whether the property is like we offer it, we post it in the office, we post it in the website, or there is a land request form that people, like you said, saw a piece of property that they're interested, they send in the land request form, and we'll go through the process of posting it and offer it to everybody. So it's clear, transparent, and nothing. But at least give us a chance to get through the program. I know it's not a perfect program, but let us try and see. There's always amendment that we can make to the program as we move forward.
As far as the publication, real quick, we'll also add homestead associations.
Yes.
So they can spread it out to their beneficiaries, their homestead association.
So go ahead. I'm sorry, Zach, go ahead.
Sorry, Dennis, but yeah, I'd like to thank the PIG and the staff for implementing this new rules for revocable permits. But Kahana, a while ago, I brought this up to you about providing industrial opportunities for beneficiary businesses on Molokai to have a location on Molokai for those that want to apply. And we haven't, visited that yet. So we talked about Olo Olo Street at one time to open up a particular site for, like, say, the refuge on Molokai. They were looking for a place to put their equipment there. And we have a lot of Native Hawaiians that have heavy equipment business on Molokai, and they gotta park all their equipment on their homestead. So, I think we should get that same opportunity too, on this island. So I don't know how soon you can go and research on this for us.
Yeah. I'll work with the planning office to identify that parcel that's identified as commercial or industrial use, as you had mentioned.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I just have to thank the PIG along with staff I mean, there was a very detailed analysis as well as assessment. And I'd have to say that the commission as a body is very involved in the process, whether it's a cancellation or issuance or amendment or moving forward in the cancellation, has to come to the commission for decision. So it's a very, monitored process. It takes out the criticism regarding, the chair or somebody in LMD doing a sweetheart deal. So, I mean, there's a lot of transparency, but also a lot of oversight by this body. I think that's the most important thing about the whole process. Again, I thank all you guys for the time you put in to provide the guidance. So why don't we, I think we had the motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item.
Item number F2, LMD is seeking approval of disposition pursuant to Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 204A2 or 220.5, again, the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, as amended for the following parcels that are identified in the submittal. There are 4 parcels on Oahu Island, 2 in Kapolei and 2 in Kalailoa, 1 parcel on Kauai Island, 3 parcels on Hawaii Island, and 1 parcel on Maui Island, so for a total of 9 parcels that is listed there. And again, the recommended action or motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve the disposition of the above referenced parcels include the following. Number 1, to expend budgeted funds necessary for due diligence activities, which include, but are not limited to, a fair market summary appraisal report, environmental assessment, and DHGL beneficiary consultation information on the subject parcels as deemed necessary or appropriate. And number 2, to set all appropriate terms and conditions of the disposition in accordance with the requirements of Section 204A2 or 220.5 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act 1920 as amended, and Chapter 171 Hawaii Revised Statutes as amended.
I think it might be helpful if we actually show on the screen the different parcels, so it's out there. Can we get that on the?
The parcels are in the submiddle, yeah, under
audience.
A through,
right,
exhibit A through A for each parcel.
Can you get that on?
Yeah, can you show the exhibits up there? Is it possible?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Oops. Sorry, I went down.
Okay, so the first parcel is on Oahu Island.
You guys speaking to me.
Again, the first parcel is on Oahu Island, East Kapolei, TMK number 191182010, seen as Exhibit A. This parcel is nearing its acquisition process completion, so it's not in our inventory yet. We're in a land exchange process with the city and county of Honolulu. So DHL has yet to update its island plan to specify the designated use for the parcel. LMD is hoping for an industrial commercial mixed use project. The 32-acre parcel is generally rectangular in shape and is bordered at its southeastern boundary by the existing old Verona Village plantation homes. On its western boundary is immediately adjacent to the Kamakana Ali'i Shopping Center, while Kapolei forms its entire northern boundary. With excellent roadway frontage, exposure, and access, the parcel is considered advantageous for development. It is raw land, which indicates a lack of any existing structures or improvements. Once the acquisition is completed and the designated use determined, the potential for development, especially in a mixed-use capacity, could be significant. Second parcel, Exhibit B. It's also in East Kapolei, tax map key number 91151, parcel 58. This 2 point, I can advance to the next one, sorry.
This one?
No.
No.
Yeah.
This one.
It's not up yet.
Huh?
No.
Oh, sorry, there's a delay.
Offices.
Okay, maybe. Can you show F2? Yeah.
Next question.
No, it's me, but my computer is lagging. Ah, I got booted. Okay, let me try again.
Commissioners, if you guys can follow along in your exhibit, in your packet, I think there's exhibit B in there. So this 2.189 acre undeveloped commercial property is in the East Kapolei along Kekahili Street, between Kapolei Parkway and Kamokuiki.
OneDrive. Yeah. Oh, it looked like you got booted too. Oh no, that's okay. Yeah.
General. PTC meeting, 24. The middle. Scroll down.
Try open the screen. Try open the screen. I think I got it. Okay, that's me. So this is exhibit C.
Yeah, go back one.
Go back one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Chair, we can take a recess. We can take a recess. We might be live streamed down.
Oh, okay.
5
The
minutes.
live stream is down, so we take a short recess.
Sorry.
Can't hear you, Chair.
Live stream is down, so we're gonna have to.
I know, I can hear you, but I don't think everybody else can.
They can't hear you. Yeah, our live stream is down, so we're gonna take a short recess so we can bring it back up. Okay, commissioners, can you come back to your seats? We're up, and we don't know how long it's going to last, so we got to take advantage while it's working.
Stop sharing. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Maybe we just run minimum.
I'm not sure how long it's gonna stay connected.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I took it down. I took it down.
Hey, Zach. Hello, Zach.
Zachary.
Zachary Helm. Yeah, we gotta move while we're live. Okay. Okay, why don't we just not do the slides? That might help. Okay, just give a verbal, and then you guys have the things in your folders to look at.
You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. We're back in session.
Okay, we're on Exhibit B. This parcel is located again in East Kapolei, near our office. Parcel number is identified as 91151, parcel number 58. This is a 2.189 acre undeveloped commercial property along in East Kapolei along Kekahili Street, between Kapolei Parkway and Kamokuiki Street. LMD intends to use the land use and development of the property will be based on the development standards for the BMX3 Community Business Mixed Use District. The parcel is trapezium shaped and is relatively level and at curb grade with adjacent rights of way. The parcel has frontage along Kekahili Street, its easterly boundary and frontage along Kamokuiki Street. Its northerly boundary and frontage along Kapolei Parkway, its southerly boundary. The Kapolei Fire Station is adjacent to and west of the parcel. The newly developed Ho'omaka Marketplace is also immediately east of the parcel. The third parcel, Exhibit C, is identified as parcel number 91013, parcel number 1. It is located in Kalailoa. It is a 43-acre parcel. According to the Oahu Island Plan, from July 1st, 2014, the parcel is designated for industrial development. The parcel is generally triangular shaped and is surrounded by existing industrial use parcels on its west, north, and southerly boundaries. Molokai Street lies immediately to the south of the parcel, providing excellent roadway frontage, exposure, and access. Given its high visibility and strategic location, the parcel is deemed ideal for its designated zoned use as an industrial development. Last parcel on Oahu in Kalailoa is Exhibit D. Exhibit D as in dog. Parcel number 91013, parcel 61. It is a 139-acre parcel. According to the Oahu Island Plan of 2014, the parcel is designated for industrial development. The parcel is oddly shaped and is surrounded by existing industrial use parcels immediately on its north and west boundaries. The eastern border of the parcel is bounded by the Kalailoa Airport runway. Saratoga Avenue Street is situated immediately to the west of the parcel, providing excellent roadway frontage, exposure, and access. Again, with this and given its high visibility and strategic location, despite the unique shape and proximity to the airport, the parcel is considered ideal for its designated use as an industrial development. Going to Kauai Island, Exhibit E. This parcel is located in Wailua. KMK number identified as 39006, parcel number 9. This is a 41-acre parcel located within the Wailua Ahupua'a, according to May 2004 Kauai Island Plan. It outlines the development of the Molokai land into a regional commercial center, aiming to create a hub that complements the surrounding regional recreational amenities such as Gate Park, the county golf course, and nearby hotels. Commercial uses are proposed for this parcel. The potential development which uses could include a traditional shopping mall, hotel, or big box retail establishment such as a Costco, is intended to generate income for DHL to support future homestead developments. Going on to Hawaii Island, Exhibit F, first parcel on Hawaii Island, Exhibit F. TMK number is identified, or it's located in Waikea. TMK number 321012, parcel number 70. This oddly configured 12-acre parcel of Hawaiian homeland is located within the Hilo area. The property is surrounded by commercial and industrial uses. Access is via the old airport from Kaneo'alehu Avenue. Airport service roads provide access to the eastern portion of the property. The preferred plan involves developing the entire area into a mixed commercial light industrial subdivision with the aim of establishing an active commercial light industrial hub. Potential uses could include a traditional strip mall or big box retail establishments such as Walmart, Target, or Costco. Next property, second one, again in Waikea, in Hilo. There are several contiguous properties which make up this one whole 15-acre parcel, or 15 parcels which make up an 8.3-acre site. And the site is for light to heavy industrial use. The property is surrounded by other industrial and commercial properties. Access to the site is through Holomoa Street, and it has great visibility from Kaneo'alehu Avenue. The plan is to offer the entire site for mixed light industrial uses, aiming to create a bustling hub for light industrial activities. And the last property on Hilo in the Lalamilo area by Mea, TMK number 66001-077. As you'll see in the exhibit, it is a fairly large parcel which covers, I think, was it 200 acres? But for this action, we're seeking for a 12-acre portion of Hawaiian homelands. Currently, the property is surrounded by residential, industrial, and preservation use areas. In the near future, DHL Alamilo Homestead Phase 2 will be built next to this parcel. Access to the site is available via Kauai High Road. The plan is to designate the entire site for mixed light industrial and retail purposes, with the goal of establishing a vibrant center for light industrial and retail activities. Heading to Maui, Pu'unene, TMK number 38008, 035 and 036. These parcels are contiguous. They make up a 184-acre site. According to the 2004 Maui Island Plan from September 2004, the preferred plan involves developing the entire area into a commercial light industrial subdivision with the aim of establishing industrial expansion areas to meet future needs and provide space for industrial activities better suited away from urban areas. The parcel is generally rectangular in shape and was previously used for intensive agriculture sugarcane use. The Maui Humane Society is directly adjacent to the north. Mehameha Loop, a private road, bounds the entire western boundary, and Mokulele Highway bounds the entire eastern boundary. The Pu'unene lands with its proximity to the primary transportation corridor, Mokulele Highway, between Kahului, Central Maui, and the Kihei Wailea region, afford the optimum exposure to all travel between the airport and South Maui. The parcel benefits from road frontage and access off Mokulele Highway. Although coordination with DOT will be necessary following the reconfiguration of Mokulele Highway. Proper design controls will be critical in ensuring that the project is developed sensitively and maintain quality, ultimately maximizing the economic return to DHL.
Thank you. We'll get a motion and we'll open up to public testimony.
Second.
Okay, we're going to open it up to public testimony. The first person, Cora Snackenberg. Cora Snackenberg.
Yeah, there she is. Aloha, everyone. I will yield my 3 minutes to Randy Kikau. Mahalo.
Okay, let's see. The next person, Patty Tankayo.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you all for your hard work and
Talking to the mic, sister. Talking to the mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patty Tankayo, and I'm speaking today as a beneficiary only. I'm originally from Molokai, and my family, my ancestors are actually from Makanaloa on the North Shore of Molokai. So the peninsula, Makanaloa is in the middle, and there's Kalapapa on one side and Kalawao the other side. So our family was there before the lepers, and our family helped the lepers before Father Damien was there. So when Father Damien came there, my great-great-grandfather actually helped to build all of the Catholic churches around the island. And my great-great-grandmother helped Father Damien with all of the people there. And it's in the documents at University of Hawaii that my ohana did that. So, but what happened was our family got displaced, and our family moved to the east end of Molokai. And thank goodness for the Hawaiian Homelands Act, because our family was able to go into all of the various homesteads on Molokai. Not all of our family, just the lucky ones. So I have family in Onali'i, Ho'olehua, Waimanalo, Papokalea, Nanakuli, Waianae. I have relatives that are homesteads all over the islands. So, and I was brought up in Ho'olehua. But a lot of my time that I spent as a child was actually here in Kalama'ula, in those coconut groves over there with my grand-aunt. So it's important to me. I look at it both ways. I mean, professionally, I try to help people get on the wait list every single day. But I also look at the beneficiaries who currently live on the homestead, because the act also talks about self-determination. So with this particular action, it talks about one parcel that I just want to point out. It's the parcel 58. I went to a beneficiary consultation meeting, and that particular parcel is in the Kanahili Homestead Association. And they want to do community development there. And it was a beneficiary consultation meeting. That was what we were there for, right? To consult. That was the mechanism to hear from the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries that were listening, and the Kanahili and all of the Kapolei Homestead Association members and leaders said that they wanted to do a community development project there. So I'm just letting you guys know that that's what happened in the consultation meeting, is that the community wanted to do a community-based project there. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. Next testifier, Kekoa Inamoto.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am here to talk about the Maui Island Pu'unene parcel, 184 acres. And this is a memorandum of agreement that several beneficiary organizations on Maui drafted and signed over the weekend. So 3 Hawaiian Homes beneficiary-owned Valley Isle entities, Maui Taro Farm LLC, Hui Uluola o Maui, and Pa'upena Community Development, Inc., partner to develop and operate Project Pulehunui Akau, which means Pulehunui North, on 184 Pu'unene homeland acres. The Pu'unene Akau agro-tourism complex features as follows: 10-acre kalo farm, possibly incorporating a la'au lapa'au medicinal herb garden and orchard, a 10-acre Ulu orchard, both of these orchard areas featuring walking tours, water catchments, and produce processing facilities, a 20-acre retail cultural center offering restaurants, tasting rooms, retail shops, an Ulu Kalo factory and commercial kitchen, native arts gallery showcasing cultural practitioners and workshops and parking, a 10-acre solar farm, and the remaining 120 or so acres would be a housing community area encompassing 88 one-acre residential sustainable ag homestead homes, 32-person workforce development housing on 8 acres, a 7-acre education recreation area with Opio Work Study Center affording Punana Leo and Olelo Hawaii Immersion School, Community Center, and Adult Daycare Center. And these 3 entities include Maui Terra Farm is run by Uncle Bobby Pahia. He's the master kalo farmer on Maui who has been managing more than 300 Waikapu acres for 7 years. Hui Ulu Olo o Maui is a 501c3 whose mission is to promote the benefits of ulu and how to grow it and prepare it. And the principal, the CEO of that, Hui Lehuanani Kelly Inohomoku, serves as charter president of a disaster relief organization, Nakia'io Maui. And she's a former Kamehameha Maui preschool educator and a waitlist beneficiary for Maui. And Pa'upena Community Development Corporation, on whose board I serve, is a 7-year-old upcountry Maui-based 501c3. And our entity's vision from the inception 7 years ago is to fulfill Prince Kuhio's century-old dream for Native Hawaiians to reconnect with Waiahuli Ahupua'a in thriving agricultural and pastoral communities and to share this paradigm throughout the Pai'aina. The County of Maui Department of Agriculture just awarded to Pa'upena CDC this past Thursday a $199,200 grant to build water catchment systems on 7 Valley Isle homestead farms. So, you know, Pa'upena went through 3 years of advocacy to repatriate 5,000 acres away from non-Hawaiians and non-beneficiaries. And I don't want to see some non-Hawaiian, unnamed non-beneficiary entity deciding the disposition of these 184 acres on Maui. And this is the proposal that we're making. I told Kali Watson in an email this morning that we 3 entities are willing to work with Land Management Division to present a comprehensive business plan and budget, as well as letters of support and commitment to support this MOA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair.
Sure.
I
Sure.
just wanted to.
Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, I think this is going to expedite things a lot. I'm just through some public testimony and finding out that the department did do a beneficiary consultation on March 20th concerning the parcel 58. And this hasn't been presented to the commission. So I'm asking that we amend this, remove that TMK until the commission can review the beneficiary consultation and defer that till our next meeting.
Okay, it seems reasonable.
You have a second?
Second. Okay, when we get to the motion, we're gonna do some community
I thought I just
testimony first. You guys are ahead of your time here, man.
Try to move it along, try to save us some time.
It's all in the timing, man.
Yeah.
Let's see, we got Randy Akau. You got 6 minutes, Randy. Somebody gave you 3 minutes of their time.
Aloha, Chair. Thank you. This is Randy Akau. I'm the president of Kanahili Community Association, and I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify on this agendized item F2 191-151-058. The parcel is located in Kanahili Homestead Community, and we are requesting that an RFP process be conducted for this parcel. My testimony also states that we, the undersigned Kanahili Community Association, unite to express our collective viewpoint following the beneficiary consultation led by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, held on March 20, 2024, concerning the future of the land parcel. The beneficiary consultation, carried out in accordance with the Hawaii Revised Statutes, was designed to hear the voices of our community. It emerged from this process that the subject parcel should not be offered for competitive bidding. The feedback gathered serves as a testament to our community deep-seated interest in ensuring any development on this land is aligned with the Kanehili Homestead beneficiaries' visions as well as aspirations. We were able to obtain signatures from our beneficiaries and included that in a petition that was formulated. Given our community's input, we respectfully call upon the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to initiate a request for proposal tailored to this parcel with a preference for projects that deliver concrete benefits to our community. We highlight the necessity of crafting scoring criteria within the RFP that attribute significant value to proposals enriched by the direct input from our Kanehili community. Such criteria will not only guarantee alignment with our collective vision, but also affirm the commitment to the principle of self-determination, a fundamental aspect of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Prioritizing proposals with our insights will lead to development that cater to and reflect the unique requirements of the Kanehili Homestead beneficiaries. This approach promises to cultivate a development model that resonates with the Act's intention of empowering Native Hawaiian communities, thereby fostering environments where our voices, our needs and aspirations are not just heard, but are pivotal to the developmental process. We are thankful to DHHL for conducting the beneficiary consultation and for taking our unified perspectives into consideration. Our trust lies in DHHL's commitment to envisioning a future for the Kanehili Homestead community that duly respects and incorporates the wishes of its residents. Mahalo nui loa for your support and understanding. We eagerly anticipate a positive response and remain prepared to participate in dialogue or provide any necessary clarifications. With respect and aloha, Randy Akau, President, Kanehili Community Association, Kapolei, Oahu.
Okay, thank you, Randy. You know, this might be a good time for Russell Kaupu, if you could kind of explain the process a little bit so that these guys know that, you know, they will have an opportunity to participate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, a couple of things. One was I wanted to correct something that was stated in the PIG report that I did last month. In that report, with reference to these 9 properties that LMD was seeking to move forward on, it includes the comment that each actual disposition will still come back to the Hawaiian Homes Commission for approval. And I was corrected after that report was made and went out by a few folks who observed or pointed out that for general lease disposition, where we're going out under 204 and it's the competitive bid situation that is mandated by Section 171 HRS. Once we get disapproval of the commission, we go through that statutory process. We don't come back to the commission because there's no discretion provided to the department when it goes through that process. It's strictly we have to take the highest bid on the lease rent for that property. So for projects that went forward with a general lease under 204, there would not be a subsequent coming back to the commission for approval. And that is what I think Patty and the folks from Kanehili are objecting to. They don't want, and I was present. I participated in the beneficiary consultation, and they don't want to be subject to bidding on a project that's adjacent to their community. So their request is to do a RFP process. That is what would be done if we were to go with a disposition under section 220.5 for a project developer agreement. In real simple terms, that allows the department to evaluate and select based upon the best project versus the highest bid rent for a lease. So there is some discretion. There would be a scoring system, and in that disposition, the department would come back to the commission for approval coming out of that process. So my statement in my report that said each disposition comes back to the Hawaiian Homes Commission was overly broad, because it's these 220.5 project developer agreements that would come back. The type of agreement I think that Kanahili is asking for us to consider with special consideration given to community, especially their community and their benefits that their community receives. So I just wanted to go on record and correct that misstatement in the report, and apologize for that if that was creating any confusion for anybody.
Do you have any questions?
Question.
Commissioner
Question.
Nam?
Oh, Commissioner,
Oh.
one second,
Commissioner Namuo first, and
Yes, question. Who decides then, Russell, on what process we go through?
So this submittal from LMD was asking for approval to move forward with either section 204, a general lease, or section 220.5, a project developer agreement. It was up to the department to decide which one was more applicable for the specific property, and then to proceed on that basis.
The department decides.
The department would decide.
That's my question. Who decides what process it goes through?
It would be LMD that would go through that process and decide.
So for each parcel, the department decides what process we would go through. And then depending on the process that we go through, it would or would not come back to the commission for approval. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what you said.
That's correct. If it was a general lease and subject to the competitive bidding requirements of 171, then it doesn't come back to the commission, because there's no discretion, there's no scoring, there's no that kind of discretion employed by the department. But if it was the 220.5, where we are looking at a project and evaluating, well, not only the developer or the party that seeks to do the project, but the merits of the project itself, then we do have to come back to the commission and get their approval.
So land such as the Kanahili that is appropriate for a project, LMD can decide that it will go through that process, and then it would come to us for approval.
That's correct. And I think Chair called on me because he had gotten a word from a number of people about this beneficiary consultation and about the community wanting to not be subject to a straight competitive bid type of situation. So Chair's recommendation was that although this is a relatively small parcel, it would typically be a straight general lease. Our intention right now is to move forward with this particular parcel under the 220.5 process, so that we can evaluate the project and the developer and the things that these folks are calling for in their community.
Okay, in my review of what LMD has done, which I think is very very good and very comprehensive. I have confidence that their review will be appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chair, just point of clarification. So what we're saying is that if it goes under 220.5, it's competitive.
No, it's not competitive. There's proposals that are submitted.
It's a proposal.
Right.
So based on proposal, whether it's.
And then it comes back to
we
the
decide
commission.
whether
The
community
commission
need
decides.
or whether we go to someone else, right?
Right.
Well, Dennis, let me, if not to interrupt, but I think the process, there's a scoring system similar to how we have it set up for the revocable permits, but there'll be a scoring system where the project and the proponent, the developer or the organization that's proposing it, it would be scored, and we would look to negotiate with the highest scoring entity, and that would be both the entity itself or the person itself and the project they're proposing. We would come to the commission with that selection, and we would ask the commission to approve that. What you may be getting to is whether we want to, instead of having the department LMD go through that evaluation process, we somehow bring all the proposals and the developers to the commission itself, and the commission be the deciding body. That's something that Chair had actually suggested to me in a recent meeting. So I guess that's open for consideration. I'm not sure if the commission wants to sit in on that level of detail and work for all of these projects, but if you do, that would be the way that we could do it, is have all of you folks sit through presentations and
I don't think you want to do that.
No,
reading prospectuses and things like that.
Thanks, Russell. I guess my concern at this point is to look at the beneficiary consultation and find out. Because I mean, as a commissioner, that's going to weigh heavily on whether, where it's at. But if we start basing it on competitiveness and costs, then obviously, you got a community association that's dealing with the developer. And I don't think that's fair, based on, and I don't know, I have to see the beneficiary. I'm just looking at, the public testimony, and they have a whole list of folks. So I'd like to see the beneficiary consultation.
Sure.
To sort of make that decision. Now, I have one other point outside of this one, Russell, and that is on the Pu'unene. Is that something that we should probably have some more discussion about? Because if we adjust this and remove 58, should we move 35 and 36? Or have you decided, because we have a request from the community, from who's that? From Keikoa?
Well, I think the process, I mean, these were the parcels that the PIG came up with.
Right.
Recommending that we move forward with it. And then the statutory approach, which, we have options.
Right.
But I think the most
I understand we're trying
integrated is where we have a criteria that they have to go through. But anybody can submit a proposal, and then we kind of do the grading, like on the RP, and then whatever is best, we negotiate, and then we bring it to the commission. If the commission decides, well, I don't like this proposal, let's look at the second one, you're free to do that. But I think most of the homework and, due diligence, as well as interaction with the beneficiaries, as well as, their capacity, that's real key. You don't want to just give it to somebody that's just going to sit there.
So on the Maui Pu'unene, that'll be under 220.5?
Yeah, 220.5. Okay. In fact, I'm looking at them, and it seems like all of them. The straight up leasing it per the highest bid, usually those are the smaller parcels, they're kind of infill regarding industrial lots that we want to just get rid of and get the highest bid and get it out quick.
Right.
So, but these are large, and these what you guys, the PIG, came up with regarding moving forward.
But at that time, when that was brought up, we didn't know about these other issues like Kanahili, their request.
We're going to incorporate and work with them, and they will have an opportunity to submit. I mean, that's been sitting for a long time, so that's why the PIG and kind of say, hey, let's kind of check this out. It will give that group an opportunity to make their proposal, and we can take a look at it.
Yes.
Rather than them waiting another or 5 years or 10 years before.
Yeah, no, I
anything comes
understand.
up.
I'd like to follow through with the amendment to remove 58 until we can review.
You want to move that one out?
Yes, move that one out, please.
Okay.
Just because we haven't looked at the beneficiary consultation, I think that's important.
But Randy was saying he'd like to submit a proposal. So if we're gonna move them out.
Under what we have now?
I'm sorry?
He wants to, I mean, if he
I'm
wants to
assuming
do that, I'll leave it where it's
They want an
at.
opportunity to kind of get it moving.
I don't
right?
want to mess it up, but I mean, normally when beneficiary consultation comes to us, we review it and they ask for our approval. Planning.
But it's, this is a process what you guys came up with to make these lands available.
Yes,
for
I understand.
opportunity.
That's out of the PIG, but what I'm saying is we're discovering that there was a beneficiary consultation that was not brought to the commission, which we normally approve the beneficiary consultation.
Well, that's going to be part of what's presented to the commission for your decision. It's not like we're going to ignore it. We're going to incorporate it as well as look at the proposal.
Be part of the proposal?
And no decision is going to be made until you guys.
All right, then I'm okay with that. Okay, sorry. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dennis, I don't think the period for comments on the beneficiary process has totally run yet. I think there's a stated period or a statutory period, and I think we're a couple days short of that. So it couldn't come to you at this meeting, but because this was going to be a 220.5, it was going to come back to you at some point, and you would have the beneficiary consultation report before that.
Yeah, all of that.
Okay, as long as it's coming with the proposal, then I'm fine with that. So
Okay,
we just
great.
want to listen to our beneficiaries' voices. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
We got a couple more.
Chair.
Commissioner Wolf?
So, while we're on that subject about beneficiary consultation, I think it's important, and I would like to see shall utilize beneficiary consultation rather than may in the language, because this is going to be part of our process, right? We're going to require beneficiary consultation that will come before the commission.
What's your thoughts on that, Russell? Make it a requirement.
So the beneficiary consultation requirements, they are a shall requirement. It's not a may.
Oh, okay. It is.
Okay, thank you.
It's I think maybe what you're thinking about is the Native Hawaiian preference, which is a may, and but the commission, we haven't moved forward in that vein yet. I hope.
Okay, thank you. We got a couple more testifiers, Demont, and then Patty Taruya.
Hey, all right, you guys. Hey, how's it, guys? All right, so, yeah, so again, I support this, and I wanted to amend my previous testimony because I did leave out the work that the PIG did. I never just bypassed that one. I was just so anxious to get through this testimony. But so I support this, but I think I have a solution, and I would like to direct these comments to our commissioners. If you could just hear me for a second, that we try to get a solution to this problem where non-native Hawaiians get all the action they like on our industrial lands, and native Hawaiians no can. You know what I mean? What we get is only month to month, but non-native Hawaiians, they get general leases that go 65 years, 30 years, and all that. I think one of the solutions can be is that if you get a company like Pasha, Energex, or some big company that gonna get the general lease, that as part of the requisite of them getting that, we should negotiate and say, hey, if you can allow native Hawaiians to get subleases, long-term subleases, I think that's a reasonable thing that can kill two birds with one stone, and that would help solve these problems. Uncle Randy, they live there in Kanahili, bro. And so far, we slaves to all those that got long-term leases like the Butler Group. We slaves to them. We spend our money over there, Kamakanali. We get nothing in return. What they got? What did Kanahili get? $500,000 for a park that they had to go find and scrounge money to finish the park? And then they get this other one over there. We get Chick-fil-A and all that. we shop over there, but we really get no benefit out of that, no real tangible thing. But what Randy them is proposing is to be able to get some kind of action going over there for their own community so they can fend for themselves. And for me, my biggest pet peeve is that on industrial lands, we only get month-to-month leases, and that kills our businesses because we can't go to the bank and get get loans to improve our businesses because they tell us you only got month-to-month. You could be out next month. So how's about if you guys not willing to give Native Hawaiians long-term leases on industrial lands, that you at least allow us to get subleases from these companies that gonna get the long-term leases, that we can get subleases, long-term subleases, and that we negotiate reasonable per square feet prices that can allow us to function and everybody can be happy. Our commissioners, I ask that you think about that, and if you can raise that issue in this hearing so that we can hear if we get chance or not. I really think our people deserve a fair chance to get on our own lands. Now, I just want to read the last part of 204C1. In the parentheses, it said, all of which shall be owned by Native Hawaiians or organizations formed or controlled by Native Hawaiians. You know, it's like we only get preferential, that it's not mandatory, but actually you do have the opportunity to give us that is controlled or operated by Native Hawaiians. So I ask that you read that parentheses part in 204 on the C1. Aloha.
Okay, thank you, Demo. Last testifier, Patty Teruya.
Okay, thank you. Almost there. Okay. My video is not turned on. Okay, aloha, Patty Kahana Mokuchiruya again. Thank you for this time and opportunity. I'm speaking in strong support of the TMK 0058. This is the Kanahili 2-acre property. It was known that in February 21st, the Kanahili Community Association had a denied letter for the opportunity application for this parcel. I attended also for the March 20th beneficiary consultation and for the future land located in Kanahili Homestead, near Kanahili Homestead, in fact. There were many voices from the homestead, and other homesteads participated for that parcel, that it should be offered for, not offered for competitive bidding, but offered to an RFP process for the Kanahili Community Association. Thank you, Russell, for bringing up the process and understanding more about the steps on this RFP and on competitive bidding. So I'd like to support that the Kanahili Community Association would have the opportunity for initiate an RFP for the 2.0 acres that can benefit to the beneficiaries and community of Kapolei. Again, thank you, Commissioner Nevis, for bringing it to the attention to the board today of the beneficiary consultation and how important it is. This consultation did not come to the commission. Normally, a beneficiary consultation would come from the planning department to the commission and to give you an idea of how the consultation went. I can tell you it was very overwhelming support for the Kanahili Community Association to be able to try to work to get an RFP from the department and to follow their vision and mission for their homesteaders. So thank you for the opportunity, and mahalo again. Aloha.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
Thank you.
Now we'll open it up to the commissioners. Any comments? No, if not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what's the next item? Okay, item F4.
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 Oh, F3, did we skip it?
Oh, you want to do something?
Item number F3.
Okay, F3. F3 it is.
LMD is seeking approval to issue a right of entry permit to Hawaiian Dredging Construction Company located in Moi'ili, Honolulu Island, Oahu. TMK is listed on the submittal.
Okay, can we get a motion? Then we're gonna have a discussion.
So move.
Second.
Okay, any public, oh, Patty Turia?
No,
Oh, no, never.
no more for F3.
Okay, no. Okay, any comments regarding this particular action item? No? If all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Item number F4, LMD is seeking the approval of annual renewal right of entry permits for Molokai Island. Again, LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves the following actions while developing a process to make short-term agriculture and pastoral land use available to beneficiaries. This is the annual renewals of right of entry that we come to various islands, and this is for Molokai Island.
Okay, can we get a motion? Then we have some discussion.
Second.
Okay, any witnesses? If not, any comments by the commissioners? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. Item number F5.
Oh, wait. We're going with G1 first.
Oh, G1, sorry, yep.
G1.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Aloha Commissioners, Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G1, the recommended motion action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept this beneficiary consultation report as the official public record of beneficiary input and feedback relative to the proposed license agreement to the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans in Ho'olehua, Molokai. Commissioners, we did prepare a quick PowerPoint presentation, especially for the new commissioners who might not be familiar with this particular subject matter. It is a subject matter that goes back at least to 2017. My summary is a summary, and it may not capture all of the nuances and context that went into how we got to where we are today. So basic overview, the project location is in Ho'olehua. For those of you familiar with the Lanikeha Community Center, the Veteran Center was built across the field from the Lanikeha Center in the Ho'olehua Homestead community. Next slide. This is a real quick summary of the background and history. In 2017, the department had a beneficiary meeting on this particular matter, in which the department, along with then Representative Linda Coit, explained to the community that state funding for this facility was secured, and that in order to prevent the funding from lapsing, a decision had to be made to build the center on Hawaiian homelands in this area. More on that subject later. Later on, the commission approved in 2018 an environmental assessment for the project. The HHL received comments from several Ho'olehua lessees expressing desire to have access to the center for community meetings and gatherings. There's also several input from Ho'olehua lessees with their displeasure on the location of the project. Construction of the center began in October of 2022, and it is almost completed. I'll go over that in the next couple of slides. This current administration received letters of interest in managing and operating the facility from two groups, the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans and the Ho'olehua Homestead Association last year. Next slide. So this is a picture of the almost completed Veteran Center facility. This borrows from the Land Development Division's presentation. So That was the amount of state funds that was allocated to the department for this project. Again, construction was done in 2022, and in 2024, it was completed. Next slide. Go back. And then this is just a couple pictures of the interior of the almost completed facility. As I mentioned, the department received 2 letters of interest from the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans and the Ho'olehua Homestead Association. The department staff met with both organizations in December of 2023 to discuss management options and learn more about each group's interest in the facility. The department requested a business plan to operate the center from both organizations and conducted oral interviews with both organizations in January and February of 2024. During the course of these conversations, the department did ask each association what the temperature was to work together on it. What was communicated to us was that it would be difficult for 2 groups to co-manage a facility. So the department decided to entertain competing proposals from both groups. While both organizations submitted quality business plans and had great interviews, the department had to make a hard decision and choose one organization. Based upon business plans submitted to the department, oral interviews conducted, the department recommends that the Molokai Caring for Veterans be considered for a license. So after that decision, the department held a beneficiary consultation meeting on March 25th. Next slide. So a beneficiary consultation meeting notice was sent to 541 Molokai lessees, 556 applicants on the department's wait list with Molokai zip codes. Also, project information was created on the department's website. Want to note that we did deviate from the traditional 30-day comment period for this particular matter because the chair's office decided that it was important to have this discussion on Molokai in front of beneficiaries on Molokai at this particular meeting. Next slide. There are about 66 people that signed up or signed in at the beneficiary consultation meeting, of which 52 self-identified as a department beneficiary. In addition, during the comment period that we did extend, we had 6 written comments from commenters that identified themselves as department beneficiaries. Next slide. So commissioners, in your meeting packet, you do have the full meeting notes that was taken from the beneficiary consultation meeting. These next couple of slides are just a summary of the major points from that beneficiary consultation meeting. Comment number 1, the Veterans and Homestead Residence Center should be co-managed by both the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans and the Ho'olehua Homestead Association. That was one of the more prevalent comments that was expressed during the beneficiary consultation meeting. I do want to note that there was one beneficiary who also commented that logistically it may be hard to have 2 managers equally in charge of the facility. That particular beneficiary cited, examples of you don't really co-manage owning a car, or you don't really co-manage other types of assets. So that was expressed. The department should pause the decision-making on giving Molokai Caring for Veterans a license until this particular organization resolves its internal leadership issue. Some members of this association expressed during the consultation meeting that they do not want to manage the new center and would rather see a better management of the existing Veterans Center in Kaunakakai. The department should not give the management of the facility on Hawaiian homelands to a non-beneficiary organization. The department should explore options for an alternative recreational site in Ho'olehua. The field where the Veterans Center was constructed was supposed to be a park, and many beneficiaries had experienced using this space as they grew up, and it's a special place for them growing up. But now it becomes harder to use it like how they used it before because of the new facility. And then lastly, the decision-making throughout this whole process since 2017, a lot of beneficiaries felt that the process was not transparent or inclusive. Many beneficiaries expressed that it seemed like a done deal to site the facility at this location and give it to this particular organization, despite beneficiary concerns that were raised. Commissioners, also in your packet, on pages 5 through 7 of item G1, those comments are summarized for you. Also, there's a discussion on how the comments were tried to be incorporated in item F5. So for the first comment, the veterans should be co-managed. The department recommended a new condition was added to the proposed terms and conditions of the proposed license agreement that provides Ho'olehua Homestead Association with more input into the management and use of the facility, but the recommendation for sole management will still be with the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. Secondly, another condition of the proposed license agreement is that the Ho'olehua Homestead Association will have the first right of refusal for scheduling its monthly meetings and farmers market and regular member meetings at the facility. So they will have first choice of dates for those activities that they would like to have at the center. Secondly, to the second point, that the department should pause decision-making on this matter until the veterans' internal leadership issue is resolved. Again, the department would have indicated that it would prefer to have the discussion on this matter on Molokai at this particular meeting to give beneficiaries on this island an opportunity to testify on the matter. The Hawaiian Homes Commission can decide to defer the decision on the license recommendation until a later date if they choose to do so. Again, a new condition was added to the proposed draft license in item F5 to address this concern. The condition was Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans shall notify the department of any changes to the board of directors within 30 days of the change in leadership and continued interest in managing the license premise. In item F5, the department will go over in more details those conditions. The third bullet point, the department should not give management of the facility on Hawaiian homeland to a non-beneficial organization. The Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans has stated that many of its members are also department beneficiaries, including members of its board of directors. Also, again, conditions were added to the recommended license in item F5 to require the veterans to work with the Ho'olehua Homestead Association to ensure that the facility can be utilized by Ho'olehua beneficiaries. The fourth bullet point, the department, from the feedback that the department should explore options for an alternative recreational site in Ho'olehua. The department can look at alternative sites for community park and field spaces on its lands. It may be best to find a suitable location for a park as part of the process to update the Molokai Island Plan, which we hope to get commission support in terms of funding in the next fiscal year so that we can start that update process. And then lastly, decision-making throughout this whole process since 2017 could be better. The department agrees DHHL can always do better to be more transparent. It is important to follow the beneficiary consultation policy that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved in 2009 and make sure decisions are more transparent moving forward. I don't think we dispute that this particular process, there is a lot of room for improvement and a lot of lessons learned from it. Next slide. So that summarizes the beneficiary consultation report.
Anything else?
No, so yeah, the recommended motion and action is that the commission accept this consultation report as the official public record of beneficiary input and feedback relative to the proposed license.
Okay, why don't we make a motion, then we'll get public testimony, and then want to amend or whatever, we can move forward. Okay, we're going to open it up to public testimony. The first person, Irene Kahanui.
Can we just put the microphone? And can we just use the mic figure out something? Is it long enough?
This morning when I left home, my husband said, "What are two old fucks going over there for?" I said, you should learn. Kupuna says, either you put up or you shut up. Sorry, I get shingles. Okay. It's good.
Right in the mic end.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Irene Kahanui. I almost forgot my last name. And, but actually, that's only by paper. My real name, last name, I'm the first granddaughter of Mitchell Paoli. My papa had told me, always go in righteousness for the benefit of our people. It's life first, So anyway, we're Kapuna. This is Auntie Judy Caparita, and we're a Kapuna and homesteader, and I'm the veteran. I would like to give you, Chair Watson and Commissioners, support signatures of 122 individuals who say, I am a homesteader veteran or a family member of a homesteader veteran, and I am for, not against the Hollywood Veterans and Resident Center. I would like to thank Senator Lindy Coit and the past Nichi Child Chair, Julie Masakatani, for making this all possible for our homesteaders, veterans, and families and communities. Nowadays, I'm gonna tell you, everybody focused towards grant monies and stuff, but you know what? It's life first. Nobody went out and got a siren for Holy Hoa. It took two old fucks over here to go to Congress and get it. Okay, life first now. And another thing, we're concerned about the disaster plan for this island because they'll all come to Holy Hoa and nobody's prepared. Or maybe they are and they're not asking the veterans to sit on their committee, which we will go to the mayor. But it's things like that we're here advocating. And another thing, it hurt our hearts. We had tears. Do you know that we drove up there and there was no American flag pole? And that shows no respect for the veterans at all. When I went to the walkthrough with our board, it looked like it was designed for community and not as a veteran center. You open the door, what do you get? You're gonna smell the aroma of doodle, because the toilets are right there saying aloha and welcome to the center. So to me, I think that Hawaiian Home should have been more on top of it, checking out when but anyway, we were kept out of the loop. We, after all these years, were never, ever invited to go to a walkthrough or give some kind of consultation at all. We was kept out of the loop. And I don't think that's respect for us who went and we gave our lives for you guys, all you guys. So that's what I have to say. So I think we have like 3 minutes. What you got to say?
Hey, aloha. You know, 49 years I waited for my homestay. A lot of them went away. So this is what I came to say. Never mind the talking, do the walking and do the work. Everybody getting paid, less work. I said, oh man, I come from 16 in a family. And you learn how to work. You go holo holo, Moloka, holo holo compound. You grade and plant and you share. Never mind the money. Jesus knows your needs. That's why I was raised this way. And I'm blessed. You're blessed because why? Because you was raised up with love. Never mind about the money. Jesus knows my needs and he knows your needs. One day we're going to be out there. Hey, you want to make up your mind where you want to go? That's right. That's why I want to go. One day, all of us, we belong to Jesus. He paid a price for us all. And this is why I say, look behind. Everybody should work and should love one another. That's why I needed to say that. I love all of you. I thank Jesus. I get to see all of you. Maybe tomorrow I will see you. But you what? Hey! Jesus loves you. Okay?
I just wanted to say something else here. That when did you shall get the money? Yeah? Through the homestead association. Yes. Haven't been follow up on it or anything like that? That's all just pretty good. Sorry. I mean, that's the old way. The old way is the best way. That's why I'm glad you got the corners on your floor, The kind of been there and done that already.
And for all the young men,
learn what he has. That's what he said.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. The next person, Timmy Meyer.
My name is Timothy Meyer. I'm the commander for the Molokai Veterans, Caring for Veterans here on Molokai. Good afternoon, Connie Watson and commissioners that are here. We hope that you adhere to our needs and wants that have been agreed upon when the funding from the DOD and the state allocated $4 million for the project of building on behalf of the veterans as well as the Molokai homesteaders. The combination concept. The reason for that is the funds could not be used on a property down there because it's privately owned. So the DHL was providing the land to build the property on, and therefore we could share the building itself. And another thing I need to remind you, in October 2023, there was an agreement made that the veterans will be given the lease on a facility. Then this, when we met in December, I believe, of 2023, the concept of co-managing the building itself was brought up. We could not agree to it because you can only have one president of the United States or one chairman of this board. You cannot have two managers in a building. It's not possible. So we didn't agree with the draft that was given by the DHL. So what we expected was in this meeting that we would have an approval by the commissioners. Seeing there were not an approval, we have testified to the effect. But that because of the funding that was provided by the DOD, state of Hawaii, we're not saying that we're entitled to the whole building. We are sharing the building with the homesteaders, but we will not share the management of it, because you cannot have two managers in the building. Impossible. I've never seen them in any other organization with that effect. Lonnie. I want to have Lonnie from the
Yeah, Lonnie Sahagan?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Aloha Chair Kali Watson, Molokai Commissioner Zach Helm, and Commissioners. My name is Lani Sahagun, and I am the current Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans Board Treasurer, Chaplain. For the record, I want to say that I believe I echo the hearts of everyone here, that when it comes to our veterans, both our beneficiary veteran and our non-beneficiary veteran, both Native Hawaiian and non-Native Hawaiian, we all say to each and every veteran, we thank you for your service. With that being said, I want to give honor where honor is due to the three individuals who is the reason this Ho'olehua Veterans and Residence Center is the subject of discussion today. Because I hold in my hand this precious handwritten document, which is the formulation of this organization, Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. This document talks about formulating their articles of incorporation, their bylaws, and opening a checking account at Molokai Community Federal Credit Union. But I think the one most important thing that it says in this document, and I will read it word for word. It says, resolved that article of corporation be filed, I'm sorry, by the state of officials, but it says here, resolved that there be no compensation to be paid to any officer or director. And since the inception of this document, February 15, 2002, at 9 a.m., there have never been a board director or board officer that has taken compensation. So you will know that every heart of every board officer and director has been a heart of love to serve. And what the founder, the three founders, and as I said, that we give honor where honor is due. The three history makers, which is our very first Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans Board of Directors and their titles, Commander Larry Helm, Vice Commander Wendell DeFreitas, and Chaplain and Sergeant of Arms Patsy Bird. We say to you today, we will never forget you and for your service in the United States Armed Forces. And for the record, as I have testified at the March 25th Beneficiary Consultation Meeting, I want to say again a big mahalo to now Senator, then Representative Lindy Coy, and the past Chair, Joby Masagatani, for their heart, for being the ones who were instrumental and involved in this win-win partnership between DHHL and the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. And we pledge, as the current board, we will do our very best to continue this purpose. And I want to read the purpose. Also in my hands, I have, okay, I know the formulation was in 2002, but this is the bylaws that I searched and I could find. It was dated and signed by Commander Larry Helm, March 23rd, 2005. The purpose and mission of this organization is to assist disabled and needy war veterans and members of the United States Armed Forces to carry on programs to perpetuate the memory of deceased veterans and members of the armed forces, to comfort their survivors, to sponsor or participate in activities of a patriotic nature, and to provide social and recreational activities for its members. I have here, and Auntie Irene also talked about this, 122 signatures, and these are homesteader veterans and family members of homesteader veterans. I also have in my hand, and this is not a full, complete, approximately 250 on our membership roster of Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans organization. I walked into the organization 7 years ago, and I was greeted and I was helped, and we will make sure that every single name on this membership roster will be cared for, and we thank them for your service. Thank you so much. Yes, Supu. Jesus bless all of you.
Okay, the next person, Crystal Nakihei. No. How about James Wario?
James Jaario, oh, there he is.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is James Jaario. I'm the Vice Commander of Veterans Caring for Veterans. In the event that we are not considered to receive sole license of management, we don't want to, but we cannot help. We cannot help to contact with the State Department of Defense, who we met, the legislature, especially Congressman Tuguda, who we met with here on Molokai on January 5th, 2024, who told us that she was on the Ways and Means Committee and part of this passing House Bill appropriation of $4 million for a community, for a Molokai Veteran Center, Molokai. See House Bill 1900, item number 5F-5. Exhibit B. We will also be seeking legal counsel. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next testifier, Walter Rollins.
Commissioners and Commissioners, my name is Walter Rollins. I am the Homestead Association for Vets. You know, there's so much really care going on, but we will get through it. We'll get through it. You know, one thing we got to remember, we represent one man, the President of the United States, which we always fight for, and we here today. I asked them when we were at the meeting, brought it up with these guys, he says, you guys want a co-management? Yeah. I tell them, why don't we put OHA and Hawaiian Homes together? Why don't we have them in one office, like how you guys trying to put up? I still waiting for answers. I got back. He said, oh, we cannot because this and we cannot. You guys are forcing us to do it, but yet you guys can work together and you represent the same thing, the Hawaiians. So you can see where I'm coming from, because you guys might have differences from what OHA has. Our job is to take care of our veterans. Because they fought hard, they gave their life, someone who gave their arms, their legs, whatever. So we are, on one state of Hawaiian, it's planning to take care of everyone, not only the vets, the homesteaders, our community. We're not stopping no one from coming there. Like I said, we are open. Our hearts are open. We welcome everybody to come. And the only thing, like I said, there'll be a fee because we have to pay our rent and stuff. Other than that, you know, hey, it was given to us by the Department of Defense. And we represented, we fought for the defense. And we here today, fighting again. I don't know why. When do we stop? When do we start? Now, just say we need just one round. Whoever wants, they're welcome to come in. Just come with us, sign up for it, and you get it. That's all I said to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Luann Mahiki Langford. On Zoom.
Aloha, aloha everyone.
Aloha.
Aloha commissioners. Luann Mahiki Langford Favorito, Lesti, and Ho'olua. So I was there. I wanted to bring some information that for me personally, because I sit on the Hō'olehua Homesteaders Association board. I am the treasurer there. And to kind of dispute what was given at the WAM meeting, that the different associations have only 4 people. As a chair of this association, we have a total of 20 families, which numbers to 87 members of the Hō'olehua Homesteaders Association. So that is kind of refuting what was brought to your attention at the WAM meeting on January 9th. And secondly, I believe, especially in the state of Hawaii for businesses, it wouldn't be prudent for the department to offer up a license to our Molokai veterans for caring for veterans who do not currently have their 501c3 status and compliance. I understand that they are applying because it has been they had a revocation letter, and they are applying to try and get this all corrected. In the meantime, it would be irresponsible from my point of view to award a license to this group until they can, like you heard, address their internal concerns, come up and state who is the correct and rightful board, at this time with the different elections that they have had. So with that said, I thank you for your time. Aloha, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. The next testifier, Barbara Kalipi. Barbara Kalipi?
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Aloha mai kako. It's going to be hard, but I'll try to get through it. My name is Barbara Kalipi. I am a Holihoa homesteader. I'm speaking on this issue as not just a homesteader, but a Molokai community person who knows pretty much everybody in this room sitting in the audience. I guess I just want to say I'm uncomfortable about the decision being made now. I think there's an opportunity for the commission to hear from more people who can attend the meeting tonight, because as you folks know, most people who work cannot come for a daytime meeting. And I'm not sure if you folks have the sense, but there is a lot of, I don't want to say pilikia, because I don't think it's pilikia. I think it's miscommunication and a lack of communication and a gap in communication that does not allow for our community, our homesteaders and our veterans alike to come to a place where we can feel good about the running of this new center. I'm a Holihoa Homestead Association member, and I have heard some things, secondhand information. I've seen some documents that look valid, and from what I can tell, there's still not a real clear or solid sense that a good decision can be made without further looking into the situation. I'm not somebody who believes in compromise. I'm somebody who believes in collaboration, and I believe that we can, as a Molokai community, come up with a collaboration, be it between the association, the two groups, be it just with one group, but it's got to be a collaboration where we all feel good about it. And I feel like this is a situation that's making it hard on us as Molokai people to feel good about what might be happening in the next few months. So I guess my testimony would be if there would be a reconsideration before the decision. I feel like the report, a beneficiary report, was not done with full transparency, that there was a lot of information that could have been put in. And one question I have is, the decision was made by the staff, but it was never made clear to me why they chose the veterans group over the Homestead Association. I'm not disputing that the decision, I'm just saying that there should have been more information about why that decision was made, why that was in the best interest of the folks that are involved, the homesteaders, and in this case, the veterans group. It's not been easy for me to come up and stand here because I don't want to feel like I got to make a choice between the two. So I'm hoping that there will be some opportunity to continue to have discussions and at least a point where we can feel better than the way I feel about it now. So mahalo.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, the next witness, Christo Makie.
Okay. I'm also up to have my 3 minutes, and Krista isn't here, so you can either call someone until my name come up, but she's not here.
No.
You're next.
I'm sorry?
Your turn.
Okay, so mahalo, everyone. It's me again, Cora Schnackenberg. I just want to share that I've been involved with a lot of Hawaiian Homestead associations, so I kind of know what Barbara has spoke on, and it's very difficult. But I need to say this, that there were a set, so I am actually want to bring forward about who you folks are speaking on as one of the there's discussion about coal stewardship with Polehua Association. But I need to give you a little background first. So if anyone want to give me the 3 minutes, I would appreciate it. I do want to say that AOM is Ahonua o Molokai. It's an Ahopua of Molokai that was originally developed to have all presidents of 6 homestead association. And these were presidents. It was Ho'olehua Homestead Association, Kapa'akea, Kamililoa, and Kalama'ula Mauka, and Ahanui, who I was the former president of. Now, these are the same group with addition to Naiva. Okay, that makes a difference because now the new group of presidents is now called Huiho'o Kahua, who also, they've been supporting certain projects. So this coming to play about the co-management because there are 2 projects that when we look at business and best practices have not done well. And I love other associations, so forgive me, this is not intentionally, but the reason why they don't want to co-manage. So number 1 was on your 2020 original plan, they became priority number 2, and it's called Molokai Hale or Ho'olehua Hale, I think, or was something like that. At which time the HHL had provided money for renovation. To today, it's still standing the way it was when they had asked for money. They are not utilizing for the purpose of why it was intended for. It is vacant. And so that is number 1. Number 2 is that this same group with different administration also was co-managed the Lanikeha. It switched hands twice before the current management, which is Farmers Alliance. Now, my job is not to look at faults. That is not my intention. But to share that when you seriously look at wanting co-management, you got to look what is best practice. She had also mentioned, the woman before on Zoom had indicated that they don't have their 501c3. Guess what? They have the other one, 501c19. That is just as good as a 501c3. Now, the other controversial issue was, you're not Hawaiian, it's not one non-Hawaiian entity on DHSL. Ole. These same people who would fight so I can enjoy freedom, it's the same persons that are the leadership that is spoken of. In closing, I want to say this, that this Molokai Veteran Caring for Veterans is a subsidiary model. They're on the top, they have an outreach called Homestead Association of Veterans. These are your beneficiaries, commissioners. So I am suggesting that instead of looking so far, that you would look at the Homestead Association of Veterans to be the one to steward, co-steward with the veterans caring for veterans. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Stacy Crivello.
Aloha, my name is Stacy Crivello. I wasn't intent to testify, but talking to Ho'olehua, first of all, I want to mahalo everyone, especially our veterans. And if you are familiar with the history of the Veterans Caring for Caring, I do care for the veterans. That's why you have a solar panel. That's why you have yearly funding so that you can run your operations. So I'm not here for or against anyone. But I'd like to remind our commissioners, as much as us, we are Hawaiian, Kanaka, as homesteaders, as veterans, if your application is to, in my opinion, from the Homestead Association, they are fully the beneficiaries of the department. So in my opinion, the first kuleana that we have is to us beneficiaries. So I've listened to many of your comments and you all come down in taking care of the beneficiaries. So with this, I hope your decision will be based on the beneficiaries. And if that's an association or an entity that is a complete representation of beneficiaries, not to compete, but perhaps then, like Barbara mentioned earlier, there can be collaboration, as we normally do in this community, to collaborate as to how you're going to manage. But the license, I guess, falls in your hands. And welcome to Molokai. Nothing is always agreeable, but we eventually agree to disagree and agree. So I just ask to be mindful of the kuleana that we have as a department, as a commission, to represent on behalf of the beneficiaries, not icing the veterans, but hopefully there can be complete collaboration as to how we're going to eventually manage the facility that has been so graciously gifted to the Ho'olehua community. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. The next witness, Kyla Purdy.
I'm nervous. Aloha, commissioners. My name is Makaila Purdy. Kinia is my niece, and she's here just to keep me from getting nervous. But thank you for coming, and this is what I was waiting for 5, 6, 7 years. The meeting started September 5th, 2017. I just want to recollect all of everybody here about the meeting. One meeting. One meeting. What happened to the process I was waiting for? I'm Kamaha. That's our park over there. It says over here, 1 year after you guys accepted the AES or EIS, then in 2022, the building was constructed. So from 2017 to 2022, I want to know what meeting was held in between these years. What happened? That's what I want to know with the process. I believe in the process when my papa and my mom them was here. They told me to vote. I never liked vote. Why? Because all this kind of stuff happening, still going on from my papa's days. But I just wanted to express that, and I just only wanted to talk about the processing and how deeply I'm so hurt to see the building that went up, and we never have any other meetings to talk about them. Done deal. Done deal. very, very sad, and I don't want to get so much seconds, but I'm not against the veterans. My daddy, my brothers, all veterans. I'm not against the veterans. I wanted the building. We wanted the building. That meeting, we wanted the building, but not on the park. We wanted them someplace else. Had 4 different suggestions, but nobody took into heart that. Nobody that was at that meeting never take into heart. So I don't know. I just very sad because that's the park we was born and raised on that park. It take me a long time for crying. This is really, really, really sad. I just like you guys know that. Just hit the pool away. Broken. But now, the building there, we cannot do nothing. But we gotta figure out who's gonna manage it. Yeah, who's gonna manage it? Veterans, the Holoka homesteaders. But already in here, it says you guys gave it to the veterans. How that went happen? How come? What happened to this process again? I don't understand. I just don't. And I think I never will until the system or something or somebody over here get balls enough for stand up for our people, for our beneficiaries. We are the beneficiaries. We, the beneficiaries. The people, you guys, I know you guys know that. And I hear some of you guys and I like what I hear. Yeah, there's some fresh voices that I know. I kupuna too. But I need to know more. I need to learn more. And I will learn more about what's happening in this processing, democracy, whatever you guys call it. Putin. That's all I got to say. It's Putin. Nobody gonna feel them because they wasn't born and raised up there on that park. Uncle Walter Rollins, no, and he went vet. We all like be together. We like be as one. But now we gotta see who can manage them. Now that's another thing. And then another blow too is I feel we went divide or something when divide the veterans. I don't know what it is. I don't, but I hope they can find a solution that we can move on to, because the building there, it's there. But in my opinion, and I'm not dissing any group or anybody, I feel the beneficiaries should manage this building. It's on our land. You guys want to put them on our land? It's ours now. You put them on our park as ours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Charles Ka'ahanui.
Hello,
Hello.
Commissioners, Chair. My name is Charles A. Ka'ahanui III. I am the president of the Holyoke Association, Homestead Association. I am a 4th generation beneficiary living on the land already. My great grandparents, 1949. Regarding F5, on behalf of the Holyoke Homesteaders Association, I request the commission to defer approval to issue license agreement to the Molokai Veteran Caring for Veterans. I am a sibling, parent, nephew, uncle, friend, and cousin of veterans. Many of our active members, including one of our board members are veterans. On March 25th, at the beneficiary consultation at Lanikel, there was obvious discord within the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. Two boards and threats of legal action between them. We believe that they need to resolve that before DHHL enters the license agreement, before who will actually sign the license agreement. The board that was elected in December with selected members, or the interim board that was elected in January after giving 30 days notice, its members, and removing the other board with cause. Homesteaders and interim board, the members have met with Huolihoa homesteaders and shared the same vision to care for veterans. The interim board are all beneficiaries. The previous board refused to acknowledge us. Please take more time for due diligence. We would also like to note that at the beneficiary consultation, many homesteaders and veterans, including our commissioner, asked to pause this process. Beneficiaries were given 16 days to comment. We would like to ask the commissioners today to give beneficiaries and veterans a 30-day period to comment after today's meeting. Also, thank you. After the beneficiary consultation, our Hawaiian Homesteaders Association members group, please, in consideration of our homestead beneficiaries and the Molokai veterans who really do care for veterans, defer agenda F5 and give Molokai a 30-day comment period. I just want to clarify something, yeah, that Ms. Stackenberg replied to. We're never part of AOM. We never did take part in the building up in Ha'olihoa. So we never managed that. It was the AOM. We're part of a new group. We got away from that group. So I just want to clarify that she's trying to make us like we manage a property. We haven't managed a property. But we were fiscal sponsors for Kohilde. We helped sponsor that. Another thing was, all we was asking was, we didn't know we had somebody else for the Veteran Center. We just need a home. We're the largest association on the island. And you know where we hold our meetings? At a church pavilion. We can't hold it at Lanikel because they said, oh, it's always booked. But then when we passed at nighttime, when we passed there, when we asked for it, nobody's there. So that's why we went after this building, because we need a home. We cannot be living off a church pavilion. I mean, we're happy. I mean, we got some place to meet. So, Commissioner, thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys, Commissioner, for your time.
Thank you very much. The next testifier, Ronald Kabangting. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Aloha, my name is Ronald Magdaleno Cabanting. Yeah, I sound all Filipino, but I was born in Homestead. 1958, I was born in Barrington. We had homestead property because my mom lived there. But anyway, this is about the VA, Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. Okay. On March 25th, during that meeting, and I found out from Andrew that the vocal of the video didn't put out. We, the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans, posted over there too that we disbanded this board on January 27th. We had a special membership meeting and we disbanded this board to stop what they were doing. As of 2027, the board of Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans were the only ones that voted. The members were never participated in any suggestion or any decision of what Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans was going to do. Only the board members. All the way up until 2023. That's why January 2024, we voted the board out. We, the members, voted them out. Also, the interim board has updated with IRS, nonprofit business. We found out that IRS had us that we did not, Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans was not equal to it. We did not qualify for benefits. We had to pay the bill. So we submitted to that. We also submitted to State of Hawaii Commerce Division, DCCA, our board members, not theirs. We have brought this up before, and people are not doing nothing. Hawaiian Homestead, did you guys notify these board members about this meeting? We didn't know. Nobody notified us. Even though March 25th, we told them that's who we are. I got lucky because my wife is a member of Hawaiian Homestead Association, and she had a text. But guess what? She's in California. They're doing cultural teaching up there, coconut weaving. She texted me this morning, and that's why I showed up. And I tried to get the other members of our board, but they didn't come because they're working. Molokai newspaper, read it. It shows we voted those people out, the members of Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. We voted them out. So, Hawaiian Homes, you cannot make decisions of what Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans going to participate until you start getting our group in too. Our board members, he's here on the newspaper. It's also mentioned in the meeting on March 25th. There was a bunch of us signed up and we went to that meeting. And there's a bunch of us that made comments. I didn't stay long because I had to leave. I had a medical appointment for the next 3 days in Honolulu. So that night I left early. But then I find out when we, the members of Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans, our group started to leave, then this board went go talk during that meeting. Timmy Myers then made comments. Nobody support us. They're supporting the odd group, just like 2017, when only the boards were making suggestions and Hawaiian Homes board were making suggestions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. The next testifier, Kalia Purdy.
Aloha, my name is Kilia Purdy Avelino. I'm a Ho'olehua, fourth generation homesteader. I also belong to the Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association. I'm not a board member, board of director. I'm just a member, thank goodness. But I was here from 2017 when all of this first took place. And so I do know the history. As my auntie mentioned, there was one meeting at which many of the presidents had testified against, in opposition to the building being built there at Lanikeha. And as my auntie mentioned, other areas, DHHL areas were suggested, and secluded areas as well, all of which were in Ho'olehua as well. None of which was explored, and this one just kind of just fast forwarded through. Actually, we were told at the time that if the building wasn't built by a certain time, which I believe was that summer, then it wasn't gonna go through. So we all, actually, when it wasn't up, we said, oh, must have been dead in the water then, you know, because we were told that if it's not built, they would lose the money. So fast forward to 2022, and then we start seeing construction there. Everybody was kind of wondering what's going on over there. Don't tell me that's the building. We hadn't heard anything about it. And sure enough, it was. We talked as an association. We tried to reach out to the association to see what we could do. I even came back to the department and asked if they could at least conduct a survey so that we can get an accurate feelings of our community, especially in that area, but open it up to anybody. I did receive a response from Joby at that time saying, we're not gonna do it. And so what happened is we created one, and with the support of and partnership of OHA, we conducted a survey, held it at the building there. It was a fast forward kind of thing, but we had held it open. I actually presented, I think about a month later, it was done in October, and I think I presented in November at a commission meeting with the results. And for us, it's like, you know, personally, I didn't want it built there because of the field. Every president had their own different reasons why they didn't want it to build there. It had children, there's Punana Leo, there was Tutu and me there at the time. So those were some of the reasons given. However, I'm one that will be open to what the community wants, and that's why we wanted to do a survey to see where our community is at. So there was about 267 surveys that was submitted. Leah, I sent it to you again because I know we have new commissioners, if you can make sure that they get it. But basically, I want to say just a couple things. One, AOM has nothing to do with the management of this building. Ahupua'o Molokai was then, back in 2017. It is probably only got 2 homestead associations in it right now, and that is not Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association. 2, Unity. We were part of Ho'olehua Ag, actually, association. And when the new board entered in, Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association being the longest and the first homestead association from Molokai, we talked and said, how about we just merge into one? Why we gotta have 2 in Ho'olehua? We just become one, and that is what we did. So we have one Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association, and they have many different committees that represent everything that we're doing in Ho'olehua. That could have been, and when Auntie Barbara talks about collaboration, that could have been something that we worked together to build that within Ho'olehua Homesteaders Association, something that's been long existent already. No need to start any new one. But bottom line is, just like any other homestead area, and I will support this in any homestead area, whether it's Molokai or Oahu or any island, homesteaders first, beneficiaries first. If it is homestead land, homestead associations should have first priority, and I believe that is something in the act. So that is my spiel. So mahalo nui, mahalo for you guys' time.
No. Okay, we're going to open up to commissioners for some dialogue.
Chair.
Commissioner.
You know, Barbara brought up the fact about collaboration. And I think that was never part of the process. I don't need to say the background of my family or what. Everybody knows who started the veterans in Kanakakai. It was Larry Helm, of course. And there was 2 other people that they mentioned. That was those that were the ones that made it happen. But you know, I think we need some more time to make a decision, because I think we a decision shouldn't be made now. This is my own opinion. And I think, a lot of interesting testimony was brought up. And, there's a lot of, I guess you can say negativity in the air, but you don't want to think that, but we all got to get along. So to me, my as a commissioner of Molokai, we should defer this until the next month and discuss more. And also, I think, we got to look at the benefits, the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries is so important that, if you come from Ha'olehua, you come from Kalamaula, it's all, they all need to, be involved in community decision-making. So that's my speech.
Commissioner Wall?
Yes, so, a couple of things. I have tremendous respect for beneficiaries because I think they've sacrificed for all of us. At the same time, as a commissioner, I have tremendous respect for our beneficiaries who are expressing a desire to be part of something. So listening to others speak and listening to Commissioner Helm, I would support a deferral to give both groups time to try to collaborate and work out their differences. Thank you.
Commissioner Nevitt?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm a little concerned as to who is the rightful board. I think we need to find that out for sure. I'd like to thank the veterans for the service. I am a veteran myself. They don't make it easier for us as we get older. But this is really a community situation that needs to be resolved among the community. But I think before we sign a document, we need to confirm who the real board is moving forward. I would support deferring this item until we can do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Kaniakua?
When we started out, I wasn't confused, but over the last hour, I became supremely confused as to the issues. And I would also support a little bit of a deeper look at this for some of the reasons that we're hearing. I'm a veteran also. My wife is a Ho'olehua homesteader, and her family has been here for a long time. But I'm confused enough so that I don't think my vote would be a good one at this point.
Commissioner Sonoy?
Aloha. I think I would kako what all the other commissioners have said, and that I would like to defer this and give the community some time to kuka. Mahalo.
Any other commissioners want to comment? Makai? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly confused as well. One thing I'm not confused about is the passion and dedication that the community has. I would support a deferral as well for better communication. I don't feel right even thinking about trying to vote on this. So thank you for all of you who took time out of your day to come and speak your piece today.
Commissioner
I strongly support Commissioner Helm's recommendation to defer.
Thank you, Chair. I also support deferral, but I would like to caution, and we need to set some time frame to get the leadership resolved. Hawaii Island, since 2018, we're still dealing with the leadership situation. So I support pausing, but have some kind of time frame to resolve the leadership situation and not let it drag on like other places.
And I'd also have to add that the facility is pretty much built, and you can't have it sit vacant for a year or 2 years. So I agree that we have to make a decision. I know it's going to be a very, very tough decision. I think it's a decision that's really going to be a compromise where everybody gets, part of the process as well as the decision-making. But we as, the guys that issue the license, we really do. So I also support a deferral, but I agree we need a deadline. Zach, suggestions?
Well, I would like to see the association and the veterans come together and sit down, and those that would like to participate on two sides before a decision can be made. Because, when you do collaborate, maybe some of the recommendations was never brought up, and they maybe, I don't know, I would say within a few months at the most.
Few months,
Yeah,
okay.
at the most.
You want to make the motion?
Well, I'll make the motion that the decision should be made within 2 months.
So we'll defer not only the acceptance of the consultation report, but also the action item for 2 months.
Yeah.
So that'll give us some time to maybe add to the
Like
consultation.
Mike was saying, that, he brought up a very interesting point. There's some things that are still not resolved.
Yeah.
And like you said, this building is there. Colleen, is the building completed? Okay, so what's not completed?
To my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, Shelley, but I think the electricity is still not powered yet, but all the other utilities have been put in or ready to go.
I'd like to highly suggest that if there could be a walkthrough or even a meeting at the new facility with these groups.
While
so
we're
they
here,
can see
and us.
what they're dealing with. Because like I mentioned at the March 25th meeting, it would have been more effective if we had a PowerPoint presentation on the design of the building so we can see, where is the center located, where is the Veterans Headquarters located, and so forth and so forth. So I think that could be part of the process between now and within the next 2 months.
Okay, Senator DeCoy, who just came out of a conference committee meeting, would like to testify. Senator DeCoy?
Yes, hi, Director. Yes, I would like to testify on this item. So when this facility was being considered, this facility was being considered based on the fact that right now with sea level rise, being next to a tank, a fuel station, it was to make sure that they had options in case flooding, king tides were to occur, that this facility was to go to the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans. The intent behind it was not to displace anyone, but as most of you know, it takes us nearly 10 years to get a facility up and running, and that they would have that opportunity. So I would hope that, a conversation has been going back and forth for the past maybe 8 years, that the facility that is now built would be given to the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans in the state under the legal commander, Timmy Meyer, and their existing board. There was no ill feelings about how the fighting going back and forth of who was not included, who was included. It was based on the fact that all veterans would be serviced, whether homestead or non-homestead, and that it would go to the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans and not anybody else. So I would just like to testify on that note, and then making sure that the resources that are made available for those who have sacrificed their time to go to service, they would have a place that they could come home to, that they would have all the things needed necessarily to move forward with their lives, making sure whatever needs that they did need health, medical attention, just the daily things for them to go on. I would have hoped that this is where this facility would end up in the hands of the Molokai Veterans Caring for Veterans in its legal state, Director. And I will just leave my testimony as that, and hope that this commission would see fit to put it in their hands. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Zach, you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we defer this until 2 months from now or 60 days, however.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Zach.
Last item.
Well, let me just say one, hang on. Let me just say one thing. You know, I realize a lot of emotions, a lot of history. You folks do have an asset, and it shouldn't be, you know, tied up in fighting. It should be used. And that's the whole idea of why that facility was built. So I believe you can share it. You just got to work out the details and let's get going. You know, I mean, you're the whole Lehua, you guys don't have a place to meet. There's a place now, you know, rather than a church. There's a place where you can meet. You can have functions, just like the veterans. You guys can have functions that, you know, you guys do the food sharing, the, you know, food distribution, all kind of really good programs. So it's an opportunity to use this asset. So please take the time to sit down, talk story, work it out. I mean, it's not going to be 100% agreement, but let's work it where it's functional, usable, and put to use as soon as possible. Thank you. One last, we'll give you the opportunity, one last comment. Thank you.
I may be out of order, but I need to justify something. The interim board voted, we only the one, the petitioners who signed the petition. They never included any other members of the organization, which is about 300 or others. The state statute states under 414 Delta 138, states a removal of the directors elected by members or directors. States that is unless otherwise provided by a state, by your article of incorporation or bylaw. Our bylaw states this, that under section, Article 2, Section 4, it states this. Just a minute. Board of Directors and officers and appointed appointee. The Board of Directors of this organization shall be 9 members. Okay, and 9 members is the Board of Directors, period. Section 4 states, any officer, director, or appointee may be removed by vote of 2/3 of the Board of Directors whenever, in their judgment and in the best interest of the organization. So it's not the members that remove the directors. According to the bylaws, it's procedure, state statute.
Yep. Yes, sir. On the, you know, I mean, just like on the Big Island, we have some litigation ongoing regarding who's the rightful board, and that's been going on for years. You can get into litigation. I strongly, having been a litigation attorney and knowing the results, that doesn't accomplish much. You guys can kind of mediate and work it through, and that would be my suggestion.
Well,
if not, if you want to go litigation, go for it, but that's really not the way to
I've
go.
tried consecutive days since they invaded the office, but the so-called interim commander refuses entry or refuses to Kakuka.
We'll try to make some accommodation. We'll bring in a third party if you guys want, and help facilitate some kind of mediation. So I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, right now, we have filed a civil matter complaint, but we need to get the situation in the court for the judge to decide on the issue of statute of work.
Yes, so,
We accept your position. in that respect,
okay,
But we need
sounds
to get
good.
it in the court to decide. Mediation has not worked.
Well, we'll try it again. Maybe get a different mediator.
Okay?
Maybe a big Samoan guy or something like that.
Thank you very much for giving me the extra time.
Yeah, okay. Okay, next item, F6, RE
F6,
Island
last
Construction.
item. LMD's recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorization to provide a Vinci permit to ICD LLC, who is Island Construction Demolition LLC, covering the subject area as identified and described below to use as a field office and staging area while they do construction improvements on the sewer lines in the Waianae Homestead community. Approval and issuance of the right of entry shall be subject to the conditions as noted below.
Okay, any witnesses? No. Any questions by commissioners? Commissioner Kalikini?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
But I have a
Those
discussion.
Okay, question. go ahead.
Real
Sorry.
quick.
Wait, use your mic, use your mic.
Thank you. Kahana, what is the anticipated duration of the construction improvements? Rough estimate.
I'd say about a year, maybe a year and a half, 18 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Kana. Let's see, C2, Lamaula Homestead Association, Kupuna Housing, for information only.
Wait, you wanna go to the next one until she comes? Go fast this one.
You wanna pass from that? Okay, we'll go to the next item. C3, Enforcement Status Reports.
There we go.
David Holt.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Real quick, just wanted to give an update on enforcement unit over the last month. The time frame for this is April 22nd, March 9th through April 14th. During this time period, we got 18 requests for investigations and generated a total of 27 reports. To date, we have 47 this year. Two big operations that we're working on, or we did this month, was we started working on Camp Faith, hoping to get that cleaned out in the next couple of weeks. And then we also took Commissioner Kaneakua on a ride along, and he had some experiences there. And then just real quick regarding the pilot program, we have 3 new reports that fit the criteria for organized criminal activity in the pilot program area. We made those referrals to HPD. To date, since January 1st, there's been a total of 5 cases that meet the criteria. And also just kind of following up on the reports in the area as a whole, we utilize crimemapping.com again, that's recommended by HPD. And it seems to be consistent with no significant criminal activity. I did list the reports that came in, but nothing major was noted. So, any questions?
Question. Oahu, we have 12 investigations under Oahu. Your 12 investigations. Approximately where are they?
The majority this month, off the top of my head, were PKE and like Waianae side. I don't believe there's any in Papakolea.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kalikini?
Yeah, David, mahalo. So quick question. I really like what you guys are doing at the enforcement team, and I appreciate the email that you send out asking people if they have any issues, etc., and you guys sent out the forms. My question is, who receives that email?
Right now, we have a running list. Basically, the more contacts that we have, I just add them to the list. So there's no set way. I'm trying to get at least one for every association, every homestead. To date, we still haven't gotten that. I'm going to try and work with the Shaw a little bit more so we can get those. But yeah, basically, it doesn't have to be a set organization, association, or NSW. Just as many people that I can make contact with, I add them to the list and I send that out every month.
So if beneficiaries, lessees are interested in receiving that, they can they can volunteer their email and get on the list. Because one thing I've heard more than once, concerns at La'iopua, and so I can check with Commissioner Freitas and see if we can find someone there who wants, we can put them on the information list.
That'd be awesome.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a remark for the commission. So I got a chance to ride along with these folks. We've got three enforcement people to cover all of our properties, all of our islands. That was a real interesting day, coming across some people who are yelling at all of us, and going into some places where you really want to take a quick shower after you're in there. So, my hat's off to Kip and David and Nick for doing such an amazing job. The staffing isn't sufficient to take care of all of the complaints that we have. But one of the things that I realized is that just riding along with these folks, getting to see some of our contested, isolated, neglected properties gives us a better opportunity to make solid decisions and to understand the nature of our properties out there and the need to take care of the properties and to make sure when they're not taken care of properly that we follow the process to cancel leases, revoke permits, and to get Hawaiians on those properties who will actually be better stewards for the land. So thank you very much for letting me go along. I know I was a big liability being in the van, but I'd recommend to everybody, whenever they're on your island, take the opportunity. We did Oahu, and the next thing I know, the next morning, you folks were off to Kauai and then Maui after. So thanks very much.
Yeah, I'd have to echo that. I've noticed a big difference in our rapport with the homestead communities. And I get comments, emails, and just thanking you guys for being present. I mean, a couple of cases you guys moved forward, shutting down the gambling house as well as the drug house. I mean, that impacts the community. So we got to do more of that. We will be responsive to complaints. We got to prioritize. Obviously, we have a limited staff. We are trying to increase the staff. So hopefully someday we'll get one per island and a couple on the big island. So anyway, thanks, Dave. And yeah, two buddies there.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is item C2, Kalamahula Homestead Association, Kupuna Housing.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patty Tankayo, and I would like to give a background of how this project started. I would say maybe over 5 years ago, between 5 and 10 years ago, when Auntie Stacy was a councilwoman, we had talked about kupuna housing on Molokai. And what happened was, I think about 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, is when I first met Keola, and we talked about doing kupuna housing statewide on Hawaiian homelands. And I thought about Auntie Stacy, and I thought that would be a good place to start. So I brought Keola over, and Auntie Stacy took us around the island to look at different places. We even looked off of Hawaiian homelands too. So we looked at everywhere up in Ho'olehua. We drove all the way everywhere. And I want to back up a little bit. I reached out to Auntie Stacy because she's one of the leaders in the community. A lot of the programs and projects around Molokai is because of her. So that's why I reached out to Auntie Stacy. So that's the background of how it started, and now I'm going to pass it on to Keola.
Aloha. For the record, I'm Keola Maikalani Dean. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of King Lunalilo Home and King Lunalilo Trust and Home. And we, as Patty mentioned, started working on this together a year ago. And really, from the beginning, even before this, as my staff and my board did a strategic analysis of what communities really, are in most need of kupuna housing, we identified Molokai, West Oahu, and East Hawaii Island. And so even from there, we were very much aligned when we came together and we said, let's try to do this. So that's what we've been doing. We've been meeting with the community. In fact, Patty and I came last month and presented to the Kalama'ula Homesteaders Association. And then we came back for 2 days, meeting with community members. So really what we're trying to do is make sure that we're addressing community needs and understanding what the community wants and making sure that this is a true partnership with the Kalama'ula Homestead Association and the community. This is the presentation that you have, is what we presented to the Kalama'ula Homestead Association. And if we could move to the next slide. So over our discussions with the members of the community, this particular site, which is actually right behind us, is the site that the community appears to be congealing around, which is to build kupuna housing on the area behind this building. On here, you can see that the petroglyphs that were identified are in red. And our intent is, you can see it's sort of off to the side. Our intent is really to make sure that we are able to malama the petroglyphs and incorporate that into the vision of the kupuna housing. Next slide, please. So this is an architect helped us put this together. This is by no means what it's going to look like, because we want to work with the community, understand what the design is that the community wants for the parcel. But this was just to get that thought process starting. So you can see that this is about 40 units, 1 bedrooms. And what we're really wanting to make sure we do is facilitate this as the piko for the community, because that's where the kupuna really need to be, at the center of what we do. And that we have the facility in place to basically bring the younger generations and the kupuna together. That's the broader vision, so that the kupuna are able to work with keiki, work with even makua if interested in learning different cultural activities, and that we make sure we have spaces for those activities. So that's what we described, and Patty came up with this term of peva, where we're really trying to bind the generations together and make sure that there's that intercultural, intergenerational transmission of knowledge. Next slide. Just some ideas so to get people talking about and thinking about what the space might look like if they, if we were able to move forward with this. Next slide. And then what a configuration might look like as a one-bedroom for the kupuna housing. So we presented this to the Kalamaula Homestead Association, and then I'll pass this on to Auntie Stacy.
Mahalo commissioners for allowing us to talk story a little bit about this project. Actually, when I took Patty and Keola to go bala'au with our Kalamaula homesteaders, I'm a lifetime Kalamaula homesteader, but I learned so much. And then when I come out of denial, I'm a kupuna. So very much so. And then when I listen to the needs of the kupuna, it really touches my heart because, you know, like we have one auntie that her son got incarcerated, and then the other mo'opunas don't like come stay with her because that's where, you know, some altercation happened, which ended up in death. And she's all by herself. And, you know, and when she hears about something like this, she says, oh, I can be around people, and there's possible case management or activities that she can participate in. Another, you go visit the other kupuna, you know, he's in his 90s and trying his best. Oh, pakiki, so he gonna challenge everything that could keep him going. But how much his wife and he need kokua to get to the bathroom or the shower, and to be surrounded again with their kind of people. So I think what impresses me, first of all, of this is we're addressing a need for our Molokai kupuna. And then we go to Homepumehana, which is our county facility. And then you recognize that they pay quite a bit of their income is slashed to meet the accommodations of the rent. And it's not project-based, so they don't get any kind of, how can I say, discount. As opposed to coming into this project, there will be opportunities to address the income and different programs that will allow that. So personally, that excites me. Are we doing something that's against the act? I did some research, and there's an administrative HRS, I think it's chapter 10.7, that allows this. And it is to address the waiting list. And then I think of myself. I live by myself. Just a couple weeks ago, I had my roof blown off with our kuku Kalamaula winds, and I gotta figure this out all by myself. I have a big yard to take care, and you have to mow it all the time. And I go, gee, it would be nice to hire somebody to come clean my yard. But those are the things that you hear from nakupuna as you're going around to bala'au with them and to get a feel as to what their needs are. Do we have many discussion that will continue with Keola here and Patty here? Yes, I think our association, I think they'll agree that I can be a thorn on the side because I will continually ask all the questions that we need to be assured that this is a project that's pono for our people. And then when you think about it, just add it. If they're up there, here's our Kulana U'iwi. When you say the Pico, this is Kulana U'iwi, our multi-service center that serves all of us. And then when we get to repair and finish the work at Kalani Anaoli Hall, again, a gathering place that continues and outlines with Kiovea Park. So just perfectly the Pico for all of us to gather and to malama each other. If rental is the issue, then let us find the means on how a 65-plus-year-old can build a brand-new single dwelling and maintain it at the same time. And if we can find those solutions, then maybe no need, the rental. But when you listen to, I can say, us kupuna, maybe need, and just to have the conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Stacy. I get one question. You know, when they built this facility, wasn't there plans to build a kupuna housing as
Okay,
well?
so in the past with Napu'uwai, with the old administration and the founders of the Hawaiian health system, it was in the planning to build, right, a care home like for us to care for our kupuna.
So why didn't that
Um,
move forward?
I think the department at that time wanted us, Kapuni's house. They wanted us to take that over. And that wasn't really compatible with the rest of the neighboring homesteaders. And so I think that was put on the shelf and never addressed again, yeah.
Okay, so this is where I'm at. You know, you did the survey, Patty. You went Kalamuula.
Yeah.
You guys came. Yeah. Okay, but that was good. But for me, I would suggest go island-wide to all the homestead communities to get more their thoughts. And then when you do get to that consultation, benefit consultation, then I would make sure that everybody's involved.
Right, exactly.
We do plan on going to each community that we build in to get their acceptance and partner with them to make sure we address the needs of that particular area. So like Big Island may be different, Maui may be different. For this particular site, it's really important about our culture. So that's why we have, call it the PEVA, to bind us together, because I see like we're not transferring our culture to the next generation. So with this project, we're gonna incorporate La'au Lapa'au, we're gonna have our residents teach fishing classes, all kinds of things within our community, which they're doing right now. And we're gonna partner with Kupuna Care, and they're gonna provide all the services are more cultural based.
And that's Kule's project that she has here under county funding with the RCA.
And also, every project is different, every island is different, every community is different. But I as in the past, I've always, I am not so inclined of rentals. That's my own, but the wishes of the people for me. And like you said, Stacy, when you turn to a certain age, you cannot, do certain things, and that's where you turn over your homestead to your successors, and then the kupuna has a place to go. And like what you brought up was interesting, is that the cost of homepumihana is some of these people cannot afford because they take all of their income.
Yes.
So it's my understanding with your proposal, the cost will be affordable.
Yes, part of our plan is to, number one, use low-income housing tax credits. So that already sets a ceiling on what the rent can be. And then on top of that, we're very much interested in rental assistance programs, so that whether it's NAHASDA, Section 8, whatever types of programs, to make sure that the kupuna are paying as low as possible. So 30% of their income, regardless of what their income is. So if they bring in $100 a month, then their rent is $30.
They have to be beneficiaries.
Yes,
That's it.
yes.
So I have some questions. Bear with me, short night, long day, so I'm struggling. But I do, this takes me back to January 16, when Waipoli came up, your initial proposal to use that for Lunalilo Trust to create kupuna housing. I think because we've been banging on this for that long, for 3 months, today sometimes I try to find other reasons to say to the department, we should not be promoting these models. But what I'm realizing from this submittal is I've gotten away from the primary reason we object to this, and that is rentals do not result in the issuance of leases. This is what is so troubling to me and some of the commissioners here. We have kupuna, our kupuna, on the list, and those kupuna are high up on the list, and they are saying to us, they want their lease, not necessarily for them, but to give it to their successor. And 93.4% in the 2020 survey say they want to pass on that lease to their successor. We are here to ensure we conduct ourselves in ways that give them a lease. Now, why I don't support LIHTC as a primary model for our beneficiaries is because you have to wait 15 years to get a lease. Now my position is this: if that's the only alternative we have, then it should be considered. If it aligns with the 2.1% that are saying we're okay with that, that should align with the 2.1%. But I know that we have other ways to issue leases quicker, rather than subject them to a 15-year wait, even if we are hearing that a bill may pass to give undivided interest leases. That has not yet occurred. And I am a second-generation homesteader. I understand what it looks and feels like when the department is headed in the wrong direction. I do not support rentals as a general fundamental practice if it delays the issuance of leases to any beneficiary. I want to also say, Lunalilo Trust. When King Lunalilo established the trust, I believe it was 400,000 acres of prime land the trust had. Today it's down to 5 acres. So this is a failed model, not your fault, Keola, but the result of your predecessors. And now you're coming to our trust to try to make yourselves whole. And that concerns me, because you have OHA, you have Bishop Estate. We are clear on who we must serve, and that's our waitlisters. This is what I struggle with. Thank you.
May I respond, Chair? Commissioner, I'm not trying to make King Lolilo Trust whole. What I'm trying to do is make us relevant for the future and to make us able to serve the needs of the Lahui. Yes, we were dispossessed of our lands through no fault of the trust. The history is about the original trustees, all of whom were not Hawaiian, taking advantage of the trust and really selling the land at rock bottom prices and then investing the money in railroad stocks that then went belly up. But that's history. That's water under the bridge. What I'm trying to do is bring King Lunalilo Trust back so that we are addressing the need the king wanted us to address, which was housing. It was about providing accommodations for those in need. And we do not have any organization that is providing property management, for example, in ways that are grounded in Native Hawaiian values. And so that's what I'm trying to do, is to make sure that we're addressing a specific need for our people.
Well, okay, wrong choice of words. You're trying to make yourself relevant, but using our trust assets. And we have challenges. We have kuleana to our people who are on the wait list. And so that is my struggle. And I do also want to say that I don't believe we are doing enough to utilize those resources like Nahasda that we have available to this department to create opportunities to reduce that wait list. What this does, if we continue down this path of rentals and we continue to build into our system various increasing forms of rentals, that is a takeaway from the legacy of Prince Kuhio, and what he intended to do was to return people to the soil. That's the fundamental principle upon which I feel we should be making decisions in a very complex world. Thank you.
I would like to just talk about the people on the wait list, because I've been doing this for a very long time, and I've been in the trenches. Half of our people are 60% and below the AMI. 60% of those are 62 years and older. What does that mean? 60% of our people cannot qualify for a house. That is reality. They cannot. They cannot qualify for a house. Where are they now? Where are they now? There are our beneficiaries. They are struggling. They are in broken homes. They will never be able to qualify for a home. So those are the people, I think, that are beneficiaries that I am worried about, that need shelter. They need to live the rest of their lives in some place that's decent and affordable and on Hawaiian homelands. I believe that rental housing in this particular instance is very appropriate.
Okay, so thank you for that. We spoke about that situation this morning. Nahasda funding, to utilize those funds to pay down, to participate in mortgage reduction, to reduce interest rates. And if we did that, working with a lender, going through some of those models, I believe you can begin addressing the 80% and below. I don't believe, because some of this is anecdotal. Native Hawaiian kupuna are at the highest risk of houselessness. Where's the data to support that? Many kupuna on the DHHL waitlist will never be able to buy a homestead. Where is the data to support that? No, we're talking about statewide data. This is anecdotal. And so as commissioners, I'm not prepared to use anecdotal statements to try to drive decision-making. I happen to believe that we can do better. Before we say no can, we need to assess where our shortcomings are, and we need to serve better. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
I want to say one more thing, okay? I've done Habitat for Humanity, okay? it helps very low-income people. This can help people who are lower than that, and that's where our people are. Look at Kalamu'ula, all the empty lots is because people cannot afford to build. We cannot subsidize, it costs $500,000 to build a house. You need $10,000 a month income to qualify for that. Is DHHL gonna subsidize $500,000 to help the people that are 30% and below? I don't think so. We have to help the people, and it's your responsibility to help the beneficiaries get on the land. And this is a way they can get onto our land and get taken care of with decency and respect, and not live in homes when you open the door, there's no roof. You go into the kitchen, there's no kitchen. Those are people that are living in homesteads. What about the people that are not in homestead? And I apologize because this is my passion and I've been doing this for 30 years. I've been in the trenches. I've been into homes where the houses are falling down on them. I've went to homesteads where people are living in tents. My own family are living in trailers. They cannot qualify for construction. Once you're 60 years and older, you cannot qualify for a mortgage because your earning power is power. We need rental housing for our kupuna. We need a lot of different strategies. This is just one strategy. Yes, you can do the reduction and all of that. I've done that already, actually. But this is the most critical need of our people. Our kupuna, they're holders of our culture. They hold the knowledge of our culture, and we have to take care of them. And building a house for them at this point of their lives is not realistic. I'm sorry, and I apologize for my tone. Ikalamai.
No need to apologize, because I'm equally passionate about how we serve our people. And I'm going to try to end this because I don't want to kick a dead horse, but I feel very passionate about getting leases out to our beneficiaries.
I do too.
And I recognize we can't solve all the problems that our people are faced with, but we have to be very methodical, very thoughtful about our kuleana, about our mandate, and how we serve those on the wait list first. So you don't need to apologize, I get it. I'm a little animated myself, but it's because we both feel passionate about this cause. Thank you.
If I could just make one clarification.
You wanted to say something?
I thank you for giving us options. I understand completely that there is an underserved group that's on the wait list, and I understand what you're saying. I also appreciate Commissioner Awo's passion to get people onto the land, in houses, on residential lots. I will not scold anybody for giving an opportunity to look at an option that takes care. And I don't think anybody's scolding you at all. So the passion of all of us in order to take care of our people sometimes gets a little bit wild. But thank you for this. This is very comprehensive. What you're looking to shelter a group of people who really needs to be sheltered. I was listening to Commissioner Helm talk about, okay, so we have our leases, we turn them over to our successors, and now what? Is there an opportunity to not have to live in the house if you don't want to? And so I see a use for that. So thank you. Thank you for the option. And we are all going to be passionate until we stop serving, and then we're going to be compassionate on the other side of this commission. So mahalo nui.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Chair, folks there, mahalo for sharing your mana'o with us. The Nahaza item C1 references a Hawaii housing planning study from 2019. And it talks about income and costs of housing and rentals and whatnot, and how we are in Hawaii the most expensive. Maybe one or two states, maybe in different categories, might be higher. I would support can we do a current study or survey of our beneficiaries on the wait list? I don't know if this is like private information to get age and where they are at on AMI situation, but I think that would be helpful, at least just to understand that a current study.
I think one of the things that is happening here on Molokai is there is an outreach to the Kalamaula beneficiaries, including those that are on the wait list. And I guess the question is, would you consider kupuna housing? And I'm assuming you guys are going to share that. The idea is to do that across the state, because I believe you folks have intentions of going to like maybe 10 different sites and homesteads. I mean, we have over 40 homestead associations. So rather than just relying on a 2020 survey that basically asks, what would you like? I think we need to get a more accurate assessment, especially as it relates to the older people on our wait list. Would they consider that? Now, of course, the approach that we could use to incorporate in the wait list approach is they're given priority to be housed in these facilities. And if they decide, well, you know what, I like this facility, I like the program, I like the fact that it's managed, so I don't have to fix the toilets or whatever, and I want to stay here. Or I want to exercise my right as being the next on the list as these other projects materialize, and maybe partnership up with your kids and go get a homestead, a 3-4 bedroom or whatever. But it's an option. So it's more like, to a certain extent, transitional with an option to go get a homestead in the future. But I think I'm assuming that there will be an outcry, almost a plea for alternative housing for the people on our wait list that are elderly, cannot afford a homestead. It's unrealistic, like how you say. So this is something that, this Kulano Iwi. I remember meeting with Monsignor Kekumanu, Bob Oshiro at Queens, and when we were talking about setting this up, and I give Monsignor Kekumanu credit. We talked about bringing in Alulike for job training, Meme schools for the preschool, and this became a reality, not because it's in the homestead, it's not really technically a homesteading program, but it was reflective of a tremendous demand and need in the homesteading community, that it needed multi-service centers. And so this is the reality. Kulana Iwi, because of that, identifying the needs and moving forward. I think the kupuna housing is another need in the community among our homesteaders. So, it's something we as a commission need to consider. The financing approach is pretty straightforward. I mean, having been a developer as well as a Patty, we put up a $40-something million kupuna housing project in Moiliili. It's servicing 104 people, 6% AMI and below. We didn't get any subsidies from nobody. We just raised it to the development process because we understood the process. I think we can do the same thing going after alternative funding, no Act 279, to do the programs that these guys are talking about, especially with, I'm assuming these guys are talking to OHA, looking at pre-development funding from them. We're talking with the Weinberg, just a variety of other funding sources. And if we can tap into the HHFDC funding, we can make this a reality, and we can service the people that the Kalamaula, as well as elsewhere across the state, and serve these guys that, like Patty says, these are the caretakers of our history. They're going to provide the guidance and information about our culture, as well as take care, and it's time for us to take care of them. So I'm looking forward to learning more about Kalamaula how you guys feel about what these guys are proposing. You guys on board? Let's see if we can, not only quantify and identify the supporters, but figure out a way to make this a reality for you guys.
Yeah, hi, aloha, Lehua Kauka, I'm the president of Kalamaula Homesteaders Association. Yes, a lot of people was approaching us, yay, nay, for this project. And of course, my vision is the needs of our kupuna. Yes, a lot of people is against rentals. I think every ahupua is different though. Molokai is very different compared to any other island. And that was my thing. So when I stepped in, started collabing, or, it's still one talk story kind of session at this point, yeah? Nothing set in stone. But the first thing we came up with is we need to do one survey to see what our kupunas needs, the needs of our people here. First of all, in Kalamaula, because this is where the project is gonna be, yeah? And then of course I have a lot of people in the other homesteaders, hey, how come we never get one survey? Because we asking Kalamaula first. If Kalamaula 100% say nay, they don't like the thing, then no, we're not gonna do them. So that was our whole thing. But if there is an interest in this from our residents, if I can get almost 100%, 80 to 100%, then yes, Patty and Keola, you guys got my attention now. So of course they flew in a couple times to go door to door, yeah? Because with our Kalamaula homesteaders, a lot of them is kupunas. You gotta go door to door. And so mahalo Auntie Stacy, some of us have to go work, and Auntie Stacy was nice enough to go door to door with them. Kind of took a long time because when you go to a kupuna's house, yeah, they like talk story. So one survey sometimes took half an hour, but they thank you for that. They stayed, and I think that's where they saw the needs of, wow, Auntie, only get you living over here. And that was what caught our attention, because we didn't really know, like Auntie Stacy, she didn't realize until she went to an auntie's house, only you live over here, who helped you? So that's the reason why we were more like, oh my God, we gotta get out to our community. I'm not sure if all homesteaders does that, or in you guys own ahupua on each island, but for Molokai, that one sparked our attention and we started going door to door. So this right here is one list of all the homesteaders that get on Molokai. We was going door to door. So we started breaking out, get 7 of us on our board. We went, go Kalamaula, we all went split different section. My ohana from up here, they've been living here for 20 years. I don't know if you guys went right up here, right in the back of here, but if you guys go, it's half of them not even developed. No more housing, hardly get any houses in the back up here. And we was one of the first to build in the back here, and still hardly get any houses that is up. Couple friends I know who get lots, I asked them, one girl working Misaki, so how come you guys never build yet? She said she cannot afford. I was like, oh, okay, then just start asking, yeah, other people. And then I know another auntie, she said, I'm not gonna get one house. I'm almost 70 years old. How am I gonna get one? I don't like get stuck with a mortgage, let alone let my daughter get stuck with a mortgage. So I was like, oh, okay, now started coming to me, like case by case, it's different on every island. Yes, I may not be in support for, one rental in certain places, but then the 4 of us, we ended up going to Homepumehana. We actually went into the community over there. I went to talk to the girl who worked there, get a little over 80 units over there. Right now, they're on 2-year wait just to get one rental in Homepumehana. I think it's called something else now, but we still call them Homepumehana. And of course, I ended up bumping into a couple of kupunas. So of course I was like, hey, which one is all the Hawaiians that live over here? They take us to the units, and we started doing surveys. So I went to ask a couple uncle, one uncle get one lot in the back here. He went turn them over to his keiki already, his grandchildren, because he said he couldn't upkeep with it. Hard time, lawnmower yard, fix things. He finally thought it was time to just relax and retire without having to, fix things, and then he said, Homepumehana, he can just relax. So he was one of them who said, let me know if I still alive. He straight up said, if I still alive, I will come and live in you guys' kupuna housing project, because I don't like fix anything. Somebody who sits on our board, he'll marry 100% Howlin. He said he wouldn't mind living in that too. So at least he know when he hala, if he hala before his wife still can stay on the property and don't need worry about where she going after he hala. So those are just couple examples or situations that kind of spark us to, well, maybe might be beneficial, yeah, to certain, individuals. But again, we're shooting for about 80% of our Kalamaula homesteaders to see if it's a yay or nay. It's not my decision, it's not NT, it's not our board's decision. To me, it's the kupunas or whoever lives in this Ahupua'a right now on how the decision should be moved forward after. After this, then we're moving on to other associations and getting their, from the island, yeah, what their thoughts is. And then of course, outer island and whatnot. But that's all we have to say that for right now, we're just doing surveys to see what the needs are for Kalamaula residents at this time. Mahalo.
So I got a couple comments. I think surveys, Chair, I think it's appropriate. You want to update the survey, but I think it should be done by a professional, SMS, because, and no offense to you guys, but you have a vested interest when you're doing your surveys. How you solicit information is not necessarily objective. And so I would prefer that we contract those surveys out and do a statewide. The other thing I want to comment before I forget, this submittal here is very unusual. This is a C2 agendized item. The format in which it came to us is very different from anything I've experienced as a commissioner. Because normally these requests from developers, and in this case, the CEO from Lunalilo, it goes through the department first. So typically this would go to Land Development Division. They vet, and then the AG provides oversight to ensure that the actions we are taking, the information that's being provided, the trust is protected. So this is very different. It did not come through the department, so that concerns me a bit. I don't know what this really means, but if it sets a precedent, it concerns me. The other thing is, I don't know, are you bringing this for decision-making? Just information. Okay, thank you. I'm a little more relieved right now, but thank you.
Next week, we're gonna bring them.
Chair. Next week, special meeting.
Special meeting.
So I just have some questions, yeah, and I was gonna say that, if we're gonna do a study, let's do an SMS study. I just, going through your presentation, I have some questions. So initially what this is a partnership between Lunalilo Trust and Colonial Development, is that correct? And then, so some of the other part, see, if this went through LDD, we would know what the financing is, we know what kind of financing we're gonna use, so, it's a little confusing. So possibly some of this could be DAHASDA funding, again, deferring funding to rentals versus trying to get people at homes. The other thing is the units are for 55 and older, Native Hawaiians at 30% AMI. How do we propose to select people off the wait list?
Wait list.
And then you would bypass someone if they're over 30%? Because the requirement is 30%. So I think those,
up to 60%.
I think if we're gonna do that, those have to be explained to, our kaputas, because that could be an issue. And then, like Commissioner Will says, the anecdotal about Native Hawaiians at high risk and all this stuff, we need really data that we have to operate on. The other thing is in your document, you talk about, first of all, a partnership with the homeowners association, and then the partnership goes into an advisory, and then it goes into Lunalilo Homes taking over the actual building, and Anahola Homeowners Station is still under advising to make sure they comply. How does an advisor make sure you comply? So I'm just sort of concerned about the way the document's put together, because if the homeowners association is going to ensure you comply, they can't be an advisor. They have to be a partner.
What homeowner association? I'm sorry, are we?
Well, you have
Homestead Association.
The Homesteaders Association, you have on here.
Yeah.
Well, it's in your docket. I'm just reading off your document.
Yeah.
Okay. Homestead.
Yeah, the Homestead Association.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just reading your document. It says Homesteaders Association.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the because we're using LIHTC, we're going through multiple phases, right? So you have the 15-year period.
understood.
And so that during that 15-year period, that's when the investment vehicle owns the property, right? Because they have to.
That's my other question. Who are the investors?
It's LIHTC, it's low income housing tax credits. So it's a program where these tax credit investors invest into the program.
Right.
So during those 15 years, the investment vehicle owns the project. At the end of the 15 years, then there's a right of first refusal. And that's when you have to make sure you exercise that right. And you have to make sure that you essentially refinance the project, because there's still going to be debt, but the low-income housing tax credit investors are all stepping away. And what we've seen in other projects, low-income housing tax credit projects, is that sometimes if no one is stepping up, or if the nonprofit that might have been involved isn't ready, then you can see other investors take over. And so what we wanted to make sure we do is that at the end of the 15 years, we have a partnership between Lunalilo and the Homestead Association. But if the Homestead Association, for whatever reason, some of the Homestead Associations are more active than others. If it is not able to, step up, we want to make sure that Lunalilo can actually step up, so that you don't lose the asset. So that's what was our thought process behind having this partnership between Lunalilo and the Homestead Association, where we're working together. But we're the one managing the property. That's our role.
Yes, but what you're saying here, it says right here, after 15 years, Little Homes proposed to jointly own the buildings. But if the homeowners association or homesteaders association don't want to have anything to do with it, then you would own the asset.
No, I mean,
what you're saying, so jointly own it, but if you don't jointly own it, you would own it.
So the right of first refusal, what we're proposing is that it's a joint right.
Yes, but you just said that if the homeowners association doesn't want part of that.
No, I said that if the homeowners association does not have the capacity for whatever reason to exercise that right, then we're there to exercise that right on behalf of them and us. So somebody makes sure that it's exercised.
That's why these things need to go through LDD so they can vet it. Because what you're saying is not what I'm hearing. Okay, so I'll lay that up. Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, something just came up when just thinking. The issue on Molokai is water. Okay, we have issues with the amount of water that is allocated, and that's a concern that I have because I'm not sure a lot of these vacant lots are going to require water. And they haven't been awarded. The meters have not gone in yet, including my residential lot up here, which I turned over to my daughter. And getting a meter is very difficult. I mean, you'll have to provide a house plan. You have to get the approval from the septic tank engineer. Department of Health has to approve that. So to me, as much as I would, go according to the wishes of our people, but to me, the water is a high priority, and that should go to the lots that have not gotten meters. So I'm not sure the situation with the amount of water we have right now, but I know that is a big issue on Molokai.
Yeah, we gotta check that out. You know what, we got a community meeting at 6:30 and everybody gotta check in, so when we cut it, and appreciate you guys' presentation.
Mahalo, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, and then the two people that wanted to testify, when we come back tomorrow, you guys can testify.
He said tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
So I'll hold it. No. Wait, yeah. Hold that.
Okay, we have come to the end of the agenda, today's agenda. Mahalo nui for participating. Item D1 is tomorrow, item E1 tonight, which is a community meeting, and item G2 deferred, G3 deferred, G4 tomorrow. Tonight's VHHL community meeting starts at 6:30 here at the Halal. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. We are recessed for the day.